And from the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware, the home of the Delaware Bluecoats, the G League affiliate of the Philadelphia 76ers, and more importantly, the home of the SL24. We welcome you all here to Wilmington, Delaware for a continuation of what is one of my favorite weekends of basketball here in the First State. Nick Allison-Trini alongside Declan Landis. We are here courtside in Wilmington for another fantastic day of basketball at the SL24. But more importantly, Declan, we are here for something that's bigger than just the game of basketball.
Absolutely. It's a celebration of life. It's a celebration of mental health. And it's getting people the help that they need. There's nothing special, more special that we could do to honor Sean's memory. That's what we're here to do. And we're going to do that with some great basketball today, Nick.
Yes, we are. So here we go, taking a look at the slate of what we got planned for you here today. Coming at you, the rest of the SL24. 3 fantastic matchups last night, concluding with Sean Locke's alma mater in St. Mark's in a big victory over DMA. And then today, another slate of fantastic games. We've got 6 for you. It all starts here up first with the girls. A special 10:24 start time between Howard and Smyrna. So going to be a fantastic one here to get us started. Declan, 2 teams that are ranked in the top 10 here in the First State in girls basketball.
Yeah, this is going to be an important one, and that's such a great part about today. You circle this on the calendar. You see it there. We're here to celebrate Sean, and no better way to celebrate Sean than watching some great, important basketball in the state of Delaware as we tip off here.
We are underway here between Smyrna and Howard to get you the starters here for the Howard Wildcats. They're in the all-white uniforms with the blue numbers and trim, a little orange mixed in there for the Lady Wildcats. And then Smyrna, fresh off that huge win over #1 ranked Ursuline on Thursday. They're in the all-reds with the white trim and numbers. So we are underway here at the Chase Fieldhouse for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. So we have a lot of information we're going to get to here as we proceed throughout the day. That 3 off the mark in the far corner. Offensive rebound here for Smyrna. Your officials today, Sean Igo, Tom Peters, and John Hughes. So Declan, we are officially underway. Day number 2 of the SL24. A fantastic start last night. A special shout out to Scott Barnett and the coach Bill Harmon with some great broadcasts on some fantastic games, and 6 great games going to finish us out here today.
Yeah, 3 great ones last night. The St. E's boys took the first game of the tournament 52-45. Padua defeated St. Mark's in that second game 48-29. And then St. Mark's, as you said, Sean's alma mater, beating DMA in that nightcap, and a heck of a game that was, 61-51.
There you go. A great recap there from Declan. Helena Griffin going to get Howard on the board. They take a 2-0 lead a minute into the opening quarter. Now in transition, fouling on the way up is Glory Forby. So some free throws coming up for the senior for Howard, who take a 2-0 lead a minute in. And again, don't forget, we're here for a bigger reason than basketball. Sean Locke, one of my, again, high school friends, classmates, was one of the first people that really kind of made me feel comfortable as a freshman there at St. Mark's. I was homeschooled as an 8th grader, so I didn't really know a lot of people coming in to my freshman year. Sean was in student council already, so I had a chance to meet him before I got even to my first day of classes, and you know, we hit it off instantly. A great friend, and he really made everything, my entry into that high school, a lot easier. So just thrilled that we're able to be here for such a great cause.
Yeah, nobody better than Sean. I mean, he taught me how to shoot a jumper in MAA basketball.
He had one. He had a good jumper.
He had a great jumper, and I would not have dominated church ball without him. So, you know, no, what an incredible human, and just somebody that, you know, everybody could look up to, everybody around him. He made everybody feel special, and, you know, it's always great. I always get emotional when we're here on this day, remembering him the way that I'm sure he would love to with some great basketball.
Absolutely. That shot blocked by Divya Savage there in the corner. So Wildcats to inbound, 6:35 here to go in the opening quarter. They'll have it under the basket, still 2-0 lead for Howard. And both of these teams ranked 7 and 8 with Smyrna at 7, Howard at 8. But as we mentioned, that Thursday win over Ursuline, for Smyrna going to pole vault them maybe up the rankings.
You'd have to imagine. It was a great win. But it's funny, we were talking to the officials before the game, and they mentioned, you know, they were checking their cardio a little bit before this game. 2 teams that love to go fast, love to push the pace. It's a very even matchup we've seen so far today.
Some backward pressure here from the Wildcats. It's going to lead to an open jump shot down the other side, off the mark for Amaya Ellerby. Big game for her on Thursday, 19 points in that win that we referenced a little while ago. And again, you'll be with us here throughout the day, so you'll see a bunch of different things on your screen. We're going to tell you ways that you can donate, as well as some of the online auctions, merchandise. We've got it all here at the SL24. A whistle under the basket, some free throws, I believe, coming up for the Wildcats. Well, Declan, the first way to donate is you can head to unlockthelight.com, or you can visit givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can just scan that QR code on your screen right now, and that'll take you exactly to where you need to be in order to make your donation. Of course, make your impact felt for a cause that's bigger than basketball.
Yeah, a cause that has raised $2.2 million in 6 years, which is unbelievable. I mean, the number of people that they've helped through this cause is just the sheer magnitude of what Unlock the Light has been able to do. No better reason than to donate, to help people, you know, beyond, as I missed that free throw, but there's just no better way to help people in the state of Delaware than to do this, and beyond that as well. The impact that Delaware's been able to have on a national stage because of this foundation is unreal.
Inbound pass stolen that time, and now taken the other direction by the Eagles. Up ahead of the pack, off the glass, and up and through. Nice take by Miasia James. The sophomore gets the Eagles on the board here in the first.
And great composure by James. Didn't rush it, slowed down, made sure that layup dropped, and now Smyrna's on the board.
Howard trying to answer back the other way. A field goal apiece here in the first. A drive and a whistle. And I believe an offensive foul on Glory Forby, or excuse me, a travel, as that's going to change possessions and turnover against the Wildcats.
And Smyrna starting to gather some momentum, as you can see there. Just an extra step going up for the shot. But can Smyrna take advantage here? Finally got on the board.
Inside out, good ball movement here in the half court for the Eagles. Trying to ride that momentum off that impressive victory on Thursday.
And that was smart, not trying to force anything. If it's not there, make the extra pass out, reset. And now Ellerby had a chance there, but
and she'll get whistled and drag that pivot foot there on the far baseline. So a turnover for Smyrna. Remember, Declan, well, this is some early matinee action, right? 10:24 a.m. tip, probably the earliest for these ladies, you know, this basketball winter season. It'll take them maybe a little bit to get going.
When we say a full day of basketball, it is a full day of basketball. Nothing better than that.
Yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. As we mentioned, it all gets started here with Howard and Smyrna, followed up by another girls' battle coming up with a projected tip-off at 12 o'clock between Kennett and Archmere. And then some boys' action at 2 o'clock with St. George's and Polytech. And what a season St. George's has had so far for the boys. Ursuline, who we mentioned, will be taking on Baltimore Poly in the girls' matchup at 4. And then Odessa, Middletown, and Sally Sanford rounding us out. That three is up, round, and out. Off of the hands that time of Noelle Edwards. So 2-2 halfway through, and another turnover. This one's stolen inside by Brown. And she's able to re-corral it and hold on to it for a second. Able to get in the paint, floaters up, rolls out, offensive rebound is up and through. And that's courtesy of Renee Clark. And the senior gives Howard the lead back here.
Great positioning on that low block, just right place, right time. The put back, and it's 4-2.
Again, also, don't forget about, as we have a whistle here on the floor, going to stay down this side, I believe, with Smyrna. 4:01 to go here in the first. And don't forget, though, Declan, about the online auction. I was scrolling on that last night.
Oh, were you?
And even this morning before I got here, checking out some of that stuff. We even saw some of it up on the mezzanine here before we came down for pregame. An autographed Jalen Carter jersey is up there. I saw it. As that three is up, no good. Long rebound battled for and taken by Howard and the Wildcats. So I saw that. Might have to go check it out again. That's going to be a hot ticket item.
Yeah, look, I'm a Giants fan, but even I see the value
so that
of that
explains
kind of jersey.
your lack of excitement.
Look,
when
I'm not happy
Carter came out of my mouth.
Look, you know, great team. You know, obviously deserve to be in the Super Bowl. Does it make me happy? Obviously not. But with that being said, it's a great item. So definitely get on the virtual auction. I mean, you see the 7-night vacation in Antigua.
I see that one.
Look, I say this every year that I'm on here, and I'm blessed to be on here for another year. But I would love to be able to have the money to do that kind of vacation. Oh my gosh. And you could do that right now and support a good cause. I mean, that's, you know, 2 wins right there.
That is a double bonus.
That is.
As we have this one is up, and that one is good.
What a shot.
Off the hands of Noelle Edwards. Got another field goal here in the quarter. That one from beyond the arc, and now a little run here from Howard and trying to keep it going. 2-on-1 for the Wildcats, but that one got away from Howard as it was thrown away there by Lycara Davis. But so Smyrna catches a break there with 3:18.
Great thought and great pressure, especially from this defense with Howard. But, you know, I think they need to slow down a little bit. There's a lot of jitters. It feels like there's a lot of people moving too fast almost. I think you need to slow down if you're Howard. You saw it worked in that half-court set.
How about that one from beyond the arc and away, parking lot for Amaya Ellerby. 19 points on Thursday. That one was from the G League 3 range. And she's showing off that range here in the first quarter. Howard with some pretty passing in the half court, couldn't finish off underneath.
Feels like we say it every year, you know, you can get confused by that G League 3. Not a problem for Ellerby.
No, absolutely not. She may be seeking it out as Smyrna looking for back-to-back triples. As that one rims out, but the putback is up and through, and the Eagles cleaning up on the offensive glass, and we're tied at 7. And now a chance to take the lead, a 5-0 run for Smyrna. As they'll have another 3 that's up off the mark for Peyton Craig. That's the freshman now into the game for Smyrna. Fast-paced game here in the first. Coast-to-coast layup missed for Griffin. The putback, though, for Renaya Clark is off the mark, but she will get fouled and head to the free throw line. So a track meet, fast-paced game here, Declan, in the first quarter, but a great job by Renaya Clark here with a few offensive rebounds, and now she'll head to the line, a chance to give her team the lead back.
Yeah, they've been all over the boards early, as it looks like we're getting a little timeout here, but that's been the key so far is the hustle of both of these teams, the pressure that they're putting on each other, and who can turn their defense into offense better. So far, very evenly matched, though.
And we're going to keep it here for a 30-second timeout on the floor. Again, 7-7 to 2:10 remaining here in the opening quarter. We were telling you a little about the online auction, and you can check the link and visit givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. That's where you can check out all of those auction items, over 80 that are in there. Packages, swag bags from many of the Delaware high schools. St. Mark's has something in there. You heard Declan talk about Antigua there. 8 Elite Island package vacations from around the Caribbean. Capers and Lemons gift basket with $500 Platinum Dining Group gift card. How about this, Declan? 100 level sideline tickets to a Villanova men's basketball game.
Now would be the time. See one of the best scorers in the nation, you know?
Wildcats trying to get back to prominence there. As Clark will head to the free throw line here, fresh out of the timeout.
And again, the best part about that auction goes toward a great cause. Not only are you getting some high-quality items, as she misses the free throw there, but not only are you getting those high-quality items, you're helping people feel better. You're helping people get the help that they need through this wonderful foundation.
Again, all of it, donations, auction, merchandise, ticket sales, it all goes directly to help support and fund Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation. Bank is open on a Saturday morning, 8-7 after the Clark free throw.
Now let's see what Smyrna brings out of that timeout. Can they be a little more composed in the toward the end of this first quarter and maybe get something going in the half court? And if I'm Howard, I'm watching Ellerby as soon as she crosses that line, as she's here on the wing.
Ellerby with the 2 different shoes on today. That's a 3. She's off the mark for Ellerby. Rebound battled for, taken by the Wildcats. A few different shoes on out there for some of the players. Jalen Hurts inspiring a generation, definitely. Free throw line, mid-range jump shot is long off the back of the iron, but tracked down by Howard, and a crisp pass inside. It was a headsy play. Nice look from Helena Griffin. Teammate wasn't ready for it, unfortunately.
They're getting some good looks under the basket and some great passing so far from Howard. You got to imagine the shots are going to start falling. As you can see, that little spin move to the pass, and the shot just didn't fall.
How about another 3? It's starting to rain them. Peyton Craig, the freshman, mentioned her earlier. She knocks down another triple, and Smyrna starting to hit from the outside early in this one. Showing the defense and the hustle out near half court. Almost get another turnover, and they will.
Yeah, that's a great position great possession from Smyrna, as you're about to see a heck of a shot here on the wing. You got to imagine those shots were going to start falling soon, and then getting the defense going into the offense. Smyrna is tough to beat when they're able to get their shots falling from the outside.
Ellerby inside through the defense. And instead, we're going to have a whistle and a travel, so an extra step on the dribble drive. And now clock stopped with under a minute to play here, 10-8. Smyrna with a 2-point lead, and even on that Peyton Craig three, Declan, that was right on that G League spot, still foot on the deep line.
It was.
As Smyrna really showing off the range. They'll show a little pressure here in the backcourt as Howard tried to beat it up the floor. In transition, the floater is up and drops right through for Bria Harker-Brown, and the senior ties it back up at 10.
We said it was going to be a battle, and as soon as that ball gets past half court, you got to mark up as another deep three.
That was a quick one early in the clock there. Howard has the miss, but the pressure being applied from the Eagles in the backcourt. It's going to stay with Howard. Last touch tipped out of play by Smyrna.
Looks like a little confusion on the call here, perhaps.
Yeah, excuse me, maybe spoke a little too soon. Nope, it will be Howard basketball, I believe. Okay. So we were right?
Yep. Hey, great call there.
Got to trust yourself, right, Declan?
Absolutely. It only happened right in front of us, you know. Good pass.
Griffin, nice pass, looking for a teammate. Couldn't be finished off by Dominique Page. Now it's the Eagles going the other way, under 20 to play in the quarter. Nice hustle play there, and it's going to be saved, and that's going to create a shot here for Smyrna. Craig, and banks one home. What an assist, leading to the triple straight away for the freshman Peyton Craig. Her second three of the quarter. Smyrna up three. Howard looking to get a shot off at the buzzer. They won't. And that'll take us to the conclusion of quarter number one. Declan, 13-10. It was the outside shooting. Outside shooting really got the Smyrna Eagles going here.
Yeah, Craig is starting to get hot, and that's dangerous for this Howard team. If Smyrna starts to hit their threes from the outside, you're about to see, I mean, that's going to be big. This is such a battle, too. Two great defensive teams, but if Smyrna gets hot, they're going to get hot.
And we'll take a break. We come back, second quarter action. Peyton Craig lighting it up for Smyrna early, and the Eagles with a 3-point lead. We'll be back.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal, so slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors.
And welcome back courtside here to the Chase Fieldhouse for the SL24, the 7th annual and one of the biggest weekends here in basketball in Delaware. Whistle here to start off the second. Nick Alessandrini alongside Declan Landis. And game number one, our 10-24 special start here in honor of Sean Locke, kicking off our basketball here on a Saturday early afternoon. It's Smyrna and Howard, a 13-10 lead for the Eagles over the Wildcats, courtesy of some hot outside shooting from Smyrna.
Yeah, and it's been a defensive battle, really. I mean, it's two teams that love to pressure all the way up the floor, and Smyrna's just been hitting shots, and that's really been the big difference here.
Working it around here are the Eagles. Howard in that man-to-man defense. Kick to the corner here for Ellerby. And that three just off the mark. Peyton Craig going to hustle down the offensive rebound. And it seems we know what the Eagles are comfortable doing, and that's putting up some of those shots from beyond the arc. As they'll get now a third opportunity here on this possession. Ellerby Euro stepping her way to 2.
And that's the biggest difference, like you said, getting those extra opportunities. If you don't see a shot fall following that shot, Smyrna's been really good at that so far today, but Howard needs to get those defensive rebounds and end possessions.
Turnover there for the Wildcats. And remember, if you're just tuning in, maybe for the first time, or you're unaware of what the SL24 Foundation does. The SL24 is in honor of Sean Locke, a 2012 St. Mark's graduate and 2016 University of Delaware graduate and former Division I basketball player who lost his battle with depression on July 18th, 2018. So the mission for SL24 is to educate, assist, and support high school and college students battling depression, and the funds raised will help SL24 to keep providing valuable services at Sean's house, including that Pier 24 program and Sean's rooms located at St. Mark's High School, the warehouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and St. George's High School. And we're going to be joined by a special guest here momentarily, as we are going to bring in Allie Burns here to the broadcast to join Declan and myself here in a 15-10 game between Smyrna and Howard. Allie, how you doing?
I'm doing well, yeah.
Welcome
Thanks
to the
for having
broadcast
me.
table.
Absolutely.
So let me start by saying, is this your first time you've been on the broadcast before?
At basketball, I guess, yes. I go to our volleyball tournament in Dewey, and so I've been on there.
That's a good
but
one.
Definitely a different setting this time.
We'll talk a little bit about that. How did that event go last time around? And obviously that'll be coming up again here in the future.
I know. It was great. I feel like for me especially, it was just, it was my last event on staff with SL24. So it was definitely an emotional time for me, but Dewey is just such a great community, and the way they show up for that event at the end of the summer is just really incredible. So grateful to be a part of it every time.
That's right. Again, looking forward to that here a little bit later on as we get into the summer. Again, Allie, the former director of peer support at Sean's house, been with Sean's house since 2020, as you mentioned. So again, great to have you here with us. How did your time at Sean's house maybe inspire you to pursue your MSW, and what is it about this work that made you want to go maybe even deeper into some of that social work?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say kind of twofold. I think there's a lot of the social sciences, mental health field in terms of schooling, it's hard to kind of get that real world experience, especially at an undergrad level. And so being able to have as close as I could get to that real life experience through Sean's house was just really encouraging to kind of affirm that that was something that I wanted to do. But I think on the other hand, it also gave me the confidence to keep pursuing that and just having success in what I was doing at the house.
Great to hear. And again, now we're here, 7th annual, right? It really goes by as that misses into the hands of Clark. She puts it back up in. Griffin able to finish it off for Howard, 15-12 here in the second. But what has it been like? And I've been, here for the last couple of years as well. Declan has been just seeing the SL24, evolve and just grow and become bigger and bigger, and to make such an impact here in the first 8, but also, even across the country. What has that been like for you to kind of, seen this part of it here in the basketball tournament in itself?
Yeah, absolutely. As a former student athlete myself, I just think it's amazing to be able to see how many student athletes we're bringing into the conversation and starting with them in a way that's maybe more approachable, because mental health isn't always the first thing someone wants to talk about, but when we're able to get them in a comfortable environment by playing, doing it something that they love, and then being able to bring that conversation in. I think another encouraging thing, though, to me is that every year there's someone that I'm able to share Sean's story with, and almost more so the Sean's house story with. And so being able to still know that there are people out there that don't know about the resource, and then having the opportunity to fill them in and make sure they know that's available to them is just awesome.
Yeah, it's been, such an outlet, since its inception. And again, we're thrilled to be a part of it and happy to be back here for another great day of basketball. And like I said, even bigger for the foundation here of the SL24. 5:20, 15-12 here. First half action between Howard and Smyrna. Battle two teams in the top 10 to the basket, a little bit too strong. And it's going to stay down this side with Smyrna. That was Kai Burnett, and now she'll have the honors to do the inbound. Quick for 3. It's up a little long. But another opportunity as Smyrna really dominating those second chance opportunities as Howard races down the other side. So you had a chance to check out any of the auction items and everything like that. I saw the Jalen Carter jersey is up there in the mezzanine, and
I know,
some big things going on up there. And as the day progresses,
yeah, bigger to have some Eagles stuff up there too, getting ready for next weekend. But seen a lot of people taking advantage of the lock boxes over there at the table down here. So an exciting day, and hopefully by tonight we'll have some excited winners for those auction items.
That's right. Like Kira Davis the other way for Howard, and then it's Ellerby who was camped out under the basket on the other side. She's able to answer that bucket with one of her own. So 17-14 as the two teams exchange here halfway through the second. To the corner, that's a deep three. And just off the mark for Noelle Edwards. Well, you have a different perspective of Sean's house since you have been there, as you said, since the very beginning.
Yes.
You saw the growth that we went to the basketball tournament. What about the growth of Sean's house, in general, just over the years, to see everything that they're doing, new things each and every year. My family just recently got involved on the other side, so they were here last night. Just talk a little bit about Sean's house and everything going on in Newark.
Yeah. So I think, with the rooms as an addition to the house has been really incredible to watch grow. That happened spring of 2023. We started expanding out to those rooms. So it's been nice to see not only how the house has gained traction on the university and having some partnerships with the University of Delaware and the athletic department over there, which I was a part of. But on top of that, just being able to see how it's spreading to the high school communities as well. I think we talk often about how as early as we can get the conversation started is just key to making it something that's a little bit less taboo and something that people are more comfortable talking about. So being able to have those in the high schools and starting those conversations, and then when students do, since Delaware does have so many in-state students, getting them to the house afterward in college is just really an awesome opportunity for us, and then expanding out to different communities, making sure that our programming groups are taking into account all the different people that we can serve.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about it, and I know St. Mark's has it over there now. One of the first schools there is that shot on the baseline is up. Noelle Edwards knocking down the jumper from the baseline. 19-16 Smyrna, 3.5 to go here in half number one. Peyton Craig got a few threes on the resume. That one overshot. And a quick turnover, though, for Howard. Edwards was looking for a teammate, so we'll go back to the Eagles here with 3:25.
But Allie, you were talking about how special these programs are, and as your former position director of peer support, can you take us through what it means to be a peer in the house or in these rooms? What do they work on, and why does the money we're raising matter so much to these programs?
Absolutely. So being a peer at Sean's house is really an opportunity for people that have their own lived experience of struggling with their mental health, for whatever that may look like for that individual. But being able to take advantage of that experience and use it to help people that may be going through something similar at that time. And so I think it's almost equally as important for both sides of the equation, for someone being able to get support from someone that feels like they can relate to them a little bit more. And then in addition, for someone that's in the peer's position, being able to pay it forward like that. And I think it helps people to, almost heal from their own experiences as well. And so being able to give people that opportunity as peers and that volunteer position, but also just being able to provide a space. And so, what the money is able to do is just make that space comfortable. And I think that's the key first step as well. Being able to make sure people are comfortable and able to talk, and then being able to supply those people for our guests to talk to is really key. And then in addition to that, beyond just our peer support, having our support groups at the house as well, making sure that if finding a community is something that would be beneficial to someone's mental health, we see connection as such a protective factor for people's mental health. And so being able to offer that space, community on a larger scale with people that have similar struggles is just, can be really life-changing.
And timeout on the floor, as we will stay right here courtside at the field house with our special guest, Allie, here, who's talking about the SL24, Sean's house, and everything that's gone on to it here since its inception, years ago. And you heard Declan say earlier in the broadcast, over $2.2 million has been raised here in the last 6 years at the SL24 and SL24 Foundation. And again, your donations, auction, merchandise, ticket sales, all goes directly to help support and fund Sean's house and the foundation itself. And for more info on the SL24, again, you can visit unlockthelight.com. Again, if you want to check out the online auction, which I will be talking about at nauseum today, even in front of Declan, who does not like the Jalen Carter signed jersey.
I didn't say that.
GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7. There it is. The future defensive player of the year for the Eagles. You can get that signed jersey upstairs. That one missed inside, but a second chance now for Howard. And as Declan mentioned earlier, some offensive rebounding for both teams, a little bit more for Smyrna. As Burnett the other way in transition for 2, and she's got 4 points. And again, how you can donate, visit GiveButter.com. Again, /SL24 Classic 7. But the easiest way right there, it's on your screen. Just scan that QR code. That'll take you exactly where you need to be to make your donations, to make your impact. So go ahead and scan that QR code right there. And again, donate to a great cause here in the SL24. It's opening so many doors here in the state of Delaware, across the country, since it's been around. Again, nothing like that before it came here. I mean, nothing that really, as you mentioned, Allie, kind of highlighted the struggle of mental health. It was something that you said not a lot of people wanted to talk about, did talk about. And now with Sean's House and the SL24, just opening so many more doors and helping so many people.
Absolutely, and opening up the opportunity for people to seek help as well. You know, if peer support isn't kind of fitting the bill and someone does need a higher level of care, having those resources available and just someone to kind of hold your hand through the process of getting connected is huge as well.
No doubt, again, nothing like it, nothing that we've seen, and just going to continue to grow and continue to make such a great impact. Again, not only here in the first state, but again, across the country. Some subs here now for the Wildcats. 1:33 to go here, guys, here in the opening half. 24-16. It's been the Smyrna Eagles who come in ranked just one spot ahead of Howard in the Delaware Live Sports rankings. 7 and 8. Edwards lets Craig go by. Now going to pull up on the baseline, and Craig got a hand on her, I believe. So some free throws coming up for number 4 in white in Noelle Edwards.
And I do want to ask Allie, as somebody that worked in the house, what does it mean when you mention, you know, fostering community? I feel like Sean's house is such a unique space, as it was Sean's actual house, and the community that he was able to foster during his time in that in 136. What does it mean to have, you know, somebody that is struggling, that needs help, come in and see somebody just in a house, in a comfortable space? How important is it to have that sort of that as the foundation, like that as the main, you know, home base almost for this whole foundation?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would all love for our long-term goal to be to eliminate that stigma of having conversations about mental health. But in the meantime, we're going to keep working to knock down as many barriers as we can. So whether that's making it a comfortable space to walk into that doesn't have a label on it that makes people, you know, more hesitant to get help, or also just having some snacks so that when people first walk in the door of Sean's house, I think one thing that really works about the way we have it set up is that people don't have to talk right when they walk in. We're not doing intake. There's no prerequisite to come into the house, and there's no requirements when to get there either. So really allowing people the space to first just come in and do what they want, whether that's interacting with one of our pet therapy dogs from our PAWS teams, or reading a book in our mindfulness library, or taking advantage of the art supplies in the kitchen as well. Just taking advantage of those little things that make people more comfortable. And I think opening up that time for someone to, you know, pace themselves. It can be hard to expect someone to open up in just the first moment that they walk in. And so I think it's been really beneficial creating that space, and then seeing how much more comfortable people get and are then able to actually ask for help. And I think, you know, hearing about people's stories can be really helpful for people that are struggling to open up as well. Just being able to hear that they're not the only one that's been in their position, or that you're in a house of people that are really supportive of maybe the times that you may feel embarrassed or ashamed that you're feeling the way you do. So I think it's one of the few places, especially on looking to a college campus or even a high school campus as well, just having that super non-judgmental, open, and embracing space at any stage, whether it's your best day or maybe even your worst.
Yeah, very well put, Allie. And again, we have about 35 seconds to round down the first half. 24-19, Eagles leading the Wildcats. And just wanted to, again, ask you quickly here before we went to the half, you know, what made you want to get involved, and how did you maybe, you know, hear about all this, you know, years ago, and what made you want to take that step, you know, to start this part of your life and give, you know, so much here to the volunteer aspect of it, something that means, you know, so much to a lot of people?
So I The reason why I got involved at the house is I actually had a friend of mine, his name is Brendan, that I also lost in 2018.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And so when I was a junior in high school, I experienced that loss and definitely was ill-equipped to process it at that point. But realizing, I think trying to turn that around after I was able to have my own time to grieve and turning that into something that, rather than just sitting with that, I could actually help someone else work through that struggle as well. You know, it's not something that we like to find that we have in common with people, but unfortunately, ever increasing, there are so many people that experience that sort of loss. And so being able to bring my experience of losing someone, especially at a young age, forward and seeing how many things paralleled with my friend Brendan's story and Sean's, both being athletes, both being young, both being just surrounded by a bunch of people that love them, and trying to, you know, make a dent in the amount of people that feel that moving forward, and also for the communities that those people are involved in, being a support to them.
Wow. Very impressive. And again, all the work that you've done, you know, for the SL24, I know everybody here appreciates it. We appreciate it. And again, the goal is just to keep that going and to keep it strengthening and evolving as that takes us here to the conclusion of half number one. 25-19, the Smyrna Eagles lead the Howard Wildcats. Again, it was Ellerby with 8 points. She has the game high here so far, so 25-19 is your score. Allie, so thank you so much. We really appreciate you joining us here courtside. Hopefully we'll have a chance to talk to you again here throughout the day, but thank you so much for your perspective and everything you've done here for SL24.
Thank you.
And that's going to take us here to the conclusion of half number one. 15 minutes on the clock. Declan will be back with second half action. It's the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic here at the Fieldhouse.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We've all met people who are outstanding individuals, people that just vibrate with goodness. And they walk into a room and you feel better just because they're there. And yet even those incredible people have days when they're not shining, when life isn't vibrating, when they're hurting. We're all hurt by life. We're all broken in ways. And the reality is that there are times when we feel pain in such a way. In this culture, we're not encouraged to then reach out and ask somebody for help. We're afraid of that word, that phrase, mental illness, because it has such a stigma attached to it. There are times when each of us needs to know, I need help. I need to ask someone to talk to me, to let me talk to them, to be heard. One of the great beauties of this place, this Sean's house, is the fact that anybody can come and knock on the door and they'll be welcomed by someone who is so present, so attentive to that individual, that person. They're so with them that they feel accepted. They feel, I'm being heard, and maybe I'm being cared for in a way that there is hope, that there is light that will continue to shine in my life.
many ways, Sean's Room is about creating a space in which students are able to discover both community, but also that safety of knowing I'm not okay, I'm not who I believe I'm supposed to be, and seek that healing, that strength, that compassion in and through others to get where they believe God's calling them to be.
I would really say it's about the brotherhood here. We have a sense of belonging here. I just find Sean's Room to like really be homey for me.
I've seen a lot of guys come in here during their study halls as another space outside of library to go. It's a little more casual and less study heavy, but something that I've noticed is guys who kind of just come in here and they're here and these little activities that we have, they're slowly starting to open up and almost realize in their own way without too much pressure kind of what's going on in their own lives, and they start to ask themselves their own questions.
We can't address the whole person if we don't have spaces dedicated to the pieces of ourselves that don't feel like they're working the way we want them to. And I think that's why Sean's Room, but really any dedicated space for mental health, is so important in schools today.
Very frequently I will see people come in here kind of like very obviously stressed about a class or coursework, and they'll come in here expecting to be doing it the entire time. And of course they can do their work if they want to, but they'll often get sucked into like a puzzle we're doing or just one of the games that the guys will have out and playing. They like to play Catan a lot.
It's really just a mental health safe haven is the best way to describe it. It's a hangout spot where teens can be themselves and have open conversations about their mental health and what they're going through. But it also is a place where you can hang out, you can be around other people.
People can come in for different reasons. They want to grab a snack, they want to take a break, they want to talk to a friend, they want to study down here because there's, their friends are goofing off in the library. It allows people to come together, and then that's when the conversations start to happen. Eventually, over time, the relationships that are formed here and the time spent gets to the deeper conversations that I think this room is important for.
Like, everybody wants to not be full of stress, and to come down here, it's definitely great. And I know that my Sally's guys definitely love being in here.
Creating a room like this goes like, we see it and we want to be part of the solution, not kind of simply wring our hands and be like, what's going on? We want to be part of a solution. We've managed to create a space that is pushing back on a societal framework that keeps guys pretty boxed in. And I think we've broken a lot of those boxes open.
I think the students being the peer support is a really special but unique model that really works here for a specific reason. I think we came in here and we just gave a space for what was already here, and that's the brotherhood that they have.
Sean's Room is the greatest addition here in a while. Like, I don't think I can name a better room because of the fact that you can just come in anytime and unwind and relax.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's.
Because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
Someone who's been a light for me is my mom, because she was able to shine a light on me in a dark time and is able to separate my basketball life from my at-home life, because she's my coach at school.
My mom has been a light in my life, because she sacrificed a lot for me when I was younger, just chasing my dreams to play basketball. That's all she did, and she do everything for me. She's like my best friend. I could talk to her about anything.
Probably my parents. They always tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but it's always looking out for my best interest and looking out for what is best for me and my teammates.
It's probably my friends. I know they're always there so that I can talk to them and they listen to what I have to say. And they're always reminding me whatever happens, it's not that big of a deal, and that I'm strong enough to face it.
Me and my friends have been with each other through highs and lows. I can't count the many times that I've cried on their shoulder, they've cried on my shoulder.
Someone has been a light for me is my little brother. Whenever I look at him, I just get a motivation to go harder every time. So a lot of the stuff I do is for him.
Someone that was a light to me is my pop. He my motivation, and he helped me get through everything I do as a black young man.
Someone that's been a light for me has been my therapist. Just throughout my life, she gave me coping skills for whenever I'm feeling anxious or depressed.
Someone who's been a light in my life has been my sister. She's a couple years older than me, and she's just always been there to brighten my day or make me feel better about if I had a bad day or a mistake, and she's just been a light to me.
I say my sister, my little sister, because just knowing I have somebody younger that looks up to me, and when my parents and them get older, I'm gonna have to be that person to step up and provide. And knowing that I can't make a lot of mistakes in her face because she's gonna be following my footsteps.
Light for me in my life is definitely my sister Maggie. I'm always due for a call for her when I need something or when she needs something. So our relationship has been so impactful for me. And when I struggle, I know I can always call her or shoot her a quick text, and I know she'll respond.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by Jersey Mike's, Platinum Dining Group, St. Mark's High School, and the Cicero family.
And welcome back to the Chase Fieldhouse, your home site of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Again, all getting started here with a special start time of 10:24 this morning, where the Howard Wildcats met with the Smyrna Eagles here as we are bringing you back here courtside as we are moments away from getting second half underway. Look who we found upstairs. We brought him down here. Barnett's joining us here for half number 2. And, of course, Declan back with us as well. Well, guys, here we are heading to the second half of the SL24 7th Annual. Barnett, you were here last night, right back up here again this morning. A great slate of games and a great slate today as well. How'd everything go last night?
Everything went amazing last night. It was electric. It was emotional. The energy was incredible. And I'm just excited for that to continue with the best, the greatest in the business, YouTube.
Oh, there we go. Barnett playing right to us here early on. But Declan, we're going to see some highlights here, show you around the crowd. A nice crowd here for our start. An early matinee action here, 10:24, of course, in honor of our great friend Sean. And we're going to see some of the highlights from the first half here. And we're going to start with those Howard Wildcats. Noelle Edwards, guys, led them 5 points in that first half. You see Ellerby there for Smyrna. She led the way for the Eagles in red with 8 points. A lot of outside shooting for Smyrna there, guys, in that first half. Howard doing a lot of their dirty work inside and at the free throw line. A 6-point lead here for Smyrna as we are set to begin the second half, but a fun first half of basketball.
Yeah, you've seen it. I mean, both teams had incredible pressure on defense, but the difference so far has been Smyrna has been able to hit from the outside, and they've been able to space the floor and open stuff from the inside. But Howard will not go away. As you can see, this little fast break layup there, they have been keeping within distance, but Smyrna has just been too good from 3 and from G League 3, which I know is beyond impressive.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun second half, about 2 minutes away from getting that going. And Barnett, it's just great to have you here now to talk with you here in the second half. And again, a great friend of Sean, and you've done so much here for the SL24, since, its inception, etc. Just talk a little bit about what it's been like for you here the last few years and now being back at the tournament for another year. How's it feel to be back in 2025 for the 7th annual? We're in year 7 now.
It's amazing. It truly is. I was telling someone last night, it's one of my favorite weekends of the year because it's all the good memories of Sean. It's all about the love and energy. And I love Delaware. Delaware's still near and dear to my heart. So I always love coming back and being a small contributor to such a, amazing foundation that is actually impacting the community. It's all you can ask for, to be honest. It fills my spirit, and I'll never miss this weekend for as long as I'm able to. And I love just, being on camera, being on the radio with you two, with Mike, with Scott and Bill. So it fills me up. And so I look forward to every year to play the small part and helping out, giving back to this community that gave me so much.
And we're thrilled to have you here courtside with us for the second half. Get some of Barnett's basketball IQ and knowledge here onto the broadcast alongside myself and Declan. And guys, 30 seconds away from getting it going. But let's tell everybody at home how they can donate, how they can make their impact felt for such a great cause. Again, that's bigger than just basketball. You can head over to unlockthelight.com/donate. But the easy way is right there. You can go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. That'll take you right to where you need to be and all the outlets that you have to be able to donate. So again, right there, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. And then how about some of these highlights right there, some of the best, as you can see Sean there, not only great when he was on the floor, but also cheering on his teammates, a big part of that championship team. And still remember him taking on Michigan State and you guys being there in that game. And Sean able to put some points on the board. And what a phenomenal NCAA tournament appearance it was. And here we go, guys, back underway. It's number 7 Smyrna, number 8 Howard. Third quarter action has begun, a 25-19 lead. And how about this, a 3 to start off the quarter, just short into the hands of Peyton Craig.
What are you looking for in this half, Declan? I'm looking for Howard to try to control the pace a little bit, force Smyrna off of the three-point lines, and to get a few easy buckets.
Yeah, completely agreed. And on the other end, Smyrna needs to keep the pace up, keep Howard on their toes, make sure that they are finding their shots. And I would like to see a little more in the half court as well, because Smyrna's a very talented team, but as you can see, a physical presence inside. They've been able to control the boards mostly, and they've been rushing almost a little bit. I'd like to see them, slow down and impose their will in that way.
Heading to the free throw line will be Divya Savage, the talented freshman. playing inside for the Eagles. Knocks that first free throw down. She'll have another one on the way.
One thing I've noticed in the 4 games so far, there's been a lot of talented freshmen in Delaware basketball. There's been a lot of freshmen that have played a lot of minutes this weekend, have made a lot of impact in the game. As Savage misses the second free throw, I'm really impressed.
And again, I got a chance to check out St. Elizabeth's last night, and that team has a bunch of young talent on it. They're freshmen and sophomores as well. Barnett, you're absolutely right about that. This year it seems to be a lot of young talent. To the basket goes Burnett through contact, and she'll earn herself now a trip to the free throw line.
I just feel like Delaware is very unique in that aspect. You know, there are a lot of opportunities for people to become those young stars, you know, rising stars. We've seen it a lot, at least throughout my time, you know, as a Sally's grad, being able to see a lot of talented people. I mean, we were talking about, you know, Bones Highland back in the day, Nana Njoku, who's playing good minutes at Villanova, you know, people like that. It's just so impressive and such a great stage, you know, to be here in the Fieldhouse.
And a shout out to former Delaware Blue Hen Jair Davis, now at Syracuse, 4-time All-Stater here at Sanford as well, playing back when he was a freshman as that free throw drops in. 28-21, almost a minute into the third. 7-point lead now extended here with Smyrna Eagles. And again, Barnett, are you an Eagles fan?
I am a diehard Pittsburgh Steelers.
As that one's up ahead and finished off by Ellerby.
I am offended you asked me that.
Well, I've been sitting here at the desk with Declan, and I've been trying to, you know, I mean, this Jalen Carter signed jersey at the auctions is a hot ticket item. And Declan was like, yeah, I'm a Giants fan, not really into Jalen Carter, and I just took my excitement down.
But you do got to respect, you know, how he's been able to play, how that whole defense has been able to play.
They've been incredible, I'm telling you.
And guess what? It's really easy for you to go get a Jalen Carter jersey right now.
It's right upstairs. Again, and you can head right over there to check out the auction items. GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7. That 3 is up, and that 3 is in. That one courtesy of Glory Forby. As we have a quick timeout on the floor, we'll stay right here courtside, talk to you a little bit more about the virtual auction. You can bid on all kinds of great items, and you can do that right now. And here's the replay here. Check out Glory Forby from Beyond the Arc.
And that was huge because Howard needed some semblance of momentum. And I think that's what this timeout is. Hey, guys, let's get a stop. We are still in this game, but it would be big to halt what Smyrna's been able to do coming out of the half.
And again, Smyrna, we saw them use that outside shooting in the first half, something Howard wasn't able to do. Well, they come out here in the third quarter, knock down a triple. If they can get some of those outside shots to fall, they'll be right back in this thing as well. So again, Smyrna with about 3 or 4 threes in that first half. They lead by 8, 6:20 to go here in the third. And again, $2.2 million has been raised for Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation through the first 6 years. And you look at the sheet here, just it's gotten bigger every year, right? The first year over $200,000, the second year $230,000, then $250,000, then the fourth year all the way up to over $400,000 to $525,000 in the fifth year, and then last year over $600,000.
Incredible.
And you know what that means, right? This year we got to overdo that. We have to overtake $600,000, so we need everybody's help at home to do just that. Again, visit GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic. UnlockTheLight.com/donate, or you can just text Classic 7 to 53555. Of course, we've got a number we got to beat from last year, guys, so let's get there as Peyton Craig knocks it down from the mid-range.
It's just amazing the support of this community, whether it's volunteering or giving back monetarily. To make that much just shows the impact that this has on everyone who's given their time or money. And it's just, it warms my heart because the Sean's House and SL24 has remained true to its purpose. Sean's House is going to always be open 24/7, and it's always going to be free of charge. And these contributions help ensure that we will always remain open 24/7, and we will never ask anyone for $1 when they are in their crisis, or whenever they come to an event, or whenever they come just to speak to a peer. And that's just the beauty of the foundation. And I think Sean would be very happy with where things are, as I am very happy, and I'm very happy for what the future holds. The more young people's lives we can impact and help, and your contributions ensure that we are able to continuously do that. And it's amazing. But even if you don't or aren't able to give monetarily, come volunteer.
Absolutely.
Give your time. Or even send a text to your friend. Be like, hey, how are you doing? Like, how is your mental? How is your family? Just send it. You may not know that they need it, and that might make their day. So there's multiple ways other than giving financially to the SL24 that you can make an impact known and give back to the youth.
And that was a big part of the message last night from Chris Locke, Sean's dad, and has been a driving factor in SL24 and Unlock the Light, what Unlock the Light's been able to do. But he was saying, so much of this is about making sure people know you care about them, right? And being cared for. Everybody loves to know that they're cared for, and that's such an important part. I know in my struggles, you get caught up in the issues that you have and the issues that you see. You don't realize what other people think from the outside. So it's just as important as to reach out and let somebody know, even if you can't give, like you said, Barnett, monetarily, making sure that people in your life know that you love them. It's so important.
Some free throws good that time for Divya Savage, as Smyrna now into a double-digit lead here, 33-22, 5:21 remaining in the third quarter here at the 7th annual SL24, our first game of our Saturday slate, as we have a whistle and a foul. A jump ball. We'll have a tie-up, and possession arrow going to give it back to the Eagles. And again, if you know someone is experiencing a mental health emergency, you can call 911. The number to the National Suicide Prevention Line is 800-273-TALK. And again, the crisis text line, you can text HOME to 741-741. So again, your National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 800-273-TALK. And then, of course, the text line, you can text HOME to 741-741. Again, so whoever in a moment of doubt or anything, there's ways that you can get help. Again, if not locally here to Sean's house or the SL24, those are your national numbers that you can call and text. So Peyton Craig now at the free throw line for Smyrna, as the Eagles have done a good job of getting to the charity stripe here in the third. And the freshman able to split a pair.
And it's like we've talked about, physical defense, making sure Howard doesn't have a chance to set up their offense in time, and then setting up in the half court, taking time, finding the right opportunity, and attacking. Smyrna's been all over this game.
Some pressure here now from the Eagles. See if they can make things tough on the Wildcats. Are able to break it rather easily for the moment. There's Edwards, 5 points in the first half. The mid-range jumper off the mark. Offensive rebound for the Wildcats, and the putback is up and in, and that is Forby. So Glory Forby having herself a nice start. 6 points for her. She was part of one of the intro videos here on the SL24. Nice kick from Ellerby to Burnett in the corner, and that was in rhythm. Catch and shoot. A pretty stroke from 11 in red.
That was great execution, great play, great drive, and way to give up a good shot for a better shot.
Something Coach Inglesby likes to preach at the University of Delaware.
My former coach.
That's right. And just a step behind the line, that's going to be over and back against Smyrna. So just a 7-point lead here halfway through the third quarter. Again, it's been a good one throughout. Both teams have been back and forth between our 7th-ranked team and 8th-ranked teams here in the state.
Yeah, not only do we get to celebrate Sean's life with this celebration, but these games mean something. These are important games for the outcome of the rest of the season. And, it's finally February. We're getting down the stretch of the basketball season as a great find and a better layup there to cut the lead.
It's Helena Griffin, and now Smyrna trying to answer quickly the other way. First layup attempt is off the mark. Good defense underneath, and then a grab and a whistle. It was Aaliyah Johnson who was wrapped up from behind from Divya Savage. And that will be the, I believe, first or second team foul only against Smyrna. Howard, though, dealing with 5, so the Eagles will be shooting the rest of the quarter.
A good hustle by Johnson not to give up on that play and get fouled. Stealing possessions are going to be big when you have such a deficit.
Inside. Good hustle that time from Miasia James, who had the body hit the floor. But it will stay down this side with Howard. Wildcats working it around. It was Forby who inbounded. She gets it back in the far side corner, puts it on the floor on the baseline and scores.
That was great execution from Howard on the out-of-bounds play when they absolutely needed a score to try and chill the momentum Smyrna had built up.
Quick shot the other way, and it's going to result in 2 free throws. Some contact underneath. I think it was Helena Griffin who was able to get a piece of Gabby Royal on her way up to the basket.
That is exactly right. It was a piece. I thought that was a little all ball by Griffin. I thought that was a good block. She had her hand straight up. That I think you hit it on the nose. She had a piece of her.
There we go. Declan and I need you down here for the unbiased, right? We need you to get down to what's going on out there. As the first free throw is off the mark for Gabby Royal. Another one on the way. You know, they do say, Barnett, the ball doesn't lie sometimes. Is that what they say?
The ball does not lie, indeed.
I've heard that. But we talked about the outside shooting, and it showed there, right? Smyrna starts hitting outside shots, which forces Howard's defense to commit. So the shot fake leads to the dribble drive and then getting to the line. That's just smart basketball.
1-2 from the line there for Gabby Royal. Lead back into double figures now, 38-28. A lot of time left here in game 1 of our SL24 Saturday slate. And another whistle and a foul on the other side. So some free throws coming up now for the Wildcats. It's going to be like Kira Davis who will step to the stripe.
Davis has 2 shots.
We're looking to get on the board here today. It's the first one just rims out. As Burnett going to get into the game here for Smyrna. Second one on the way, off the back end of the rim. An offensive rebound, though, here for Howard. The putback just wouldn't fall for Helena Griffin. And now the Eagles looking to pull it out of the pack. A whistle and a turnover. Excuse me, no, going to stay with the Eagles. Last touched, they're going to say by Aaliyah Johnson.
That was good defense, though. She picked up full court, made her uncomfortable, and just went off her foot. That's what this Howard team needs to do. They need to apply pressure on the defensive end. Don't allow Smyrna to so easily get into the sets, so easily execute the plays, and make sure you get hands up, try to get a tip ball, make them uncomfortable.
Smyrna still riding the wave. We mentioned a few times a big win over #1 ranked Ursuline on Thursday. And no Gigi Banks in that contest for the Red Raiders, but still a big-time win for the Smyrna Eagles, their biggest win of the season. And they'll be moving up a little bit from that #7 ranking come next week, but gonna have to get a victory here today to solidify that. And it's been a great season for Howard as well. 92 on the year, and another top 10 team here in the state as Burnett knocks down the free throw.
And it's not nothing to be said about what that does to your confidence. Being able to defeat the state champion, really the #1 ranked team in the state, that does a lot for your confidence, especially at this point in the year.
I agree.
You've played several games. You're starting to get into the nitty-gritty of the season where confidence will help fuel you to the next stage and then to the eventual playoffs.
Yep. And a team you'll most likely see again, I would imagine.
That's right, yeah. So it seems to work out that way most of the time. As the Eagles now settling into that zone defensively. It's going to lead to an Edwards 3 in the corner. She'll get her own rebound off the miss. And a second chance here for Howard for the moment. Tipped around, though, and stolen by the Eagles. And now Smyrna on the run. Looking up ahead. Nice pass to Gabby Royal underneath. She lost it. We'll have to get it back to Burnett. She'll pass. Extra pass now to the corner. Royal's 3 is no good. Burnett crashing the boards. Couldn't finish. And now a tie-up under the basket. We'll see which way the possession arrow goes. And it will stay with Smyrna, but Smyrna doing a good job of dominating the glass a little bit here, especially on the offensive side.
It's unselfishness. I mean, the way they've been able to move the ball, people are crashing the boards. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that'll have you playing in March. You know, these are the games that, you know, you got to leave it all out on the floor. And the way that they've been able to make those extra passes like you guys talked about earlier, but not only that, not just watching that shot, following it up, that's huge. And that's why they've been able to beat teams like Ursula.
Burnett and Ellerby top of here. Here's Burnett. Trying to trap her in the corner. Last touched off the foot of a Wildcat.
And Howard needs to do a little bit better job of talking on the defense. They were unclear whether they're going to switch on the dribble handoffs or switch on the screens. That can cause Smyrna some uncomfortability, but you just got to make sure you and your teammates are on the same page, because that's how you get the turnovers, and that's how you get to points, and that's how you can cut this lead down.
They got it into single digits a minute or so ago. Smyrna able to respond. Driving, kicking, Burnett, corner three. Hung on the rim, fell off. And this time possession will head to Howard. They'll have 1:25 to go as we wind down the third quarter. And remember, you can donate a bunch of different ways. You can head over to unlockthelake.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24 to the basket, and able to finish Alina Griffin.
That was a great drive. Get it, push it, saw she had an opening, and she made the most of it. That was a great drive.
It was a confident take, too. That's what Howard needs the rest of the way out. Be confident in yourself, in your abilities.
You
Don't
know
be
who was
afraid.
confident, Declan? Sean Law.
Oh, absolutely.
That man did not see a shot he did not like, or a shot he wasn't willing to take. And a shot he wasn't willing to take and accept the consequences if it didn't go in.
Hey, he had in the gym confidence.
In the gym confidence, yes, indeed, Declan.
I tell you, he was a heck of an athlete. Trying to get him, maybe play some football and stuff too, but I couldn't get him. Couldn't get him out there. But as we have a whistle and a foul on the other end, we're able to get Kyle Lynch out there, his senior year. But he was Sean could have played if he wanted to. He could have done it. He had the athleticism for sure.
I heard last night he won Best Smile.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
I'm not shocked. I mean, that makes total sense.
Homecoming king his senior year, right?
He lost it at Delaware to me. He said Barnett had the best smile.
How about that friendship group and those accolades you guys are bringing home?
That had to be a 1 and 1A type thing. That had to be close.
A free throw over for Griffin here. Rolls off, but an offensive board. Forby went back up. Couldn't finish. How about a third chance? A little short, but the opportunity is endless right now for Howard. Forby makes the extra pass. Edwards looking for three. Around and out, and then almost saved again. How about the hustle on the far side in front of the bench, diving over some teammates in Aaliyah Johnson.
I know they came up empty-handed there, but that was probably the best offensive possession I've seen Howard play this half. They attacked, they had 3 opportunities, and they ended it with passing up a good shot for an even better shot, and then almost had a 4th chance. As a coach, outside of getting, maybe making the free throws, outside of that, you cannot be mad at that. They just played really hard on that possession.
A little hesitation there from Ellerby. And I believe able to draw the foul. So some free throws coming up here with 25.5 seconds. For Smyrna, a chance to extend this lead, which stands at 10. They're leading 40-30.
I'll tell you what, this is quite the game to start the day here. This is an absolute battle. And 2 teams that know how much this game means and how much this tournament means. I mean, you saw on the replay a couple minutes ago, Johnson diving into the bench. That's the kind of hustle that, as a coach, you love to see that, like you were saying, Barney.
I was known for diving. even when the ball was already out of bounds.
Gotta show the hustle.
Gotta show the hustle.
Absolutely.
That's how the fans start to love you.
That's true. There you gotta do the dirty work. Free throws missed and a strong rebound underneath by Griffin. Leads to a break here for Howard. Pass up with the head of the pack. It is ran down by Carter. And now it's Edwards. To the basket, Noel Edwards couldn't finish the layup. Second chance, no. And Howard just unable to finish inside. Final shot potentially coming for the Eagles. It'll be knocked out of bounds, and it'll be Smyrna basketball with 2.6 to go. So a chance for Smyrna to get a shot off here at the buzzer. We'll see what head coach Aaron Gums comes up with here.
One thing you have to do is 3 seconds left. You have to make sure the person out of bounds informs everyone of the time, run the execution, and know you have maybe a dribble.
It's going to be Ellerby catch and shoot three. That's what they wanted, but instead it falls short. And that'll take us to quarter number 4. It's 40-30 in our opening game of SL24 Saturday. We're coming back with fourth quarter action right here from the Chase Fieldhouse.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by Jersey Mike's, Platinum Dining Group, St. Mark's High School, and the Cicero family.
And we welcome you back into the 7th annual SL24 basketball tournament here at the home of the Delaware Bluecoats, the G League affiliate of the Philadelphia 76ers, the Chase Fieldhouse. As we are joined here, Nick Alessandrini, Declan Landis, and Barnett Harris here as we are set to start the fourth quarter, 40-30. It was Smyrna. They've led from wire to wire. It's been close, a close battle here at times. And Smyrna kind of extending that lead there in the third quarter. They've done it with some outside shooting. And they're led by Ellerby. She's got 10 points. Burnett with 8. And then Forby with 10 for Howard as we are set here to begin fourth quarter action. It'll be Howard controlling it here to start the fourth quarter. And again, a lot of basketball left, just a 10-point deficit for the Wildcats. They'll feed it inside to start. Turn off the window, too strong for Clark. And then the rebound into the hands of Smyrna and a whistle in the backcourt.
It's good look, but good defense by Savage underneath. Just hands straight up, just impact. Making sure she wasn't reaching over, she wasn't getting that foul. And a great defensive rebound as well.
And again, we are all here because of the SL24 and their mission to educate, assist, and create a safe haven where high school and college students can seek professional help and speak to their peers about their struggles. As we have it tipped out of bounds, going to stay on that side of the floor. And again, with your help and support, we can continue to help remove the stigma of depression and make available the resources to get those the help they need. The funds raised from this year will allow the foundation to keep providing services, developing Sean's House, including that Pier 24 program, and Sean's Room that's located at St. Mark's High School, Salesian, and the Warehouse in Wilmington, and at St. George's. And on cue, guys, there's Ellerby. She knocks down the triple. She's been great today, and you see that on your screen. How you can donate to the SL24. Visit unlockthelake.com/donate. The easy way, text Classic 7 to 53555, or you can scan that QR code on your screen right there. Pull out your phones, and it'll take you to the donation page where you can make your impact there. So a big 3 on the other side for Smyrna, and Ellerby lead to 13, and now they'll have the ball back.
I tell you what, if I get that 7-day trip to Antigua, I might consider taking you.
Oh, now we're talking.
I might consider taking you.
My
Declan, I'm open for persuasion. Declan,
You know what?
I'm open for persuasion if you want to take his spot. Or maybe I'll take Jimmy. Can Jimmy get away
if you
from
can hear
Ohio?
us, Jimmy?
Yeah, Jimmy can hear us. Can you get away from Ohio for a few days?
Funny you said that, Barnett, too, because earlier we were looking at some of the items we were going through. I highlighted Jalen Carter, and the first thing Declan said was, there's a 7-night stay in Antigua. There you go. And there's that shot off the mark for Craig. Big rebound up for grabs, battled for, taken by Howard. Wildcats trying to get up and running. As Vorby had it stripped away. It's a loose ball being tracked down. And check out the hustle here with these teams, guys. I mean, we've said it a few times already, but they are really putting it on the line here. And again, you can visit the virtual auction. You can bid on great items. Again, head on over to that auction page, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Was scrolling through it there, looking at the athletics tab a little while ago. I mean, vacations, athletics, you name it. University of Delaware package, St. Mark's package, Jalen Carter package, and of course those vacations. And as Barnett said, those might be the top notch there. We'll see.
Absolutely. Year's tuition at St. Mark's.
There you go. That's a great one.
Yeah, that is incredible.
I'm going to be real with you. I started working my full-time job a month ago. I now understand the importance of the vacation, okay? And there's nothing like working 45 hours a week that makes you hear Antigua and you go, you know what, maybe.
7 nights, too. How about that? That is a rare, nice stay. Ellerby leaking up ahead of the pack, off the window and through. Timeout on the floor with the Wildcats. Coach Curtis Clack going to want to talk something over here. As Smyrna now looking at their largest lead here of the early afternoon. They lead 45-30 with 6:19 to go here in our opening matchup of Saturday's slate at the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. We'll stay right here and talk to you about the ways that you can donate. And again, if you're in the area, just come on in. Ticket prices, you can come in $15 for adults, $10 for students. And again, if you can just donate that much money just for watching, it can really go a long way. And whatever anyone can do to help out this cause, it's greatly appreciated. And of course, we thank everyone for tuning in and everyone that's volunteered their time, their money, anything for the SL24. As we mentioned, it goes to such a great cause and for such a long way. And we're all thrilled just to be back here and part of it for another year.
Well, and one thing we haven't really talked about, I mean, we mentioned, being able to donate. We mentioned coming in. We haven't mentioned the merchandise. I mean, you're sporting the gray crew. I got a crew neck last night. I
New
believe
drop.
so.
That's a new one. I don't have that one yet. I don't have that one yet.
You can see a little bit there. I actually, the cream one, I have a gray version with the house on the front.
That's
136. I love that.
I got the blue one. I think of that one.
Yep.
That one right there. Yeah, that's what. Maybe it's
gorgeous.
gray, blue. Maybe I'm colorblind, Declan. But I will tell you this.
Okay. Hey, you were right there.
That is, to this day, that is I got it, I think last year, the year before, the comfiest crew neck now I own.
It
is by far. I couldn't believe it.
It is.
It was a
unbelievable.
fantastic merchandise here at the SL24. Now looking at Barnett, I'm going to have to go and grab that one on the way out a little bit later on today. But great merchandise here in honor of a great friend here at the SL24.
Absolutely. So if you're at home and you're not doing anything later today, come hang out with us.
That's
come
right.
have some fun with
We're
us.
a great time.
We're here all day.
We're having a great time,
Yeah.
too.
We crack jokes.
I'm
we
doing
talk
the
basketball.
PA at 2. I've never done that before. You can come listen
I'm
to
looking
me.
forward to hearing Declan on the PA.
It'll be
as well.
something.
Here's Gabby Royal off of the steal for Smyrna. Burnett not trigger shy. That'll fly, and it drops. Burnett made sure she was behind the line that Mac McClung uses to shoot his threes a couple years ago.
Absolutely.
And she'll knock down the triple. And again, endless range for some of this backcourt for Smyrna.
I wonder if that's my cousin or something. Barnett.
It's, yeah.
Just
Who's got a better jump shot? What do you think?
Hey, come on now. Come on now. I still got it.
She can shoot too.
I still got it, Nick. I still got a thing or two left, Nick.
I've seen it. Can finish at the rim, on the perimeter. There you go, inside-out game.
We should have an alumni game next year. We should run it out.
Smyrna, they're out and running. It's Burnett again. Count it. +1. It's the old-fashioned way for Kai Burnett, looking to get 3 points for her squad.
I tell you what, I really like this Smyrna team. They pick their spots when they're just going to push the pace as fast, and they also pick their spots when they want to slow it down, get a driving kick three, and they're really unselfish. They're fundamentally sound. And credit to their coaching staff, former Division I basketball players themselves at the University of Delaware as well as Towson University. And obviously Burnett didn't finish it, but I really like what this Smyrna team is doing.
And they look good. You can see why they got that win over Ursuline on Thursday.
And not only that, they just keep their foot on the gas. Great teams are able to get ahead of you and stay ahead of you. And that's what Smyrna's been able to do. They've been relentless throughout the entire game. And, you don't get to see that a lot but the truly great teams are able to beat you for 4 quarters, and that's what Smyrna's been able to do today.
Yeah, Declan, you mentioned we need relentless. They've been relentless. And how about that? Pick in the pocket there. Numbers for Smyrna. Burnett, easy scoop and score there after the steal. So she's really having herself a second half. She's now got 15 for the Smyrna Eagles, and she's been relentless as we have a foul on the far side. And we need everyone out there to be relentless with their donations here throughout the rest of the day. We've got a number to beat. We've already said it earlier. We have raised more money each and every year that we've been here. Last year was the 6th year. We've raised over $600,000. We're here in year number 7, so we have to beat that number. We've got to get over $600,000 here this year in 2025 for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic.
And it's just so remarkable to hear, you know, year 7. I mean, it's unbelievable to see how people have rallied around the memory of Sean and realized the importance of mental health and providing that access to mental health care. It's just really such an incredible cause. I know we've said it over and over again, but that's why days like today are so important. Just to put that at the forefront when it hasn't been for, you know, centuries.
It cannot be stated enough, that's for sure. As the whistle, some free throws now coming up for Noelle Edwards, the senior for Howard, one of 4 seniors on the roster for Curtis Clack and the Wildcats. So 2 free throws coming up for Edwards. And again, Howard Wildcats using a little orange in those jerseys here today for the Lady Wildcats. The men's team on Thursday celebrating the 1985 championship team and Coach Joe Hussey in a big ceremony there. Now we get the Lady Wildcats here at a special spot at the SL24 on Saturday. Big week for the Howard Wildcats. Free throw miss, but Edwards going to step in front, intercept that pass, puts it right back up. Shot won't go, and then a whistle over the top on Burnett. So again, while we have a moment, if you're looking to donate, you're just joining us, you can head to unlockthelight.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7, or you can text Classic 7 to 53555. And if you got your phone, pull it out of your pocket and scan that QR code on your screen. That'll take you to the page where you can make your donation. And again, if you need any more info on SL24, what the foundation does, you can head over to unlockthelight.com just to check out some of the fantastic things that they've done since its inception years ago.
Absolutely. Volleyball tournament, in fact, countless events at schools and other organizations. We've had a Unlock the Light night at the University of Delaware basketball game. Yes. Countless speeches at high schools and with different organizations. It's just been so incredible to see and attend these things, to give back, just to hear the stories and to hear people in the crowd share their own struggles or share their own stories about, you know, how they navigate the stresses of the war, which everyone navigates. So it's been amazing over the years attending these events, helping set some of them up, being a part of the showcase event like this one with you two. It's just amazing what we've done in 7 years and what the next 7 years has in store.
That's a good point.
Yeah, only one way to go, and that's up.
Absolutely.
And it's been unbelievable.
And you think about, as we mentioned, all the stuff the SL24 has done since it's been founded, you know, back at a time back then where this wasn't a highly, you know, people didn't talk about mental health awareness, and it wasn't a hot topic of discussion. It was kind of, you know, buried beneath. And as that shot blocked in transition, just now to see how it's come to the forefront and how it's helped so many people. It was an issue, and now people can understand that and look to help in that aspect as that shot was missed there, and Howard will control it.
I shared this last night, and we were talking about not like a what if, but if Sean would have come to me when we were at the University of Delaware, would there have been something at Delaware for him? And I was like, no. I would have been able to support him as a teammate, but I'm not a professional. I don't know all the resources and things he needs. And so that's one of the wonderful things, not just at the University of Delaware, but that other schools are recognizing and that I'm seeing being implemented at other universities, having team psychologists, having sports psychologists, having the resources for the student athletes if they were ever in a time of crisis that they can go to that's particular to the team or that's particular to the university. And I think that's wonderful. And I'm really, proud of the University of Delaware that is now taking care of their student athletes in that way, because it wasn't there just, I'm not trying to date myself as Smyrna hits another three, but I did graduate over 5 years ago. I won't give you an exact number,
I
but
did
it's
as well.
We'll go by the group of fives, and even over 5 years ago when that wasn't there. So it's amazing that it is there now, and it's there on other campuses, so that these athletes are able to reach out to like their own version of a Sean's house or their own version of resources without having to bear a cost or a burden outside of just taking a tough step, but taking a step to call someone to reach out and be like, hey, I need some help. I want to make use of this resource that we have at University of Delaware, or Temple University, or University of Kentucky, whatever the school is. So that's been amazing to see other institutions take seriously the mental health needs of the student athletes.
I mean, you're absolutely right. It has grown so much, and because of SL24, and you said making awareness, all these schools getting involved, colleges. I mean, it was just something that wasn't at all, part of any type of organization. Back then, as you mentioned, you don't want to date ourselves, but back when we were, either graduating college or even in high school, as we have a whistle on that side of the floor.
Guys, it's okay. You can date yourself. Like, it's all good,
Says the recent graduate.
I don't even want to know
got
when
a
you
lot of
graduated.
life ahead of you. There's nothing wrong with it.
The only thing I got ahead of me is a date with Barnett in Antigua.
Hey,
that's
believe it.
Hey, my fingers are crossed for you guys. I'm just hoping I get one of the other
we
7
wouldn't
island
leave you out.
vacations.
We wouldn't leave you out.
A postcard will do. It's all good.
I'll let you drop us off at the airport.
Hey, I could do that.
Ellerby continuing a good day for her as well. Her and Burnett really carrying the load. They've combined now for 31 points. And another one, free throw on the way for Ellerby. And now everybody's listening to us talk about this trip to Antigua, and they're just bidding's got to just keep going up. I don't think we're going to maybe even have an opportunity. We're going to have to get our bids in and hope nobody surpasses us.
I've only got one paycheck under the belt, so unfortunately I think I'm going to tap out. But, one of our viewers at home or somebody here is going to really enjoy that, and it's all going to go toward a great cause.
That's right. If you want to buy it for Barnett and myself, you can do that also.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter where the money comes from.
Yeah, absolutely.
They call it a season of giving.
That's right.
The season is 365 days long.
Yes.
So we are in the season of giving, and I accept all trips to Antigua.
Yeah, especially giving to us.
That's on my small list of things I accept. As that three is up, shot maybe got a hand on it. Second chance for Howard underneath. And that's going to lead to some free throws for the Wildcats, and it's going to be Alyssa Carter, the junior, who will head to the free throw line with 1:32 to go until the conclusion of this one. And now Smyrna looking at a 57-32 lead. And we talked about the Eagles here as of late, really opening things up here in the second half and kind of controlling the tempo, finding their spots, and able to knock down those shots. And if you have any questions, concerns, want to get a hold of someone here at SL24, you can follow Sean's House on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Sean's House. As Carter's first free throw off the left side of the rim.
Some great content on those social pages as well.
Very well done.
Absolutely. Last night we had a semifinalist of The Voice who happened to be a Padawan.
Olivia Rubini, right?
Yeah.
Making an appearance.
She sang 2 songs. One song she sang with her father. Stand By You or Stand With You. It was amazing. They dimmed the lights. We had our phone lights on. It was just amazing, so emotional, so wonderful. And then she did the national anthem for another game. So it's just amazing the skill and talent. As Ellerby on fire tonight. It was such an amazing night, and so I'm always excited for Saturday because that's just even more in store and so much more. But it was just so amazing, just like the talent. We had a St. Mark student sing the national anthem for the final the game, and that was like amazing. Just the talent, so young, so poised, and a lot of people in the stands. It was just
that gives you the chills a little bit.
Yeah,
it definitely does.
Thinking about it.
Does.
I was going to say, even on the broadcast, sitting at home watching, I was shedding some tears during the halftime. It's so cool to see so many people come together for an event like this and be so invested in the outcome and what SL24 has been able to do for people. And it's such a special day. I have this circled on my calendar every single year. It's an incredible event. And it just shows, no matter what rivalries are playing out on the floor, we all care about each other in Delaware and beyond. And it's such a special environment to be part of.
Carter hustling, trying to track down the rebound, unable to do so as we tick under a minute to go here, guys, in game number 1. And don't forget, at the conclusion of this one, a lot of basketball left here on this Saturday. A projected tip-off coming up at 12 between Kennett and Archmere. We'll get you posted on that one. And St. George's and Polytech boys, Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech girls a little bit later on. Odessa in Middletown. That is going to be a great game at 6 o'clock. Both of those teams having great seasons. And then rounding us out, 8 p.m., you get Salesianum, a team that's been in the state championship 3 years in a row, and they take on the #1 ranked team in the state in the Samford Warriors. And, of course, the University of Delaware commit Jaden Taylor will be in action there as well. So what a phenomenal day of basketball here on the final day of the 7th annual SL24.
I tell you what, Declan, as someone who was watching the stream yesterday, let me know, did my guy Mitch get my good side?
I thought so.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to miss, because it's everywhere. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all good side. There you go.
It's all good side.
He's trying to take my trip to Antigua. You see that? You pick up on that?
He said he could be swayed.
Mitch was doing a lot of work with the camera, had me shifting a lot of ways. I told him, I was like, make sure you get my good side, Mitch. I got to look good on camera.
That's right. I want to give a shout out to our guys upstairs that are doing so much. They were here yesterday, here early today, getting us all set, making sure that we look good and we have all our information available. Of course, shout out to Jimmy Smith, Jonathan Mendelli, Mitch Owen, Thomas Rashilla, Sean Kitchen, and Paul Janoka on the audio, and then our cameras, Brad Comer, Grant Seltzer, Zach Fraley, Darnell Vaughn, and Lauren Tyree. And of course, Brian Corey over there helping us out with all of our PA stats and information. A great group here at the SL24, and a great game to get us started on a Saturday filled with fantastic basketball. 60-32, Smyrna over Howard in a battle of teams that are ranked in the top 10. It was, of course, Ellerby and Burnett guys. They combined for 35 of the 60, and they get the victory. A big win for the Eagles, who now have wins over #1 Ursuline and now #8 Howard in just the last 3 days.
Yeah, you'll be seeing them play for quite some time. It's just a fantastic win by Smyrna. They showed that they could do it for all 4 quarters, and that's important as we get down the stretch. A huge win for the Eagles.
So they'll get a victory, and then we'll be back here in a little while with game number 2. Again, coming up, it's going to be Kennett and Archmere. But don't forget, in between games, you can still donate. Head over to unlockthelight.com/donate or givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7 to check out the auction items. Again, it's all for a cause that's bigger than basketball. Scan that QR code on your screen. And then we will see you coming up here shortly for game number 2. So for Declan Barnett and myself, we will see you next time.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal, so slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
With Catwalk Jones, the co-founder of the SL24 Foundation. Always great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you, Mike.
Congratulations on your 4th child.
Oh, thank you.
Are you doing all right? How's everything going?
Oh, great. So happy to have Claire, first daughter, joins the rest of the Jones boys, 3 of them. So, 4 under 4, always a fun adventure.
We talked to a few of your partners and co-workers here at the house, and tell me a little bit about how your family and having 4 children and understanding what people have gone through, have been through here, and how that maybe affects you now growing up and as a mother. What's that like?
I think one of the greatest gifts my family, my parents gave me are my siblings. Being able to go through life with them and navigate it. Our husbands, our partners, our wives, they come in so late in our lives, and our parents are gone way too soon. Your siblings are really the people that stay with you for your entire life, and they get to know you. So being a mom and watching my boys interact and play and love on Claire, their sister, it reminds me so much of watching Kevin and Sean play wiffle ball in the backyard, or watching us celebrate and experience life together. So while it is amazing being a mom and seeing my kids grow, there is definitely a part of me that reminds me of my time with Sean, and how to navigate that loss as a mom, knowing our childhood stories will only be told from one perspective.
Big part of the SL24 Foundation is education. Perfect for you. You're a teacher, Baltimore City, and Teacher of the Year. Again, congratulations for all that you're doing down there. So that fits in perfect with your profession and what you do, not only as a mom, but as a teacher. What about with SL24 and the mission of education?
Yeah, so one of the reasons why educating is a pillar in our mission is because we know that if we want to change a conversation, we need to teach skills on how to have the conversation. I think there's a myth in mental health that we want our students to just be happy, or we want the feelings to go away. When really we want to educate and we want to teach the skills, so when there's a bumpy moment, when there is a hill, they have the tools to be able to process that in a healthy and productive way and express those feelings.
All right, can you give an example for people watching and learning out there where they might have a child or a student or someone in a similar fashion and they recognize a couple things but are not quite sure how to either handle it or talk about it? Give me a little bit of an indication on some of those skills that they can provide right away.
Yeah, so something teachers do a great job of noticing, the pulse of their students, or parents can notice when kids are starting to be disinterested in things that they usually love. Something when they're starting to be a little bit more quiet or reserved, they're not hanging out with friends as much, they're not as interested in sports or athletics. The question should be, how can I give my child or my student a space to tell their story? And a lot of it has to be adults listening, which means we have to stop, we have to close our mouths, and we have to let them tell their story and ask follow-up questions. It's great to have connection with students, and we want that. But ultimately, we want them to feel like Sean's house and Sean's room is a place where they can go, even when the light flickers, because they know that we'll always be on for them.
Well, and that's the thing. The education piece is continuing throughout the state, and not only with Sean's house here in Newark, Delaware, but now the Sean's rooms, almost up to 4 now at this point officially.
Yeah.
And there's going to be more. Tell us about that, how they get developed, where they are, and then what each of those places are doing right now to kind of continue this message.
Yeah, so the first Sean's room was at St. Mark's High School, which was Sean's alma mater. And the idea of Sean's room is to make it a accessible Sean's house on campus for students. So all the magic of Sean's house, where they can meet with peers, they can learn skills to help develop their mental health or their mental toughness on campus. We know some of our students can't just come down to Newark, Delaware. It's a magical place. We want you here at 136 West Main, but we also want them to be able to access it no matter what. So having it at St. Mark's, at the Teen Warehouse in Wilmington, St. George's, and Salesianum School, that allows students to have access to the magic of Sean's house on their school's campus.
You said pretty much from day one when we've talked to you after this happened and the foundation began that Sean was truly your best friend. Has it thought come to your mind about what he would say or what he would think from everything that you guys have done in his absence all these years?
There are definitely lessons in life that you learn from your parents, and the lessons you learn from your younger brother make you roll your eyes sometimes. And I think for me, what I take away from this, or like what I think Sean would say, would be a healthy dose of making fun of me for my spreadsheets and flare tip pens that I love. But I think he would be really proud. There's not often times where you have a younger brother and an older sister give compliments to each other. It's usually a healthy dose of teasing. But I like to think that Sean would be proud of what we stand for, but more importantly, the growth that other students are feeling, that other kids are feeling.
It's in a way, you think about the impact, obviously, that he had when he was here, on this earth, and then, nobody would have wanted any of this. But it's amazing to think the impact he is now having, not here, unfortunately, but everything you guys have turned it around to be.
Yeah, grief never goes away. It's always heavy, but it goes from feeling like a weight of 1,000 pounds to a warm winter jacket in the summer. And yes, sometimes it's overwhelming, but ultimately you feel that hug, you feel that warmth, because I love Sean and I was able to experience that love, and that's why that grief feels so heavy sometimes.
Thanks for having me, Kat. See you soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
So this is a non-adult area where they feel like this is a safe place for them to maybe just decompress, maybe get peer support, maybe just do their schoolwork in a different environment.
A couple months ago, this space was a outdated teacher center with a lot of unused material, and there was some vision and some excitement around creating this space for students to support our students' needs.
I worked with Justin and Chris when the idea came about, and they had the idea to add a Sean's room in this school, and we had done 2 of the schools already, and 2 of those schools were private schools. And I'm a firm believer that it's not just needed in private schools, but it's needed in all the schools.
I feel like this room would just help everybody who's suffering through these mental challenges to just feel more comfortable and get some coping skills and just feel more relaxed.
When they come here, they're going to see peers, they're going to see other students engaging, they're going to see activities, they're going to see meetings, and it's going to be a first-person look on what this room really is and open the full meaning of Sean's room and Sean's house to them.
There are things that are in here that are nicer than I put in my own house. Things that are in here that are nicer than my own office. Significantly larger than the Sean's room that's at St. Mark's and or Sally's and even the teen warehouse. And we kind of laid this out so that there were 4 or 5 different areas. We started out with a family gathering room, which is what you see behind me. There's a game room. The game room has an air hockey table and a foosball table. We have an exercise room, exercise kind of relax, yoga type area. And the thing that is most important to me is the study room that we have.
There's games for people, there's a whole yoga studio, which I am so excited to utilize, and there's a space to study. It's just something for everyone. So those are the ways we kind of get students in the room. But once you're in the room, you're welcomed into this non-judgmental space where I'm not here to judge you and I'm here to listen to you. Like, we can play a game of Uno and you complain about your classes or you tell me what's going on at home, and like we connect over that.
It took a lot in me to actually admit that I did not have it all together, and I really actually truly struggled because I had a lot of expectations put on me. So I believe that this room will really, really help. So to have this room, I feel like it's amazing. Like, honestly, it's amazing. Like, I really think a lot of people will benefit from it, and I'm very, very excited.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
In many ways, Sean's Room is about creating a space in which students are able to discover both community, but also that safety of knowing I'm not okay, I'm not who I believe I'm supposed to be, and seek that healing, that strength, that compassion in and through others to get where they believe God's calling them to be.
I would really say it's about the brotherhood here. We have a sense of belonging here. I just find Sean's Room to like really be homey for me.
I've seen a lot of guys come in here during their study halls as another space outside of library to go. It's a little more casual and less study heavy, but something that I've noticed is guys who kind of just come in here and they're here and these little activities that we have, they're slowly starting to open up and almost realize in their own way without too much pressure kind of what's going on in their own lives, and they start to ask themselves their own questions.
We can't address the whole person if we don't have spaces dedicated to the pieces of ourselves that don't feel like they're working the way we want them to. And I think that's why Sean's Room, but really any dedicated space for mental health is so important in schools today.
Very frequently I will see people come in here kind of like very obviously stressed about a class or coursework, and they'll come in here expecting to be doing it the entire time. And of course they can do their work if they want to, but they'll often get sucked into like a puzzle we're doing or just one of the games that the guys will have out and playing. They like to play Catan a lot.
It's really just a mental health safe haven is the best way to describe it. It's a hangout spot where teens can be themselves and have open conversations about their mental health and what they're going through. But it also is a place where you can hang out, you can be around other people.
People can come in for different reasons. They want to grab a snack, they want to take a break, they want to talk to a friend, they want to study down here because their friends are goofing off in the library. It allows people to come together, and then that's when the conversations start to happen. Eventually, over time, the relationships that are formed here and the time spent gets to the deeper conversations that I think this room is important for.
Like, everybody wants to not be full of stress, and to come down here, it's definitely great. And I know that my Sally's guys definitely love being in here.
Creating a room like this goes like, we see it and we want to be part of the solution, not kind of simply wring our hands and be like, what's going on? We want to be part of a solution. We've managed to create a space that is pushing back on a societal framework that keeps guys pretty boxed in. And I think we've broken a lot of those boxes open.
I think the students being the peer support is a really special but unique model that really works here for a specific reason. I think we came in here and we just gave a space for what was already here, and that's the brotherhood that they have.
Sean's Room is the greatest addition here in a while. Like, I don't think I can name a better room because of the fact that you can just come in any time and unwind and relax.
So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's
because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow.
Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
Someone who's been a light for me is my mom, because she was able to shine a light on me in a dark time and is able to separate my basketball life from my at-home life, because she's my coach at school.
My mom has been a light in my life, because she sacrificed a lot for me when I was younger, just chasing my dreams to play basketball. That's all she did, and she do everything for me. She's like my best friend. I could talk to her about anything.
Probably my parents. They always tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but it's always looking out for my best interest and looking out for what is best for me and my teammates.
It's probably my friends. I know they're always there so that I can talk to them and they listen to what I have to say. And they're always reminding me whatever happens, it's not that big of a deal, and that I'm strong enough to face it.
Me and my friends have been with each other through highs and lows. I can't count the many times that I've cried on their shoulder, they've cried on my shoulder.
Someone has been a light for me is my little brother. Whenever I look at him, I just get a motivation to go harder every time. So a lot of the stuff I do is for him.
Someone that was a light to me is my pop. He my motivation, and he helped me get through everything I do as a black young man.
Someone that's been a light for me has been my therapist. Just throughout my life, she gave me coping skills for whenever I'm feeling anxious or depressed.
Someone who's been a light in my life has been my sister. She's a couple years older than me, and she's just always been there to brighten my day or make me feel better about if I had a bad day or a mistake, and she's just been a light to me.
I say my sister, my little sister, because just knowing I have somebody younger that looks up to me, and when my parents and them get older, I'm gonna have to be that person to step up and provide. And knowing that I can't make a lot of mistakes in her face because she's going to be following my footsteps.
Light for me in my life is definitely my sister Maggie. I'm always due for a call for her when I need something or when she needs something. So our relationship has been so impactful for me. And when I struggle, I know I can always call her or shoot her a quick text, and I know she'll respond.
And welcome back live here to the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. It's game number 2 of our Saturday slate of the SL24, the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Nick Allison-Turney alongside Declan Landis and a phenomenal crew here at the Fieldhouse for a great weekend of basketball. And how about this one? Getting started early. We've got the Kennett Blue Demons taking on the Archmere Hawks. A little Pennsylvania versus Delaware action in game number 2. Declan, going to be a fun one. And it was the Blue Demons who got off to a 2-0 quick early lead. They'll have the rebound here off the Archmere miss.
Yeah, we've got back-to-back action here at the Fieldhouse, going straight into game number 2 after seeing Smyrna take down Howard in game number 1, and that was a good one as well, but just a full slate of games here, and this is set to be a great one.
That's right. We are rocking and rolling right into game number 2 here on the SL24. As we'll see now, Coach John McMenamin here and the Kennett Blue Demons. You saw the pants when you walked in. That's how you knew Coach McMenamin was in the building. As the Blue Demons making the trip down from Kennett, and the Archmere Hawks making the trip over from Wilmington. And we'll have a whistle and a foul here to get things started. Declan, our officials for this one. The lead man, Ed Aiken, longtime official. Christian Heister, and then Teddy Jackson. Again, Mr. Aiken, a longtime friend of my grandfather, was a longtime official. Great to see him here again today, as this three is in off the mark, off the inbound. And the rebound here to the Archmere Hawks, Declan, but going to be a foul. And Archmere's a team that we know pretty well here in Delaware.
Yeah, absolutely. Top 15 in the state right now, as you see that floater bounce off the back iron and in. But they've got a lot. They're within striking distance of the top in the state, and they've got an opportunity to prove it here. And Kennett, who's also a formidable opponent out of the state of Pennsylvania. It's nice to see this tournament cross state lines as well this year.
Right.
So they've got a foul underneath the basket on a good, strong take underneath. But it is going to be quite the battle here, and Archmere looking to make a statement to the rest of the 302 as we approach the end of the basketball season.
Archmere led, of course, by head coach Dan Pisani, well known here in the state of Delaware. Archmere coming off a few of their best years here coming into this season. A little bit of a struggle for the Hawks so far, but still putting together a pretty solid year. 6-8 coming in are the Hawks, as that free throw is good for Lockie Frazier. And another one on the way for Frazier, around and out. And again, a 3-2 lead for the Blue Demons over the Hawks as we get this one underway at the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. And of course, we're here for a cause that is bigger than basketball. The bank open here early in the first. That shot banked home by Anaya Munjin. And Archmere gets the lead here 4-3.
Yeah, just a great shot. Contested jumper, a long two. Goes in. You'd like to see Archmere build up that confidence if you're an Hawks fan early, and try and put a win in the win column here.
There's the captain, Quinn Simmons. That one got away from her as she got down the lane. Out of bounds, ball possession to the Hawks here with 6:01 to go in the first. But it's been a fantastic first 4 games of the 7th annual SL24. 3 fantastic games last night. 2 boys, 1 girls in St. Elizabeth's and the Archmere boys, followed by St. Mark's and Padua girls, and then it was taken us home by St. Mark's and the DMA boys. Tough shot, and able to knock it down. Contested 4-3, Bridget Malloy. And Bridget having a phenomenal year for the Hawks.
And great defense on the perimeter, but Bridget was able to just put up a shot as there's a steal on the other end.
Munjin on her way up, she'll get fouled, and the defense turning into offense, and some free throws coming up for number 2 in black and the Hawks here with a 7-3 lead. It'll be Anaya Munjin heading to the free throw line. As now we'll have a pause for a moment to tell everybody how they can donate to such a great cause. We're here in game number 2 of our Saturday, a large slate of games left here at the SL24. So first and foremost, if you're in the area, make sure you stop by, buy a ticket, and come on in and check out some fantastic basketball. But if you're unable to get here, unable to make your donation that way, you can go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen or right there. You can visit unlockthelight.com/donate and text Classic7 to 53555. So again, there are many ways that you can donate. You can text, you can scan that code, you can go right to the website. As Munjin able to knock down the free throw, 1 of 2, and now an 8-3 lead for the Hawks over the Blue Demons.
So many reasons to give to this organization. I can name 33,000 plus. That's how many people through the door of Sean's house have received help. 138 active crises saved by the team at Unlock the Light. It's so important. If you can give, please do. As Barnett said in our first game, Barnett Harris said, if you can't give money, give your time.
That's right.
And even if you can't give your time, reach out to the people you love. Let them know that you love them. It's just so important that we're able to celebrate Sean's memory by, trying to destigmatize mental health as much as we can through the game that he loved so much.
You're absolutely right, Declan. And again, a nice slate of games the rest of the way. Malloy going to pull up inside the free throw line. No good offensive rebound to the Hawks. Second chance won't go. How about a third? And some free throws coming up for Rita Hartman, the senior, after she was crashing the boards offensively. And now she'll head to the free throw line for a pair of free throws.
It was a great pass to get that first shot, but then the relentlessness of Archmere to stay on the boards, get those rebounds, and force the foul from Kennett as she missed the first free throw. But that's going to be big for Archmere. We mentioned it. They need wins down this stretch. They need to prove to the rest of the state that they're here and they're here to contend. And this is going to be a big way to do it. If they can push the pace early, keep their foot on the gas, and get out to a big lead here in the first quarter.
How about that? Knocks down another free throw. So 2 of 4 on the last 4 for Archmere from the line. And they now lead 9-3. So a great start, as Declan mentioned, for the Auks here. I like this one, the Auks versus the Blue Demons. I like the mascot pairing here as they get it into the corner. Here's Frazier, drives, kicks, going to lead to an open 3 for Quinn Simmons. Couldn't hit it, and now the long rebound has the Auks quickly the other direction. Malloy off the dribble, pull up, too strong. Offensive rebound here for the Auks. And tracked down by Maddie Benson.
And Archmere pushing the pace early. That's what they need to do. Keep Kennett uncomfortable on the defensive end.
And again, as we mentioned, this is a phenomenal day of basketball with some phenomenal teams, programs. But we are here, you know, for Sean Locke and for all those, as we have a nice pass inside. Couldn't get finished off by Emily Mayo, but we are here again for all those that are trying to help spread mental health awareness, those that might be struggling with mental health. Again, so much has been created here at the SL24 in honor of Sean, and as somebody that, you know, Declan and I know and love very much. And again, just to see all that has come out of what happened with Sean, and just a phenomenal entity is the SL24, and we're just thrilled to be back here able to broadcast some great basketball for an even better cause.
Absolutely.
Again, both of these teams excited, you know, to play in this tournament. Of course, now in its 7th year, everybody knows about the SL24 basketball tournament now. Always a highlight. I know you talked about it. We have it circled on our calendars each and every year as we have a turnover.
It's just, it's so important, you know, to have a day where everybody can come together and share, you know, not only the game that we love, right? You know, basketball is such an incredible sport and offers so many incredible opportunities. It gives these high school athletes a platform, but at the same time, you know, we're able to have these important conversations that, you know, we don't take, at least for me personally, I don't take a lot of my time out of my day to do. And it's so important that we can circle this on our calendar and have this as an opportunity not only to remember the incredible human that Sean was, not only athlete, but person, as we get a timeout here from Kennett. The incredible athlete, the incredible person he was, but the incredible work that SL24 and Unlock the Light has done in his honor. You know, they were, not to mention just Sean's house, the opportunities that, you know, it gives for people in the community to go get the help that they need. As we mentioned, 33,000 people through the door, but 70,000 plus people educated by SL24 programs, building rooms in high schools, and then, like Barnett mentioned, having conversations with college programs who brought in their own teams and really started to care about their athletes. It's just the amount of change that this organization's been able to do in 7 years is astronomical.
It is remarkable. I mean, what a job Mr. Locke has done, and just the family cat company. I mean, just incredible. And here we are the way in year 7 as we have the inbound foul free throws coming up for Maddie Benson. As Coach Pisani going to Benson there on the inbound, she draws the contact, the chance to add on to this lead with 3:38 to go here in the first quarter.
And just the strength that everybody's shown in this process is unbelievable. The fact that, you know, it was such a dark time initially, you know, and the fact that so much good has come out of it, it's truly remarkable. And you know, it's astonishing how this has been able to shape up in, you know, in the years since.
I remember back in year number 1 when we brought out the signs and put out the number there, and 7 years ago. Again, seems almost like yesterday.
It does. Yeah, I can remember being, you know, putting up my light at that first game.
Exactly right, the first time, right?
Yeah. There just was nothing like being able to look around and seeing everybody here and present in that moment.
It was such a for the first time, it was, you know, as you mentioned, a monumental moment here, and everybody raising their light. And I just remember that environment, you know, for the first time was just so chilling. As that drive off the window, it's open again. A nice job there, driving and finishing on the baseline for Ellie Harper.
And a good answer by Kennett as well. They were struggling to find points as that was a short shot. Good defense there by the Blue Demons. But the answer, that's what they needed as we come to the end of this first quarter. Battling back, that's what you like to see out of teams.
Archmere doubling up Kennett here early, 10-5, as they try to feed it down onto the block. Good entry defense by the Archmere Auks. It's going to lead to a tie-up. And the possession arrow going to stay with the Blue Demons. But again, if you're looking for ways to donate, we're going to tell you here throughout the broadcast. You're going to hear it throughout the day. And again, it's unlockthelight.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can check out all the phenomenal auction items. We'll get to that here in a little while. Or you can text Classic 7 to 53555 to donate. And of course, my method of choice, scan that QR code on your screen right there. And that'll take you where you need to be as we have a whistle on the far side. It's going to stay with the Archmere Awks.
And we mentioned the resources that Unlock the Light provides. It wouldn't be possible without these donations, without the money that comes in. And you'll hear throughout the day what incredible opportunities this organization offers to students, to people in the community. And it wouldn't be possible without you. So thank you to everybody tuning in, everybody that's coming into the building or planning to come into the building. We've got games all day. Last one tips off, we hope, at 8 o'clock, I believe.
That's right. Scheduled for 8. That's a good one, right? Sally's in Sanford.
Hey, as a Sal's alum, I'm excited.
We've got some good ones throughout the day, but remember, scan that QR code on your screen. That's the easiest way to donate, easiest way to score is get the ball to this captain in the corner. Quinn Simmons knocks down the triple on the far side of the floor.
And Kennett's starting to find their rhythm, especially in the half-court set. It's like we talked about in the previous game. Passing up good opportunities for great ones. Finding the captain open in the corner, like you said, and that shot was pure. Beautiful play by Kennett.
Knocked out of bounds, going to stay with the Awks here. 1:44 and ticker left in the opening quarter. In a back and forth 10-8 game so far between the Blue Demons and the Awks. And again, don't go anywhere the rest of the day. 4 fantastic more matchups to round out day 2 of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic here at the Chase Fieldhouse. What a steal that time for Sarah Mullen. And Mungeon, though, able to take it right back. So some defense from both teams there in the last few seconds.
And it's impressive how Archmere's been able to battle today so far. I mean, they've gone through a 6-game losing streak already this season, but they still have that fight. They know how important these games are down the stretch, and you can see it. This one means something to them.
Malloy there lost it for a second. And talking to Coach Pisani, had a lot of great things to say about Bridget Malloy, one of their captains. She averages 16.5 points per game, 11 rebounds, 2.5 assists and steals, plus 2 blocks. I mean, every category, she's got the team lead. As that one inside is finished off by Lockie Frazier, her second field goal, and she's been effective down to the post.
Yeah, don't look now. It's a tied ball game.
For the moment, Malloy wants to change that. Can on the long 3. Mungeon, though, going to hustle down the rebound. And now a second chance. She's going to put it right up for 3. Short rebound into the hands, that time of Mackenzie Kelly. And then Simmons brings it across half court into a whistle and a foul against the Awks.
Archmere getting opportunities, but Kennett has been able to force shots that maybe aren't super favorable. Getting contests, which is huge. They've been able to play within their game, and now they're starting to catch up on the offensive end. That was a big part of the last few minutes for the Blue Demons.
See Coach Pisani there on the Archmere bench. He's looking for his team to get a stop here. We're tied at 10, first quarter winding down. Simmons hands off to Harper. She'll make the pass into the corner. Harper gets it back, will let a 3 fly off the mark, rebound battled for. It's going to be hauled in by the Blue Demons, and going right up with it and drawing the foul is Mackenzie Kelly. So Kelly now will head to the free throw line for Kennett. And again, courtesy of her work on the offensive glass. So 2 free throws coming up for Mackenzie Kelly, as the Blue Demons now looking for their first lead of the ball game. Unable to get the shooter's roll on that one, but another one coming up for Kelly. 23.4 remaining here in the opening quarter. And again, we're going to have a special guest coming up here in quarter number 2. A little tease for you in the biz there, Declan.
Hey, well done. Real professional.
Well, thank you. We've got a very professional crew here all weekend long. Happy to be a part of it. Is that Kelly free throw no good? Tipped around, rebound to Bridget Malloy. As we're going to be joined by Aver Cressard, the Pier 24 lead, who's been with Sean's house since 2023. She will be joining us in quarter number 2.
A lot of great guests throughout the day.
It is. We're very fortunate to speak.
Yeah, if you can't come in, stay tuned to the broadcast because you're going to be able to learn a lot and watch some great basketball. As you can see, the entry pass leading to a foul and an opportunity at the line to break the tie.
Free throw off the mark. That time for Archmere. That one. It's Elizabeth DeLuca, the sophomore for the Hawks. Chance now to give Archmere the lead back here with the second. Too strong rebound to the Blue Demons, and Mara Keitch, who's looking for somewhere to go, gets it over to Frazier. Frazier going to put it on the floor right to the basket. How about the left hand for Lakeith Frazier? Got downhill and able to finish. And that's going to take us, Malloy at the buzzer. Off the mark, that takes us to the end of the first. And what a fun first quarter it was between Archmere and Kennett, the Blue Demons and the Hawks. Back and forth we went. And it was a 12-10 game as we head to the second in favor of the Blue Demons. We'll be right back with the 7th annual SL24.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
And welcome back courtside here to the SL24 Basketball Classic in honor of Sean Locke. We're here at the home of the Delaware Blue Coats here in Wilmington, Delaware at the Chase Fieldhouse. Nick Allison journey alongside Declan Landis. And now we are joined by our special guest as that three is up and through. Bridget Malloy able to knock down the triple. That gives Archmere the lead 13-12. But now take it to our guest, Ava Crusard. Ava, we appreciate you joining Declan and I here courtside at the SL24. And Ava, Pier 24 lead. You've been with Sean's House since 2023.
Yeah.
So we appreciate you taking the time to join us. How's everything been for you here this weekend?
It's good. It's good. Yeah, I've been working a little bit at the house while over the winter break, and now being here, it's great to volunteer and help out. It's great.
It has been a fun night of basketball last night, and now we're rolling that right into a great day of basketball here today. A great game in our first one, and now a 13-12 close matchup here in the second quarter. But you've been with Sean's House since 2023. What made you want to get involved with Sean's House, back then a few years ago, and we'll see what it's blossomed into now?
Yeah, well, I was a freshman and having a little bit of a hard time adjusting to the University of Delaware, and my mom actually sent me a link to go visit Sean's House. I was never really open about my mental health struggles or anything like that before, and Sean's House just gave me that support system to talk about it and feel comfortable discussing everything that I've been through. So it just felt right to want to help out, want to volunteer there.
That's very impressive. Again, moms always know best, right? They got the links. They know where to lead you in the right direction. So again, absolutely did lead you in the right direction to Sean's House, and I'm sure everybody is very happy that you did that, and now involving your time. We really appreciate you, and I know the SL24, does as well. So how has been there or being here the last few years maybe inspired you to pursue a career in that mental health field?
Yeah, so I came in as a freshman of psychology. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with that. Then I started volunteering at Sean's House, and I was able to talk to my peers and be able to help them and give them the resources they needed, and that kind of led me to want to become a psychologist, and I've been applying to grad schools for that now, and I really don't know.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know if I would have went that route without being able to work and be a part of Sean's house.
That is an incredible story. Is Munjin able to have the inbound? She's going to drive too strong. Another offensive rebound here for Archmere, as Malloy will take it back up top and maybe reset things. But we're thrilled to have you here. Courtside, is your first time being on a basketball broadcast by chance?
It is. Yes, it is.
As we have a whistle and a foul, some free throws coming up for the Archmere Hawks. So how's it feel? You got the headset on here sitting courtside. You a basketball fan? Yes, right?
Yes, of course.
Today you are.
Oh, obviously.
That's
yes.
right. Again, this is a day bigger than basketball, but
Yes,
of
yes.
course, great to have you here. Watching some high-quality basketball and being able to talk with us here about it here,
this is so
you know,
cool.
courtside. Yeah, talk a little bit about, I mean, even not being a big basketball fan, but just being here for the tournament, the community, seeing all the different businesses help out, you know, sponsors and just the people coming out, dedicating their time, their money, and all stuff. Just such a great cause. I mean, it just shows you that there is so much good out there as well.
It is. Seeing everyone come out, it's incredible. I'm not from Delaware, but seeing the community, seeing everyone that comes out here, it makes me want to be.
Exactly. There you go, right? That's the goal, and that's how you know the SL24 has done such a great job. You know, that feeling right there that Ava just had for us, you know, just goes to show you how they've made everybody feel comfortable and have done so much here through the last 7 years. We have a turnover here on the far side. Trapped in the corner was Emily Mayo. And now ball back to the Blue Demons here with 5:47 to go in the half. 13-12, Hawks in front of the Blue Demons.
You can see just good defense from Kennett in the corner there, forcing the turnover. Now the Blue Demons with an opportunity to take the lead.
So, Ava, where were you from then, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from Philly.
Philly, there
Yeah,
you go.
so
Making
not
a
too
small
far.
trip down, right?
Yeah.
A short trip down here. So you being from Philly, I'm assuming you're an Eagles fan. I'm 0 for 2.
yes.
Declan with the Giants, then Barnett, I
Oh.
forgot, was the Steelers. So I'm 0 for
Oh.
2 in asking about the Eagles. And I said it because we got a Jalen Carter signed jersey at the auction right now. So again, you can head over to the auction. You can check out all of the over 80 auction items, a bunch of different themes there. GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7. There's number 98 on your screen, Jalen Carter. We've got a signed jersey. Who knows, maybe in a week or two, he's the Super Bowl MVP. You never know. We have a few sacks, maybe return a touchdown, fall one in the end zone. But what a season the young man has had out of Georgia. And you can get a piece of his memorabilia right here, again, signed Jalen Carter jersey. And not only that, Ava, I know you probably had your eyes on some of the trips there. Antigua 7 night stay. Declan and I have mentioned that ad nauseum here today. And another couple of other fantastic trips. 8 elite island vacation packages from around the Caribbean. I mean, very exotic there. And of course, Delaware High School packages, prom, swag bags, you name it. Capers and Layman's gift basket, $500 Platinum Dining Group gift card. I mean, it goes on and on. You can check out all of that at GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Foul's going to put Munjin on the free throw line here for Archmere, as we have had a lower scoring second quarter than the one we opened up with. And Munjin now at the free throw line. She's got 3 points, a chance to add to her total. Around and out. And again, Abe, I'm sure if you were here last year, we're now in year number 7. So last year we raised over $600,000. And Declan, of course, telling us earlier, that's been now over $2.2 million since its inception, you know, 7 years ago.
That's
I mean,
incredible.
unbelievable. And you think about it, so since we raised over $600,000 last year, we've been saying we got to get back over that number this year, right? We have to.
of
We can't
course.
ruin the trend. We've gone up every year. As Munjin able to split a pair from the free throw line, gives Archmere a 1-bucket lead as we're halfway through quarter number 2. But we got to get over that number. Again, ways to donate. You have the QR on your screen, but unlockthelike.com/donate. Get over there and help us get to that goal here today.
And I know we talked about it a little bit, but there's some great merch as well. You know, whether you're at the
Good call,
table here,
Declan. Yep.
if you're on the website as well, it's another good way to donate.
And
We talked
again,
about the crew necks that we both have.
Ava's wearing one right now on camera here courtside. Check it out. Now show the camera that crew neck.
I was going to say.
There you go.
Green
Sean's
with the blue
house.
lettering.
Munjin, Euro stepping up and hung on the rim and rolls in.
Great finish, a great aggressive take as well. The confidence is rising for the Hawks, and they take a lead.
I'll tell you, that Sean's House crew neck, the comfiest crew neck I now own,
so
isn't it, right?
comfortable.
I gave a whole speech on the last broadcast about how comfy it was. That shot misses inside, rebound, and a strong one to Bridget Malloy. Yep, I will hopefully break that out a little while later. Nice pass up ahead, finding a teammate, Elizabeth DeLuca, able to finish it off, the sophomore, with 2.
Yeah, fantastic vision. There hasn't been a lot of pace in this game, but keeping the eyes up and seeing somebody behind the defense, catching them napping, that's going to be big for Archmere. And like we talked about it, this is a scrappy team. They're able to pick points from their opponent. That's big.
Blue Demons trying to find some rhythm offensively. Kick to the corner. That 3 is up off the mark for Ariana Peterson. Second chance leads to a 3 in the other corner, this time for Ellie Harper, and that one won't fall either. Another rebound for Bridget Malloy. Malloy going to put it right on the floor. Driving, kicking, 3 is up short. And Lakai Frazier with a strong rebound, has to get rid of it, and does into the hands of the captain and Quinn Simmons. So under 2:45 to go here in the first half. 18-12 lead for Archmere. And as Declan mentioned, they got out to that early start and have not looked back here in half number 1. So Ava, tell us a little bit about the rest of your day here today. We've got a nice slate of games here for the rest of the way. Last game starting at 8 o'clock. I know you'll be floating around as we have a timeout on the floor, you know, doing all kinds of volunteer work, etc. What have you been up to here today, and what are you going to be doing here the rest of Saturday?
Yeah, I just got here at 12. I immediately headed to the merch table.
That's right. What do we got? What's new, right?
Yeah. I got a new sweatshirt, and I had to get something for my mom.
That's right. You have to. She sent you the link that started it.
And then I'm floating around a little bit. I was on tickets and wristbands.
Nice.
And just floating around, seeing it all.
There it is.
Talk to everyone.
We had a great crowd yesterday. I mean, I think bigger than what we saw last year on that early entry Friday, and another great crowd to start here. I mean, we were up early, 10:24 special start time in honor of Sean. Got the 24 pin in here for him. Again, all for Sean, and wearing that number 24. You see all the jerseys or the warm-ups the teams are wearing on your screen, 24 in honor of Sean Locke. And again, it's some fantastic matchups here the rest of the way at the Chase Fieldhouse. And again, this place is going to pack up here as the day progresses. So make sure you're able to get your tickets. Come on over and check out some great basketball. Again, no other place in the state where you're going to find this here today, and find a tournament this special probably nowhere else in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only the level of basketball that you be able to see, but what you're participating in. You know, that's the most important thing. We mentioned it earlier. Thousands of lives saved because of this foundation and the work that they've been able to do. So if you can, please donate your time, please donate your money, buy some merch, whatever you'd like to do. As we're about to reset play here.
Mungin got a hand on it. We'll do it again. Take 2 coming up here with 2:44. But Declan mentioned it. There's tons of ways you can make your impact. You can donate as we have a backcourt violation. Good defense by the Archmere Hawks as Mungin, a little pest out there, causing some havoc for the Blue Demons. Again, you can donate your money. You can get tickets. You can come check out the action yourself. You can head over to that phenomenal auction page at givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Again, there are over 80 auction items as Mungin with a nice feed underneath. Benson couldn't finish it. And Frazier with another big rebound for Kennett. But over, again, vacation packages. I mean, you name it, it's there for you. Nice feed inside, shot blocked. How about the recovery defensively underneath? Elizabeth DeLuca sends it out of bounds.
Just great defense. And I mean, we've talked about what Archmere's been able to do on offense, but you see that, the conversation there, the help defense, and then closing out on what should have been an easy shot attempt. That's why the Hawks have taken this lead.
Frazier gets it back off the inbound. They'll work it around the perimeter. Here's Simmons. Driving, gets it back to the center to Bianca Comanda. Now to the other side to Frazier, and Lockie Frazier staying hot this time. Going to extend her range and knock down the triple.
And Kennett hasn't really had many clean opportunities. There was one right there, and they took advantage. That was great offense from the Blue Demons.
Quick pace here. Mungin misses. Offensive rebound to Benson. Shot rejected, though, underneath by Sarah Mullen. Racing to the basket with the left. Too strong. Rebound to Comanda. And then a tie-up. We'll see which way the arrow goes. It'll stay with Kennett. Some subs here for both teams with 1:37 to go. But Ava, talk a little bit about, what this tournament has been like for you, obviously just the last few years, and just how much have you seen everything grow here in the foundation, Sean's house, the SL24 basketball, just everything's just since you've been there in that short amount of time.
Yeah, going into the house, you see a lot of people come in who don't really know about Sean or his story.
Yeah, that's right. We're at that point now, right? Years down the road.
Yeah, now just within the few years I've been there, it's grown so much. So many more people know about it. When I'm there giving the talks and things like that, people have been like, oh, I've been here before. Oh, I know about that. Oh, I'm coming to the tournament this weekend. So it's really great to see just how many people are now aware of what we're doing there and what our mission is, and everyone coming out here. I've been telling my friends to come on out, things like that, and they all know about it, which is really, really important.
That's right. I mean, Declan mentioned it earlier, and I mean, it's something when you're in the world of high school sports here in the state of Delaware, you hear about all the time. SL24 is coming up, February 1st. Here it is, just around the corner. Something that, of course, we enjoy being at each and every year, and I'm sure everyone else does that is able to come out to it does as well, Declan.
And we talked a little bit with Allie about it, but could you give us your perspective on how important it is to have peer support when you go, as somebody that, as you shared, went to Sean's house in the time that you were struggling? How important was it for you to see, other people that were in college, had gone through similar struggles for you when you were going through what you went through?
Yeah, it was really important to me, especially being at a new school and just not knowing anyone and feeling so alone. Having a support system you can turn to, having people that have been through the same situations or very similar situations as your own. It's nice to know that you're not alone, that other people are going through the same thing, and that they're there to help you.
Again, just the stigma of it has changed so much in just the last, 7 years. I mean, you go back to when I was in high school, and me and Sean were in high school together in 2012 and 2013, and then in college in 2016, 2017, and that was stuff that you just didn't hear about back then at all. It was just not a topic of discussion, for whatever reason, because it was tough, people didn't want to talk about it. And now just to see, again, not only the work that the SL24 has done in the state, across the country, it's just made it a national topic of discussion where it needed to be. And just so glad to see the strides that they have made as Malloy can't finish inside. And 20 seconds and ticking here as we wind down half number 1 of game 2 on our Saturday at the SL24. What a first half it's been. 18-15, Archmere out in front. A chance to tie it here or break into the deficit. 5 seconds for the Blue Demons. Trying to get it inside, deflected. And at the buzzer, no shot off, and Archmere going to take an 18-15 lead into the locker room here in game 2 of our Saturday slate as the Hawks leading the Blue Demons by 3. Ava, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And
so
again,
much
check out that merch, Sean's house. You can get those right over there in the alleyway before you head in here to the court to see the hardwood. So again, thank you, Ava. We really appreciate you, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to take a break here at the half, everyone. A 3-point lead, 18-15. A great game between the Blue Demons and the Hawks. We're going to come back with second half action live from the Chase Fieldhouse. It's the 7th annual SL24.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal, so slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
I have a son who passed away July 2017. And for a long time, I knew he had mental health issues. But for a mom, I always say 7 years later, I was uneducated. We think depression, it's just about putting your big boy pants on and getting past it. Those things lead to death. With addiction, it is not a time of if you're going to die, it's when you're going to die. If you continue using, you are going to die. If you are not healing the trauma that happened, at some point when you're not talking to a therapist, when you're not coming to a place like Sean's house where you're learning coping mechanisms and all the other things they do here, you're going to need to numb all those things that are going on in your head. And you're going to start out small because you think it's not going to happen to me. Everybody who thinks it's not going to happen to them, guess again, it is going to happen. If you had cancer, you would be happy to talk about it. You would put it out there. I have heart disease, I have leukemia. But the minute someone says, I have an addiction or my kid has an addiction, suddenly people are thinking, where did you go wrong? What's wrong with your child? Why didn't you help them? We need to come to places like this where there are resources that are beyond just the average parent. Reach out and get help.
So this is a non-adult area where they feel like this is a safe place for them to maybe just decompress, maybe get peer support, maybe just do their schoolwork in a different environment.
A couple months ago, this space was a outdated teacher center with a lot of unused material, and there was some vision and some excitement around creating this space for students to support our students' needs.
I worked with Justin and Chris when the idea came about, and they had the idea to add a Sean's room in this school, and we had done 2 of the schools already, and 2 of those schools were private schools. And I'm a firm believer that it's not just needed in private schools, but it's needed in all the schools.
I feel like this room would just help everybody who's suffering through these mental challenges to just feel more comfortable and get some coping skills and just feel more relaxed.
When they come here, they're gonna see peers, they're gonna see other students engaging, they're gonna see activities, they're gonna see meetings, and it's gonna be a first-person look on what this room really is and open the full meaning of Sean's room and Sean's house to them.
There are things that are in here that are nicer than I put in my own house. Things that are in here that are nicer than my own office. Significantly larger than the Sean's room that's at St. Mark's and or Sally's and even the teen warehouse. And we kind of laid this out so that there were 4 or 5 different areas. We started out with a family gathering room, which is what you see behind me. There's a game room. The game room has an air hockey table and a foosball table. We have an exercise room, exercise kind of relax, yoga type area. And the thing that is most important to me is the study room that we have.
There's games for people, there's a whole yoga studio, which I am so excited to utilize. And there's a space to study. It's just something for everyone. So those are the ways we kind of get students in the room. But once you're in the room, you're welcomed into this non-judgmental space where I'm not here to judge you and I'm here to listen to you. Like, we can play a game of Uno and you complain about your classes or you tell me what's going on at home, and like, we connect over that.
It took a lot in me to actually admit that I did not have it all together and I really actually truly struggled because I had a lot of expectations expectations put on me. So I believe that this room will really, really help. So to have this room, I feel like it's amazing. Like, honestly, it's amazing. Like, I really think a lot of people will benefit from it. And I'm very, very excited.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
Someone who's been a light for me is my mom, because she was able to shine a light on me in a dark time and is able to separate my basketball life from my at-home life, because she's my coach at school.
My mom has been a light in my life, because she sacrificed a lot for me when I was younger, just chasing my dreams to play basketball. That's all she did, and she do everything for me. She's like my best friend. I could talk to her about anything.
Probably my parents. They always tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but it's always looking out for my best interest and looking out for what is best for me and my teammates.
It's probably my friends. I know they're always there so that I can talk to them and they listen to what I have to say. And they're always reminding me whatever happens, it's not that big of a deal, and that I'm strong enough to face it.
Me and my friends have been with each other through highs and lows. I can't count the many times that I've cried on their shoulder, they've cried on my shoulder.
Someone has been a light for me is my little brother. Whenever I look at him, I just get a motivation to go harder every time. So a lot of the stuff I do is for him.
Someone that was a light to me is my pop. He my motivation, and he helped me get through everything I do as a black young man.
Someone that's been a light for me has been my therapist. Just throughout my life, she gave me coping skills for whenever I'm feeling anxious or depressed.
Someone who's been a light in my life has been my sister. She's a couple years older than me, and she's just always been there to brighten my day or make me feel better about if I had a bad day or a mistake, and she's just been a light to me.
I say my sister, my little sister, because just knowing I have somebody younger that looks up to me, and when my parents and them get older, I'm gonna have to be that person to step up and provide. And knowing that I can't make a lot of mistakes in her face because she's gonna be following my footsteps.
Light for me in my life is definitely my sister Maggie. I'm always due for a call for her when I need something or when she needs something. So our relationship has been so impactful for me, and when I struggle, I know I can always call her or shoot her a quick text, and I know she'll respond.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
because the teachers ignite my curiosity.
I'd so say March.
Because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
And we welcome you back live here at the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware, the site of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. We welcome you back into Saturday action. A slate of 6 games. We're into game number 2 at the half between the Kennett Blue Demons and the Archmere Auks. An 18-15 lead for the Delaware team in Archmere over the PA Blue Demons. We welcome you back here courtside. Nick Allison-Drini alongside Declan Landis and a phenomenal crew here in Wilmington all weekend long. We had 3 great games last night. We took that into today, where we led off with our 10:24 start time here in special honor of Sean Locke, and a Smyrna Eagles able to take advantage and get the win against Howard in game number 1. And now here we are in game number 2. Back and forth we went, Declan, all first half long. It was a fun one between Archmere and the Blue Demons. Some great play on both sides, and what really stood out to you there in the first half?
Yeah, I think the thing that stood out to me most is how evenly matched these two teams are. Archmere, I think, got up to as much as a 6-point lead before Kennett hit a big 3, kept battling back. But these are two teams that are not letting anyone get to their shots. And it's been big so far. This second half is going to be even more important.
Yeah, the Archmere Auks getting a lot of contributions on their roster from Bridget Malloy alongside Mungeon. So it was Anaya Mungeon and Bridget Malloy. They combined for 10 points in that first half, 5 apiece, and then you just saw Lakeith Frazier and company really go to work there for the Blue Demons. She had about 3 field goals, including one from beyond the arc, 7 for Frazier. As you see Mungeon get inside, that was a big-time bucket for Archmere, and they exchanged, as we mentioned, Declan, in that first half. So it's going to be a fun second half here at the Chase Fieldhouse between these two teams. I have a feeling it's going to be a good fourth quarter.
Yeah, that Emily Mayo 3 you saw in the highlights from the corner that really set Archmere off on that run that gave them that 18-15 lead. This is really anybody's ball game, and I think that's what is so important about today, or so fun about today, is getting to see some great basketball while raising money for such an important cause, like we talked about throughout this broadcast.
My guy right here, Joe Richmond, ambassador for the Delaware Blue Codes, coming and paying us a visit. What a guy, Mr. Richmond here. Love seeing him. He's making sure we're taking care of his house here at the field house. Oh, man, always great to see Joe. What a phenomenal guy he is here in the community as well. So shout out to Mr. Joe Richmond. We are back here underway, Declan, with the SL24, the 7th annual, and we are into second half action between these two teams. It's been a fun one. Malloy, quick trigger from the corner to get started. Too strong. Rebound to Lakeith Frazier. And we talked about the highlights, Declan, in the first half. The highlight for me might have been the pants of head coach John McMenamin. Yeah. They're over there for the Kennett Blue Demons.
They're impressive. I quite frankly, I don't know where you get them, but I would love to know. I think as a Temple alum, I could get some in some cherry and white, rock those.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, just a thought. It's definitely bold, just like his team's been playing so far. I love it personally.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to every year. I saw him as soon as he walked in. The memories came back. I was like, hey, were those last year? He's hearing those every year.
I love it.
And again, we mentioned Archmere, a 3-point lead as we begin the second half here at the field house. There is Mungeon, 5 first half points for her. Instead, she'll get called for the double dribble, or a jump ball, and then possession arrow is going to give it to the Blue Demons.
And we talked about it a little bit in the first half, but Archmere at one point this season had a 6-game losing streak. They've really battled back here today. They're trying to make that statement, like we talked about, to the rest of the state. As we approach playoffs, as we approach championship season, this is a huge game for them, and they've played like it so far, especially on the defensive end.
Frazier looking for her second 3 of the ball game. Too strong as the Blue Demons go into the inside-out game. They fed the senior captain, Bianca Commanda, and then she hit Frazier for the open 3. Shot, though, wouldn't go. And now ball to Archmere here a minute into the third. And again, we are here all to honor here Sean Locke and his memory, his legacy, and of course, everyone struggling with mental health and trying to bring that awareness, which the SL24 has done so much since its inception 6-7 years ago. That miss trying to be put back by Benson, no good. Still Auks possession under the basket, going up strong, but better defense by Frazier. And now it's the Blue Demons with possession out of the pack.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot today, but destigmatizing is probably the word of the day. You know, what we've been able to do, what this foundation has been able to do in the 7+ years that it's been running is remarkable. And, you know, how they've been able to foster these open conversations about mental health through sports and to protect athletes, that's a great steal and take there for Archmere. But it's just been so important with the work that this foundation has done.
Could not have said it better myself there. And there's Anaya Mungeon, and she has been all over the floor. She's somebody that goes 110% all the time, and you can see her making her impact felt. 5 points, tied for a team high for the Auks, and now a chance to add on at the free throw line.
Yeah, she's a big reason that they're on top right now. The defense that she's brought to the backcourt, it's stifled Kennett in their half court. So as she knocks down the first free throw.
Anaya Mungeon, just a 9th grader. She is the first 9th grader to start every game for Archmere since 2017. Comes in averaging 7 points per game, 2.1 steals, as we mentioned, very effective on the defensive side as well. Free throw up and through. Mungeon off to a great start today. And now a 5-point lead for the Auks. Again, they are coming into this one 5-7, but 4 of their losses have come to some of the best girls teams in Delaware, in Ursuline, Caravel, DMA, and Howard. And then those other 3 losses, all to tough out-of-state teams like the team they got today. What a block inside, but a second chance now for the Blue Demons. Leads to an open 3 off the rim for Ellie Harper. Another chance and then stolen away by the Auks.
Hey, they're still top 15 in the state for a reason, despite those losses, as you see the foul up top. But now they're starting to get a little rhythm. They're starting to get a little more confidence. Let's see if this third quarter will be big for them and swing the momentum of this ballgame.
And again, we'll see if maybe the Kennett Blue Demons also can find their rhythm offensively. A little off their game here so far early on. Malloy stops on a dime, turns, shorted though the jump shot. Would have been a tough one. And now ball's loose. It's going to be another opportunity for Archmere. Mid-range goes. It's Rita Hartman, the senior.
It's the second chance opportunities. Archmere's been able to create those throughout the game. And to your point, Kennett's been playing some great defense, but their shots just haven't fallen, especially in the first half. They've had looks, and they're about to get one here.
Frazier wants another 3. Strong off the front end of the iron. Commando with another rebound, though. The captain gives the Blue Demons another chance.
And this will be a big possession. Can they put an end to this Archmere run?
That one almost intercepted, coming right for us. And a great job by Quinn Simmons, the captain, to save us from harm's way.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was getting nervous.
I think last year was the year I had a drink over here and it got taken off the table.
I believe that was pregame, or was that?
I think it might have been pregame. A good call there.
Either way, not great.
That's why you do pregame, right? That's why you go through the motions,
Absolutely.
get everything ready.
Get warmed up.
Get warmed up.
I don't think anybody wanted to see my jumper today, but if I had the ball in my hands,
I
gotta
do.
let it fly.
Oh, well, I'm telling you, just waiting for a little break in the action. We'll get out there.
You got to get Barnett back.
That's right. 4:42 to go here in the third. 22-15 lead for Archmere. Intercepted under the basket by guess who? There's Anaya Mungeon.
Just intercepting passes in the lane. Fantastic defense by Mungeon. She's been reading passes all day long.
It's like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson picking off passes in the secondary. As that one this time intercepted by Ellie Harper.
And speaking of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, we have the jersey of his teammate.
Yes, we do. His big Pro Bowl teammate, number 98, Jalen Carter, a future Defensive Player of the Year, in my opinion. So now's the time to get the jersey before the prices skyrocket in the foreseeable future. Maybe even after he brings home that Super Bowl MVP next Sunday. So who knows, but that Jalen Carter jersey is at the auction, as well as over 80 items. And you can view that online auction page at givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Again, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. We've got the Jalen Carter Eagles jersey, 100 level sideline tickets to Villanova men's basketball home game, Capers and Lemons gift basket with a $500 Platinum Dining Group gift card, a Road Trip Explorer basket with tickets to 6 different museums. Declan, can I interest you in a museum trip?
Always, always. I love museums.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Anytime I get a chance to learn for free,
there
I
you
would love
go.
it.
As you should. Soak up all that information. 8 elite island vacation packages from around the Caribbean. And then packages and swag bags from many Delaware high schools, and also including colleges in the University of Delaware. And again, you can check out all of that, over 80 items, at givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7.
And we've talked a lot about the islands and the jersey, which for good reason, but those 2 100-level sideline tickets for Villanova game, Villanova playing some fantastic basketball right now.
They are.
Eric Dixon, obviously, the best scorer in the country statistically.
That's crazy, right? Think about it, a couple years ago, and he's just, wow.
Yeah,
he's become quite the player there. And you know, Declan, a little trivia answer for you today is,
oh boy,
I was in the crowd when Chris Jenkins hit the buzzer beater in 2016.
Really?
In Houston, as we have a turnover here at half court. I remember that celebration.
Oh,
wow.
how could you not? Yeah.
What a game that was. And again, Villanova, one of the premier programs over the years in the country, so you could check on that at the auction site as well.
And again, all for a good cause, too.
Mungin to the basket, too strong. Frazier with a big rebound. And poked away by Mungin, who again is right on her defender. It seems like throughout the ball game. 3:17 to go, still 22-15 as Kennett still trying to find that rhythm here offensively, trying to get back into this one. Both teams, though, having a trouble getting into the flow of the offense, but both teams very active on defense.
Yeah, it's going to come down to if Kennett's shots can start falling, because they are getting looks and getting opportunities, but they just haven't really made shots as much. Whereas Archmere's been able to create a little more.
That's true. Good point there, Declan. Frazier an inbound. She'll get it into the backcourt here to Ellie Harper. And again, if you're tuning in, Mungin pokes it away. It's going to be a foul on Harper, but probably a good foul. Might have been 2 going the other direction.
It definitely would have been. And again, Mungin all over the ball.
I think
great defense.
I think she's over her 2-steal average coming into the game.
She just might be.
She's been phenomenal.
She's been very impressive, especially with Malloy struggling a little bit from the field.
Look at Mungin in those Kobe 5 gold medals. Gotta like the shoe game there. I respect that. Malloy off the screen. Mid-range jumper drops for Bridget Malloy. Her first bucket of half number 2.
Yeah, right on cue. Finds the look. Clean shot. Goes in and extends that Hawks lead to 9.
Mungin, steal number infinity, taking it the other direction. Mungin off the glass, draws the foul. And she'll have a chance to head to the free throw line, and I believe Coach McMenamin wants a timeout.
It's just there's no way to adjust to that. I mean, great defense by Mayo as well, causing the loose ball. Mungin picks it up, right to the basket, draw that foul. And Archmere, all of a sudden, this is their ball game.
Timeout on the floor. We'll stay right here. Coach McMenamin want to talk some things over with his squad. Mungin will be at the free throw line with the 2 teams retake the floor. We're here at 2:31 to go in quarter number 3. 24-15 in favor of Archmere over Kennett. In our second game on the Saturday slate of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Again, thanks for tuning in. Nick Alessandrini alongside Declan Landis, a phenomenal crew here at the Fieldhouse for a phenomenal weekend of basketball. But we are here for something that is bigger than just the sport. We are here to honor Sean Locke, you know, a great friend, a great family member, just an all-around one of the best people that I've ever had the chance to know. Again, I told a story during the last broadcast about I was homeschooled in 8th grade. Me and my friend Steven, we ended up going to St. Mark's. Didn't know anybody really, and Sean was the first person when we got there, not even for class. It was a student council like entry thing, and he kind of was the first person to greet us, say hello, become our friends, basically. And it was a friendship that I, again, treasured for a long time. So, again, Sean, we miss you, and just a phenomenal human being.
Yeah, it's hard not to feel his presence at events like this, where you see everybody coming together for something bigger than themselves, you know, coming together as a community, being there for each other. That's what Sean would have done. You know, Sean was always there for the people in his life. And as we take you through some of his highlights from his Delaware days, and you know, as a young kid, being able to see him on a national stage, right? Wow. Winning the now Coastal Athletic Association championship and going to March Madness, and then you know, him giving back his time at Mount Aviat Academy, basketball summer camps.
That's right, Mount Aviat. I remember him talking about Mount Aviat coming into at St. Mark's. I said, Mount Aviat? I never even heard of Mount Aviat.
Hey, you know, it's quite the community. You know, I went there for 10 years of my life. And, you know, my mom teaches there. All of my siblings went there. We've had ties there for 20+ years, and with the Oblate sisters. And, you know, you felt that, you know, Sean, you felt that background in Sean and how he was able to love so many people and how so many people loved him. I mean, you would just talk to him for like a second.
Crazy.
And your day would be made.
I mean, anybody. It could have been anybody. I mean, would talk to anybody, could have a great conversation with anybody, was a friend to everyone.
And he would, by the way.
Not one person. I can't think of any type of scenario ever where, you know, he had any conflict with anybody. You know, everybody loved him. There was no reason to ever have any conflict with Sean. There was just not possible.
Yes. And he just cared so much, not only about basketball, about, you know, his teammates, but about everyone he ever met. Everybody in his life knew how much he cared about them. And it just, you know, it breaks my heart that he's not here with us, but it is great that we're able to do this in his memory and be able to help the next generation of not just athletes, but people growing up in Delaware, in the country, in the world, and help them know that they are not alone, no matter what they may be going through.
Again, if Sean wasn't the person he was, as we have this taken the other way, put back for Benson, no good, third chance. Malloy, now trying to go up with it, was Benson, and now a tie-up. And we'll see which way the possession arrow is going to go this time. It's going to stay with Archmere. But going back to what you said, Declan, again, if Sean wasn't the guy he was and not treasured and loved by all, then it wouldn't be what it is now, right? The SL24 and everything wouldn't be to the point where it is. Because, again, everybody just has cared so much for Sean. And, again, all this work put in to honor him.
It was interesting, something that Ava Crusard, who we had on in the second quarter, said about, you know, people not necessarily knowing Sean, you know, in the generations that are coming up now, but hearing his story and feeling his impact beyond, you know, even knowing him while he was here with us. It brings tears to my eyes, you know, that we are able to do this in his memory is so special. And, you know, the people that make it possible, whether it's Chris Locke, the Locke family, having that strength, as you see, hard foul under the basket, but a good take there for the Auks. You know, you think of Chris Locke, you think of the Locke family, the strength that they had to put this together initially, and then everybody that's, you know, committed, whether money, time, presence, just being here, it's so special. And to hear the number 7 before the annual classic, it's unbelievable. You know, we were reflecting on the first year and being here in the first year, and to think that was so many years ago it's surreal.
It really does. Seems like yesterday. I know we mentioned that as the free throw off the mark rebound to Lockie Frazier. As we tick under a minute to go here in the third, Frazier open straightaway 3 off the mark. Out of bounds, it'll be last touched by Archmere as Mungeon tried to track it down. Clock stopped with 51 seconds. Archmere now looking at that 12-point lead.
And it's just been through defense. And I don't believe Kennett has scored, actually, in this quarter.
Looking to get it one there. Commanda couldn't finish. You're right about that, Declan. Archmere tightening things up here defensively in the third quarter. There's DeLuca, and she's going to get called for the double dribble on the baseline. So with 37.7, Blue Demons will get possession back. And again, if you're looking for ways to donate, if you're unable to get here today, tickets just $15 for adults, $10 for students. But if you can't get here, make your donation that way to check out some great basketball. You can scan that QR code on your screen right there. That'll take you to where you need to be to make an impact. Also, you can visit givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. That's also on your screen there as well. Scan that QR code, head over to the website, or you can also head over to unlockthelight.com/donate. And if you're on your phone listening right now, that 3 is up and short off the mark for Sophia Hoffman. Then you can just text Classic 7 to 53555. So many ways to donate, so many ways to make your impact. So let's get to it, everybody. We need to raise over $600,000 here in year number 7. We've gone up every year from the first year on, and last year we raised over $600,000. The 5th year we raised over $525,000. Declan, and an accumulation of over $2.2 million. And like I said, this year we've got a challenge. We've got to get back over that number, everybody, so donate all day long. At the buzzer, finished off. They're going to count it for the captain, Quinn Simmons, and maybe that'll get the Blue Demons going. They'll cut the lead back to 10 as the Hawks going to lead Kennett 27-17 as we head to the fourth quarter coming up here at the SL24 Basketball Classic.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by Marticelli Restaurant Group, Matt Haley Trust, Nemours, TKO Hospitality, and by Warren & Taylor.
And welcome back courtside here. You see Coach Dan Pisani with some of the youngsters checking out some of the basketball action. Great crowd here already in our game number 2 of our Saturday slate at the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. We welcome you back to the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, the home of your 2023 G League champion, Delaware Bluecoats. Nick Allison journey alongside Declan Landis, and we're here for the fourth quarter. Declan, Archmere and Kennett, the Hawks and the Blue Demons, 27-17 as we begin action. As that three off the mark for Simmons. And the rebound hauled in by the Hawks. Archmere's looked good here, Declan, so the first 3 quarters.
Yeah, that third quarter was almost literally all Archmere. Kennett scored right as the buzzer sounded, but the Hawks have really tightened up on defense and created opportunities on offense, but most importantly, they've stifled Kennett. They've made it uncomfortable for the Blue Demons, but that layup right at the buzzer from the captain, as you mentioned, might have given them a little momentum. We'll see how it plays out here with 8 minutes to go.
Malloy gets it back off the inbound, but also got an extra step in. So a turnover on the inbound for Archmere. On a day, again, that we are focused on something even bigger than the games here of basketball that we are here broadcasting. It is all in memory of Sean Locke and the SL24 and trying to raise mental health awareness. And again, accepting donations for that cause as we have a travel and a turnover.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about the money raised through the tournament, and you may be asking, what does that go toward? Well, since Sean's House opened October 1st, 2020, which is crazy. We're coming up almost on the 5-year anniversary. That's insane to me. But since Sean's House opened its doors to the public, 33,000 visitors came through that door. 70,000 plus people have been educated by SL24 programs, as you've seen that shot drop. 4,400 sessions with Peer 24 support specialists and 270 plus specialists trained to support others, which is so big, continuing that help beyond when it first started. And then, of course, 138 as that three goes in. 138 active crises served.
I mean, it just goes to show you, right, that you mentioned how many people just in the door at Sean's House, and that just shows you how much it was needed, right?
Absolutely.
It was something that was not there before, as we have a timeout on the floor, and you'll see the replay. Check out Lockheed Frazier. They gave her some time. She lined it up and buried the triple.
A big 3-2 to bring it within double digits.
And she's been their leading scorer. Her second field goal from beyond the arc today. She's got 10 points. She's into double figures now. And as Declan said, we've got ourselves a 9-point ball game. And under double digits for the first time in some time for the Blue Demons. Still 6:40 to go here in this one in game number 2 of our 6-game Saturday slate.
Yeah, but to your point earlier, what we were talking about, 33,000 people through the door. I was one of those people back in my senior year of high school, and just to feel the love and support the second you walk through that door, right? It's just unbelievable. And you know, no matter how you're feeling, you're going to feel good to see that people care about you no matter what you're going through. And that's what Sean's house offers. I mean, that's what Sean's actual house was. I mean, it's the same building, right? So that's what Sean's house was when he was at the University of Delaware, that he was that person for people oftentimes who, you know, he was just a friendly face, somebody that they could come hang out with and have fun no matter what they were going through in college, whether they were playing or having a rough day at practice or they were having a rough day in classes, needed a break from studying, something like that. Is you get to see a little bit of the house. There's the outside, and it's just become such a welcoming space for people beyond, you know, what it was initially. And now, you know, you can have meals with your friends, you can unwind like we heard, you can check out the library. It's just, it's a space for people to go and to feel loved, you know, and that's just such an important thing.
And we got to experience, you know, you did firsthand, Declan, then we got a chance to talk to Ava and Allie already here today, and they both talked about their impact and the impact that it's had on them. Again, just not a lot of options, you know, throughout time dealing with mental health, and a topic that was so important that was finally brought to the forefront, of course, with the help of the SL24 and Sean's house. So many people thankful for the strides that they have made and being that outlet here in the state of Delaware and beyond as Mungeon gets inside, has it sent out of play. And again, don't forget, online auction is live. You can donate. That is live. And again, we're looking to raise over $600,000 here in year number 7. And there are many ways to do it. The virtual auction is live. That shot is up and through. Rita Hartman, she's got a few field goals today. Add another to her score sheet. And again, virtual auction at givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Jalen Carter signed jerseys. Trips 7-night vacation in Antigua. That is real. You were reading that on the screen correctly. That is not an error. That is up there for bidding. That's a whole week.
A whole week.
Put in your paid time off. You're heading on vacation.
Oh, man.
8 elite island vacation packages from all around the Caribbean. Man, I'll tell you what. You should head on over to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7 and get those bids in now. Again, final day today of the SL24. A foul here on Mungeon, as hitting the deck that time was Ellie Harper.
Could be an important stop, though, there for the Blue Demons. Let's see what they do with this possession, because now it's a 13-point lead for the Hawks. They need to try and get some points on the board and just keep pulling a little closer. They're not out of this game.
So a lot of time left. Gonna need some buckets, though, and not a tough turnover on that side for the Blue Demons. Now some subs for both teams. Elizabeth DeLuca back into the game for the Archmere Hawks. And then coming in for the Kennett Blue Demons, I believe number 15, Ariana Peterson. Approaching 5 minutes to go here in the fourth. Mungeon right to the basket. Nobody stopped her. Missed. DeLuca, though, with the rebound. DeLuca trying to find Malloy. Malloy gets around one defender, floats it up with the right hand, and it rolls around and through.
And Malloy, by her standards, has been kind of quiet today. I mean, she does have 11 points, which is crazy to say, but, you know, the fact that she's been able to put some points on the board in the fourth quarter is big for this Hawks team, especially as they continue with the rest of their season. They're going to need to put together a lot of wins before the playoffs start, and this is a good way to do it.
Coach Pisani calling Malloy one of the best players in the state. Well, one of the best players on the floor today is number 1 in white, and that is Lockie Frazier, her 3rd triple today. As Malloy trying to answer back down the lane, too strong. Second chance for the Hawks on the offensive rebound from DeLuca. Mungeon, high arcing floater. DeLuca, another offensive rebound. Malloy with a 3rd chance, and there's a lid on top of the hoop down there. And then Coach Pisani going to call a timeout. Going to want to talk it over. Good timeout by Coach for Archmere as they're going to settle things down. We'll stay right here as the two teams head to the huddle. As you check out, how about this offensive work here from the Archmere Hawks?
And great rebounds, but I do think this was an important timeout. Like you said, Nick, slow everything down. You've got a big lead. It feels like they were kind of forcing on that possession. You know, there was the floater, and, you know, they weren't really creating for themselves. It's like we were talking about in the last game. You got to find the better opportunity. Make sure you've got more of an open shot. give yourself a high percentage opportunity to extend your lead rather than forcing up shots and having to offensive rebound.
So approaching the halfway point of the fourth quarter, just a 12-point deficit for the Blue Demons. But as Declan mentioned back in the third, not a lot of scoring for Kennett in the second half, as both teams were scoring it early, and Archmere now looking at a double-digit 12-point lead with 4 minutes to go. Bridget gaining some college interest, according to Coach Pisani. Again, had 31 points, was her career high, 19 in a game against Ursuline overall earlier this year. And a quick trigger on the inbound, no good. Another tie-up here. And possession arrow gonna stay down that end of the floor.
And it was a good look, just a missed opportunity there for the Hawks. But Kennett needs a stop here.
Under 4 to go here at the Fieldhouse. And you can see Archmere being patient here offensively. Malloy, they let her shoot one. She'll step in. And no good. Strong rebound to Ariana Peterson. And now the Blue Demons got to go. Harper almost lost it. Frazier calling for it. She'll get it back. Frazier through 2 defenders and fouled on the way up. So Lockheed Frazier kind of taking the offense on her own shoulders here in the second half. She'll head to the free throw line, a chance to add on to her totals. Got 13 to my knowledge, a chance for a few more. And we've got our Lockheed Frazier info page here in front of us, courtesy of Coach John McMenon. And Lockheed been playing basketball since she was 8 years old. And her favorite fruit, Declan, burritos. You a big burrito guy?
Hey, I will never hate on a burrito. That's a great pick. Underrated, I would say.
Favorite sports team, the Gino Auriemma-led UConn Huskies.
Can't be mad at that.
Secret talent, good at gymnastics. There you go, so 2-sport athlete there. And
That's
her
impressive.
game day ritual, she goes to the gym an hour before to get prepared for the games. And her low-key other talent is she can play guitar.
That's awesome.
So how about that?
I could never do that.
Yeah, for Lockheed Frazier, I can't. She's a jack of many trades there.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of talents. And she has really been the heart and soul of this Kennett team today.
Lead still at 12 after the missed free throws there by Frazier, but an offensive rebound gives the Blue Demons another chance. Here she is. Frazier splitting the defense, another foul, this one against Malloy, so she'll head right back to that charity strike.
And I love the aggressiveness there. If it's not working from beyond the arc, go to the line. You know, really attack the Hawks. Make them stop you. They haven't been able to so far, and she's gotten opportunities from the stripe.
So right back there now is Frazier. And the first free throw, just a little strong. Free throw has been a struggle for both teams here throughout.
Absolutely.
And you can, you know, they're in a new area, a new depth perception, right, with these new rims.
It's a big stage. This is a professional stage.
Absolutely here. With them, obviously not from the ceiling. Different vantage points here at the Fieldhouse than what these two teams are used to at Archmere, and I'm sure at Kennett.
It's a bigger court as well.
Yep. One free throw there, so lead back to 11 as we approach 3 minutes. Malloy trying to get that back, and she does. Does it from just outside the free throw line. Bridget Malloy knocks it down to gain that point back plus another. And then the turnover on the other end, and Archmere again trying to put themselves firmly in control down the stretch. And again, don't forget with just 3 minutes left to go as that one's too strong off the glass. Rebound battled for and taken by Commanda here for the moment. Saved into the hands now of Simmons, who races down the far sideline. Simmons right to the basket, too short. Offensive rebound to Ariana Peterson. And then Peterson is tied up on the rebound. Archmere will take over possession with the possession arrow.
Kennett refusing to quit. Still a lot of fight left in this Blue Demons team, but unfortunately not a lot of time left to fight.
That's true, but again, there's enough time to tell you about the online auction that is underway at givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. All donations, all auctions, merchandise, ticket sales, it all goes directly to help support and fund Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation. Just scan that QR code on your screen right there. That'll take you right to the donation page. You can make your impact right there. Just scan that QR code, or you can visit givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. another way, and then even easier if you got your cell phone on you, just text CLASSIC7, that's CLASSIC7 to 53555. And don't forget, again, Declan mentioned earlier, if you're in the area, you want to come check out some great basketball, $15 for adults, $10 for students. Again, all for a great cause. And it's going to be a great day of basketball. That three off the mark. Frazier, offensive rebound, put back, won't go. Out of bounds, last touched by Kennett with 1:55 to go and a 13-point lead for Archmere.
Yeah, like you said, even if you can't make it to the building, stay with us on the stream. We've got a lot of great guests coming on throughout the rest of the games. You're going to have Mike Corey on the call, which is incredible.
That's right. Hanging out right behind us right now, gearing up.
Got up at 4 a.m. this morning. He's a better person than I am.
From the A10 all the way here to some DIAA action.
Absolutely.
And again, remember, just get involved any way you can. If you want to use the chat here on the page, you can go to YouTube, Facebook. You can message SL24, message Sean's house. They are always readily available if you need them. And again, the SL24's mission is to educate, assist, and create a safe haven where high school and college students can seek professional help and speak to peers about their struggles. And with all your help and support, we can continue to help remove the stigma of depression and make available the resources to get those the help they need. And again, the funds raised from this year's will allow the foundation to keep providing services and developing Sean's house, including that Pier 24 program and Sean's room located at St. Mark's High School and Salesianum, and then the warehouse in Wilmington and at St. George's High School. And I can only imagine, Declan, that that's going to grow, right? We're going to see them at more and more high schools. We're going to see Sean's room at different places. And again, already at a phenomenal foundation here.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, the fact that it's been able to happen, right? And high schools are seeing the importance of creating these safe spaces for students. I mean, it's completely, you know, thanks to foundations like this and the conversations that Unlock the Light has been able to have with students and fostered within these schools. It's so important. And to see my alma mater have a room like that is a wonderful thing. I got to visit the Salesianum edition, and, you know, it made me emotional because, you know, we didn't have spaces like that. I mean, we did in a sense, but to have a dedicated space for mental health and mental health awareness is just so incredible.
Yeah, something I didn't have as well during my tenure in high school or college. Just goes to show you how important and the strides that have been made, again, not only here in the state of Delaware, but beyond for the SL24. We tick under a minute to go here in the fourth. Game number 2 on our Saturday slate. Again, don't forget, coming up in a little bit, it'll be St. George's and Polytech boys, followed by Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech girls. And then your 6 o'clock game, Odessa and Middletown. That's a nice little rivalry game from two teams very close together down in that Middletown area. And then taking us home at 8 o'clock p.m., Sally's and Sanford, two of the most successful programs here in the last few years. Sanford, your #1 team in the state. Sally's coming off of 3 championship appearances and a state title in there as well for Coach Trevison. So going to be a fun rest of the way here with Mike Corey and company to bring you the action. That 3 there, too strong. Rebounded to the Archmere Hawks. And Archmere going to be able to dribble this one out. Their lead 37-24. And how about Archmere coming here to the SL24 and getting back on track? A big win for them. And a tough one for Kennett. But a great overall game here today, Declan. A great series of games for us. It was a thrill to be back here with you for another year.
Yes,
An honor and a privilege just to be a part of this event. It is so important. And again, just want to remind everyone out there, donate, bid on the auctions, come to the games, get tickets. Any way you can help, it goes such a long way and is for such a great cause.
Absolutely, and we're so blessed to be here for another year. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please continue to donate if you can, and stick around for the rest of the games.
Again, a phenomenal crew here at the Fieldhouse. A special thanks to everybody involved. For Declan and myself, that'll do it for game number 2 as Archmere gets a 37-24 victory. We'll be back with the rest of the slate here in just a little bit.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
With Catlock Jones, the co-founder of the SL24 Foundation. Always great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you, Mike.
Congratulations on your fourth child.
Thank you.
Are you doing all right? How's everything going?
Oh, great. So happy to have Claire, first daughter, joins the rest of the Jones boys, 3 of them. So, 4 under 4, always a fun adventure.
We talked to a few of your partners and co-workers here at the house, and tell me a little bit about how your family and having 4 children and understanding what people have gone through, have been through here, and how that maybe affects you now growing up and as a mother. What's that like?
I think one of the greatest gifts my family, my parents gave me are my siblings. Being able to go through life with them and navigate it. Our husbands, our partners, our wives, they come in so late in our lives, and our parents are gone way too soon. Your siblings are really the people that stay with you for your entire life, and they get to know you. So being a mom and watching my boys interact and play and love on Claire, their sister, it reminds me so much of watching Kevin and Sean play wiffle ball in the backyard, or watching us celebrate and experience life together. So while it is amazing being a mom and seeing my kids grow, there is definitely a part of me that reminds me of my time with Sean, and how to navigate that loss as a mom, knowing our childhood stories will only be told from one perspective.
Big part of the SL24 Foundation is education. Perfect for you. You're a teacher, Baltimore City, and Teacher of the Year. Again, congratulations for all that you're doing down there. So that fits in perfect with your profession and what you do, not only as a mom, but as a teacher. What about with SL24 and the mission of education?
Yeah, so one of the reasons why educating is a pillar in our mission is because we know that if we want to change a conversation, we need to teach skills on how to have the conversation. I think there's a myth in mental health that we want our students to just be happy, or we want the feelings to go away, when really we want to educate and we want to teach the skills, so when there's a bumpy moment, when there is a hill, they have the tools to be able to process that in a healthy and productive way and express those feelings.
All right, can you give an example for people watching and learning out there where they might have a child or a student or someone in a similar fashion and they recognize a couple things but are not quite sure how to either handle it or talk about it? Give me a little bit of an indication on some of those skills that they can provide right away.
Yeah, so something teachers do a great job of noticing, the pulse of their students, or parents can notice when kids are starting to be disinterested in things that they usually love. Something when they're starting to be a little bit more quiet or reserved, they're not hanging out with friends as much, they're not as interested in sports or athletics. The question should be, how can I give my child or my student a space to tell their story? And a lot of it has to be adults listening, which means we have to stop, we have to close our mouths, and we have to let them tell their story and ask follow-up questions. It's great to have connection with students, and we want that. But ultimately, we want them to feel like Sean's house and Sean's room is a place where they can go, even when the light flickers, because they know that we'll always be on for them.
Well, and that's the thing. The education piece is continuing throughout the state, and not only with Sean's house here in Newark, Delaware, but now the Sean's rooms, almost up to 4 now at this point officially,
Yeah.
and there's going to be more. Tell us about that, how they get developed, where they are, and then what each of those places are doing right now to kind of continue this message.
Yeah, so the first Sean's room was at St. Mark's High School, which was Sean's alma mater. And the idea of Sean's room is to make it a accessible Sean's house on campus for students. So all the magic of Sean's house, where they can meet with peers, they can learn skills to help develop their mental health or their mental toughness on campus. We know some of our students can't just come down to Newark, Delaware. It's a magical place. We want you here at 136 West Main, but we also want them to be able to access it no matter what. So having it at St. Mark's, at the Teen Warehouse in Wilmington, St. George's, and Salesianum School, that allows students to have access to the magic of Sean's house on their school's campus.
You said pretty much from day one when we've talked to you after this happened and the foundation began that Sean was truly your best friend. Has it thought come to your mind about like what he would say or what he would think from everything that you guys have done in his absence all these years?
There are definitely lessons in life that you learn from your parents, and the lessons you learn from your younger brother make you roll your eyes sometimes. And I think for me, what I take away from this, or like what I think Sean would say, would be a healthy dose of making fun of me for my spreadsheets and flare tip pens that I love. But I think he would be really proud. There's not often times where you have a younger brother and an older sister give compliments to each other. It's usually a healthy dose of teasing. But I like to think that Sean would be proud of what we stand for, but more importantly, the growth that other students are feeling, that other kids are feeling.
It's in a way, you think about the impact, obviously, that he had when he was here, on this earth, and then, nobody would have wanted any of this. But it's amazing to think the impact he is now having, not here, unfortunately, but everything that you guys have turned it around to be. Yeah,
grief never goes away. It's always heavy, but it goes from feeling like a weight of 1,000 pounds to a warm winter jacket in the summer. And yes, sometimes it's overwhelming, but ultimately you feel that hug, you feel that warmth, because I love Sean and I was able to experience that love, and that's why that grief feels so heavy sometimes.
Thanks very much, Kat. See you soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Someone who's been a light for me is my mom, because she was able to shine a light on me in a dark time and is able to separate my basketball life from my at-home life because she's my coach at school.
My mom has been a light in my life because she sacrificed a lot for me when I was younger, just chasing my dreams to play basketball. That's all she did, and she do everything for me. She's like my best friend. I could talk to her about anything.
Probably my parents. They always tell me the truth. It's not always what I want to hear, but it's always looking out for my best interest and looking out for what is best for me and my teammates.
It's probably my friends. I know they're always there so that I can talk to them and they listen to what I have to say. And they're always reminding me whatever happens, it's not that big of a deal and that I'm strong enough to face it.
Me and my friends have been with each other through highs and lows. I can't count the many times that I've cried on their shoulder, they've cried on my shoulder.
Someone has been a light for me is my little brother. Whenever I look at him, I just get a motivation to go harder every time. So a lot of the stuff I do is for him.
Someone that was a light to me is my pop. He my motivation, and he helped me get through everything I do as a black young man.
Someone that's been a light for me has been my therapist. Just throughout my life, she gave me coping skills for whenever I'm feeling anxious or depressed.
Someone who's been a light in my life has been my sister. She's a couple years older than me, and she's just always been there to brighten my day or make me feel better about if I had a bad day or a mistake, and she's just been a light to me.
I say my sister, my little sister, because just knowing I have somebody younger that looks up to me, and when my parents and them get older, I'm gonna have to be that person to step up and provide. And knowing that I can't make a lot of mistakes in her face because she's gonna be following my footsteps.
Light for me in my life is definitely my sister Maggie. I'm always due for a call for her when I need something or when she needs something. So our relationship has been so impactful for me. And when I struggle, I know I can always call her or shoot her a quick text, and I know she'll respond.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
People hurt. We're human. We're all wounded. The only ones who aren't wounded are babies. They're innocent. Innocent comes from the Latin innocens, which means without wound. But the rest of us, we've been hurt. We've had experiences along the way where you're with somebody and you have concern because the way they're talking seems to indicate that they're not well, that they're not happy with who they are or what's happening in their life, and they may possibly be indicating that they don't want to be around, that maybe it'd be better if they weren't here. If you find yourself in that situation, you don't let them go. You take their hand and say, listen to me. I hear you. I'm present. I'm listening. Don't take their suffering, their pain lightly. Let them know that you want to be there for them and see them to the next step, which means, yes, you need to connect them with somebody who knows how to take their hand from your hand and guide them beyond this moment. They are indicating to you something because they trust you. And you need to let them know that what you need to do for them is out of concern, is out of your goodness. If we make a mistake, if we are overreacting, so be it. They'll still be here. I'll make it clear, if somebody speaks to you and uses the S word, that is such a huge flag. That's the big one. Do not let them go. You must see them through to someone else that can make a difference for them.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors. The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors.
Wounded. The only ones who aren't wounded are babies. They're innocent. Innocent comes from the Latin innocens, which means without wound. But the rest of us, we've been hurt. We've had experiences along the way where you're with somebody and you have concern because the way they're talking seems to indicate that they're not well, that they're not happy with who they are or what's happening in their life, and they may possibly be indicating that they don't want to be around, that maybe it'd be better if they weren't here. If you find yourself in that situation, you don't let them go. You take their hand and say, listen to me, I hear you, I'm present, I'm listening. Don't take their suffering, their pain lightly. Let them know that you want to be there for them and see them to the next step, which means, yes, you need to connect them with somebody who knows how to take their hand from your hand and guide them beyond this moment. They are indicating to you something because they trust you. And you need to let them know that what you need to do for them is out of concern, is out of your goodness. If we make a mistake, if we are overreacting, so be it. They'll still be here. I'll make it clear, if somebody speaks to you and uses the S word, that is such a huge flag. That's the big one. Do not let them go. You must see them through to someone else that can make a difference for them. People hurt. We're human.
And we welcome you to the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. This is Game 6 of 9 today as St. George's gets set to take on Polytech here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. And we welcome you to the broadcast once again, everyone. Mike Corey alongside Barnett Harris, former Delaware Blue Hen. Great to see you, and one of Sean Locke's best friends. Looking forward to this weekend. We always do. How you doing, man?
It's great to be here. I'm so excited. Day one was electric. Day two has been off to an incredible start. And I'm glad I get to do this with the best in the business, Mike Corey himself.
Great to see you, man. And, when you look at it and you get ready for this weekend, which is one of my favorite all year long, you see 7 in front of this event, the 7th annual. I can't believe we're here for the 7th consecutive year for the SL24 Basketball Classic.
It is absolutely amazing and incredible, and I can't believe it either. And it just seems like yesterday we were putting on the first one, and now we're all the way to the 7. I can't wait to see what the next 7 are like, but it's just amazing to be here. It's always a fulfilling, and it just fuels my spirit each week, and I get to do this, and I always look forward to this, and I'm glad I get to do this with you.
Well, I'm looking forward to it here as well. Let's get right to it here for this game in St. George's and Polytech, and here's a look at the schedule. This is the 2 p.m. game here today. We still have Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech on the girls' side coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern, and then Odessa, Middletown. Well, we always end the night with Sally's and Sanford. That'll be a fun one.
Absolutely. It's going to be 3 incredible games left that we have to do after this one, and it's going to be a great wrap to a great weekend.
All right, so St. George's here, and we were told before the game, our officials, Tony Delfino, Ronnie Abrams, and Lane Drexel, you cannot dunk the ball in warm-ups. Each team actually did that, so they called offsetting technicals, if you will. So each team is actually starting with 1 team foul in this game today. So we'll keep an eye on that as a 3-pointer goes up by David Crawford for St. George's. No good, but the offensive rebound and a putback, and they're on the board first.
And I think that's going to be key to this game. Can Polytech limit St. George's second chance opportunities, and can they limit the turnovers? As you see, St. George's already has 1 second chance basket, and they've already caused 1 turnover.
And Jaden Reed on the last one there for St. George's as we're just underway in this game here today for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic in memory of Sean Locke and in benefit of the SL24 Foundation. Visit unlockthelight.com/donate to get involved and help the cause here as Joshua Obara scores it, and it's already an early advantage here for St. George's over Polytech.
Absolutely. Obara out here they call Baby Giannis, so I'm looking for a lot out of him.
And a foul called on the floor here, and let's get it going here, Barnett. Let's give the fans a background. You played with Sean at the University of Delaware. Your thoughts, your relationship with him, and why this event means so much.
It means so much because he was a close friend of mine. I played with him for 3 years. He was 1 year my senior, and he was a team captain and just a great overall human being. We remained friends after graduation, and he was pretty instrumental as St. George's gets a 3 in my life, especially in my journey matriculating from being a college athlete to a future law student. And I spoke to him 3 days before his untimely passing, before he lost his battle with depression, and I never saw it. I never would have sniffed he was going through what he was going through. And so and when his father asked me to be a part of this organization 7 years ago, I couldn't not do it. And I'm just so honored to be a part of it, just because I don't want to see that happen with my friends without me saying I've tried to do something to contribute to help in the stigma with depression and anxiety and mental illness, and just to play a role in helping the next generation be able to fight their battles.
Avon Diamond fouled for Polytech and is going to head to the free throw line for 2 shots here on that last sequence as they try to get on the board for the first time this afternoon. Well, we talked to Chris Locke earlier this week, Sean's father, one of the co-founders here of the SL24 Foundation. That's what he said. It was that people came up to him and he thought, if this could happen to a person like Sean, who is the most outgoing, friend to everyone, you never saw it coming, then it can really happen to anybody. So that's what kind of got this whole thing started. Like, we can't let this happen. We've got to try to help those out there that are struggling, that we can provide some resources, and that's what we're doing here this weekend.
Absolutely, and it just means so much to me to play the small role that I play in this organization, and I really love and look forward to this weekend to give back in just the small ways for a state and for people that have given so much to me.
Crawford on the miss, and the other way, Polytech, and a rejection coming back by Jaden Reed for St. George's. Polytech still has it here as they trail it 9-1.
Mike, that's what I like to see. That's what we call that Windex. He put that on the glass, and he wiped it off. That's what I like to see, Jaden Reed.
What a play. Watch him coming back on defense here and getting the rejection as Cameron Allen tried to get it to the hole. And Reed goes out now. Harold Best has checked in for St. George's as they lead it 9-1. 2.5 minutes gone by so far here in the first quarter. Nice feed inside, and unable to get it was Diamond, though, and here come St. George's the other way, quickly into the front court. Emery Womack, and throwing it down. Obiara, who comes in and has been assertive here early for this St. George's team. It's 11-1. Timeout, Polytech.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Obiara is coming to put on a show. He must have heard that Mike and Barnett are doing the call. So he says, I have to show them something.
Joshua Obiara, and he is being recruited by a lot of different teams in a bunch of different Division I conferences, including the Ivy League, the Atlantic 10, the ACC, the SEC, a guy that's averaging over 17 points a game and over 12 rebounds for Rod Griffin. The head coach is now in his 13th season for St. George's, and that was a spectacular play right there that we just saw.
Absolutely, and this is a start that St. George's needed. They needed to get off to a hot start. They're up 11-1, and this is what they need. They want to control the pace, they want to control the tempo, and they want to play their game. This is their game, getting stops, getting out on the run, sharing the ball, and getting the easy points so you're not always into a tight contest.
Coach Rod Griffin's done a really nice job with this group. The head coach since 2013 has had numerous conference championships, Final Four appearances, and obviously has sent a lot of players to Division I colleges and to the collegiate level, including the NBA. Bones Highland, of course, comes to mind from a few years back here of this program.
Absolutely. Delaware legend in himself. A-10 player, you know about the A-10. Yeah, I can see him. Can you see him at University of Dayton playing for Anthony Grant or at VCU? There's a lot of talent in the state of Delaware as St. George's commits a foul on a great drive and take by Diamond.
Let's talk about how you can get involved here with the SL24 Foundation this weekend. The ways to donate, once again, unlockthelight.com/donate. Also, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can text Classic 7 to 53555, or you can scan the QR code with your phone as well. And, last year, over $600,000 in year 6. And, of course, every year we're trying to surpass that goal and well on our way, hopefully, to doing that here today. And we'll get the final numbers coming up at the 8 o'clock game.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see. It's just been remarkable to see the community involvement, both financially and through volunteering and other aspects. So the energy is as high as this can be, and I can't wait to see the final tally. I do think we will top it as St. George's commits a turnover on a good tip pass with the press by Polytech. So I'm excited to see what it is. I do think we'll top it. I don't know what it is, but I'm excited to see it.
Cameron Allen getting the steal right there as we go back to that last play. And then he was fouled by Womack.
One thing, Mike, you do want to do against the press is throw a lob pass. These are athletic players out here. Lobs gives them too much time, and they're too athletic and can jump too high and to get tips. As they cash in that turnover with a three-pointer by Durant. And as Polytech now sets back up into the press to try to cause another turnover.
And Polytech kind of settling in here as they were down 9-1 early. It's a 5-point game now, 11-6. Inside of 4.5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. St. George's Crawford gets it back to Womack.
And kind of like a soft 2-3 zone.
Three ball no good by Womack. Offensive rebound, though. Obiara again underneath, and the follow not there. The second try is by Jaden Reed. He's already got 6 points here early
as St. George leads it 13-6.
Jaden Reed just turned some garbage into gold right there. Attacked the glass, got the second chance point, and then put it back for 2. Good way to attack the glass. But on the flip side, Polytech needs to limit second chance opportunities.
Excellent pass down low. Donald Copes gets the bucket and a foul, and he's got a chance for the three-point play.
That's what we call and one the hard way. I'm too strong to let you foul me and not score.
Substitutions here. Jalen Bradshaw's in. Taking a seat is Harold Best, who picks up the foul. Copes caps off the three-point play. We're at a 4-point game now. 13-9 here.
We're in a battle here, Mike. We're in a battle here. I just mentioned it earlier, Mike, about the law of passes.
Diamond puts it down. That's the second time, Barnett, they've done that here in a steal, getting out in the passing lane.
And he's the second time that he made them pay twice. I like it. And he has some hops out there.
Almost another steal. Obiara gets through the lane. A double clutch runner's not there. He goes down. No foul. Offensive rebound. And it's put back up and in by Jaden Reed.
I like Jaden Reed's game. He's attacking the glass. He's getting the easy points. And he's relentless on the offensive end.
Copes. And a jump ball is called.
Looks like possession arrow goes to St. George's.
Corey Williams is in.
You see the replay of Diamond going up high on the dunk.
So St. George's possession with a 4-point lead here and 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. The other ways to help here for the SL24 Foundation this weekend is the online auction, right? We got a lot of great items there. Eagles, Jalen Carter, autographed jersey, 100 level sideline tickets, as well as Jaden Reed scores this bucket for St. George's and a foul as well. You got Villanova men's basketball tickets, gift cards, trips, island vacation packages, prom packages, swag bags from Delaware high schools, and much more.
Will you go on a 7-day vacation to Antigua with me, Mike?
I'll take it, yeah.
Will you go with me?
Sure.
I need to go take
yeah.
someone.
Yeah, if I get some free time, I'm with you. That'd be a great trip. Yeah, all that and more. Go to givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7, and you can check that out, the online auction, and a chance to help donate to the SL24 Foundation and also get some amazing gifts and trips. Here's a 3 by Diamond. And Polytech on the comeback trail here. It's a 3-point game with about just over 2 minutes to go in the first quarter.
Diamond's playing a really strong game on both ends of the floor. He's making them pay when they leave him open, and he's been relentless on the defensive end. As Jaden Reed is also making Polytech play by being relentless down low and getting the easy points. I like his game. He's in control down there. He's relentless, and he has a high release, so he doesn't allow defenders to reach at the ball as he's trying to go up. So he's fundamentally sound, and he's playing up high. He's using his height to his advantage. I really like Jaden Reed's game. And I like how St. George's actually is playing 2 bigs. You don't see that too often with Obiara and Reed. They work well together.
And another throwdown. What a job he's done in this first quarter.
Mike, we have some high flyers out here. Obiara says, Barnett, I am here to show you what I can do.
And a block on the defensive end. Diamond goes back in strong for Polytech. Doesn't go. Knocked around. St. George's has it.
And they're off to the races.
Williams with a layup. Corey Williams, and a timeout by Polytech with 1:17 to go in the first quarter, and it's right back up to St. George's now with a 9-point lead.
Mike, we have some high flyers. We have 2 teams that will play both ends of the floor. They will play hard, they will play together, and they will play fast. I love to see it on both ends of the floor.
Seventh annual SL24 Basketball Classic here in Game 6 of 9. We've got 3 more games coming up this afternoon and this evening. Also on sale now is merchandise here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. You can also go online for that as well at unlockthelight.com. We got short and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, beach towels, tumblers, magnets, and much more. A lot of great stuff. I bought my annual long sleeve shirt here for the SL24 Foundation. It's got Lock 24 on the back. Some great stuff here today.
Absolutely. I am sporting some of the new merch. We just dropped some new, what do the young folks call it? A new line? A new
line,
drop?
yeah.
A fresh drop. So yeah, I'm sporting the merch. You can get it there. Hey, if my friends are listening, shoot me a text. I might be able to cop you some.
That's right.
Send you some. But yeah, donating is good, all to a good cause, and it all goes back into the community to ensure that we stay true to our mission, which is one, that Sean's House is open 24/7, and two, that you will never have to pay a dollar. And it was always free, no matter when you go through your crisis, as St. George's causes another turnover.
5-second violation. Yeah, fans, help us make this another incredible year. Your donations, the online auction, the merchandise, the ticket sales, all goes directly to help support and fund Sean's House and the SL24 Foundation. And what's great about this year after year is it just continues to grow as David Crawford knocks down the jumper for St. George's. How about Sean's House, Sean's Rooms now developing at the area schools here in the state of Delaware as well. We're almost up to 4 Sean's Rooms in addition to Sean's House.
Absolutely, and that's been really wonderful to hear and learn about, just the enthusiasm by the young people. The young people are going to change this world, and I always get so eager when I'm hearing about the young people's just enthusiasm to address mental health, to make sure that they have the resources so that they are prepared, especially in the day and age as St. George's gets the rebound and off to the races as David Crawford gets another layup for 5 quick points. And as the young people are just so enthusiastic and open about addressing the mental health, and so the Sean's Rooms, it's so exciting. I'm so impressed.
Well, that's the end of the first quarter, and speaking of the Sean's Rooms, St. George's, and that's going to open up in February as the 4th one, along with St. Mark's High School, Salesianum, and the Warehouse in Wilmington, Delaware. You're watching St. George's right now with a 27-14 lead over Polytech. We'll take a timeout. We'll be back with the start of the second quarter here at the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic.
Teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's
because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow.
Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
Welcome back to the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware, as the start of the second quarter gets underway here with St. George's and Polytech. 27-14 right now. St. George's with the lead. Mike Corey alongside Barnett Harris, and joining us here as we get underway with the second quarter, Emily Ryle, the Sean's House, Sean's Room coordinator. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. This is so exciting.
We appreciate it. How's the weekend going for you so far?
You know, it's chaotic, but this is what I signed up for, and I love it. I love all the energy, and I'm so excited to be here.
We were just talking about this with Sean's Rooms, and now it's St. Mark's High School, Salesianum, the Warehouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and appropriately here, coming soon, St. George's, right?
Yeah, and that's where I graduated from, so it's like a full circle moment.
Tell us about it, how they get developed, what it's like right now, because this is a big undertaking, and it's really cool to see how many are coming along so far.
Yeah, I mean, a lot really goes into the rooms, and we really try to pair with people who are invested in our organization, and there's no one more deserving than St. George's of a room. They've had an SL24 club. They were actually the first to form it, and I'm just excited this finally gets to happen for them, and they've just always been really passionate about everything we do.
Question I had is, like St. George's, a place that's very career focused. You know, how does the need in Sean's Rooms there maybe differ from some of the other schools or the places that Sean's Rooms are currently in?
Yeah, I think with a vocational school, it has unique challenges, or every shop is so different, and so catering to each individual trade, I think it'll be a challenge, but I think it's exciting, especially when you work with more blue-collar populations. I think that's a really underserved community in terms of mental health. So being able to intervene early and just really help people get in tune with themselves there, regardless of their shop, and just, I think it's a really interesting dynamic. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. This is a good game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As Donald Copes drives in for Polytech and gets the bucket. Emily Ryle is with us here on the broadcast, talking about Sean's Rooms. And, you know, for you as an alum, kind of what was that like for you when you were in school there, and now to be able to kind of go back and help this cause and see this develop? What's that like for you?
Well, I feel like a completely different person from high school. Like, I would never be doing this because I was so socially anxious, and you wouldn't catch me doing something like this. But after getting the help I needed for social anxiety, like, it didn't happen for me until after high school. But so being able to go back and help people who might be experiencing what I was, but getting to them sooner, I think that's really rewarding. And, like, I can't describe a better form of healing than to go back and help people in the same position that I was. Yeah.
Cameron Allen gets the bucket here for Polytech, and a timeout by St. George's. They still lead it 29-20 with 6:13 to go in the second quarter. Barnett, a little bit different these days, right, with the ability to now talk about this more openly, more freely, and especially because the schools are now saying, here it is, okay? Let's get this out there.
Absolutely, and Emily, I would like you to speak to, you know, you're in the, I would say, the younger generation, being at least younger than me. How inspiring has it been seeing, as you're really on your boots on the ground, seeing the young people's enthusiastic and openness about, oh no, we're going to address our mental health in ways that people just a few years our senior did not, or were, you know, still a little bit taboo.
Yeah, I mean, I was class of 2019, and even since then, there's been a drastic change. I can't speak to exactly what caused it, but there's been such a shift in how we talk about anxiety, how we talk about depression. There's not that shame around it that I experienced when I was in high school. Like, I remember being so embarrassed by anxiety. I know it's like humiliating to be this worked up over going to the cafeteria, but no, now like, we're talking about it, and people have a place they can go when they might be a little bit more anxious and decompress instead of going to a busy cafeteria. That option is there, and we're talking about it, and it's such a relief to see that, because these conversations matter and we're having them in the open. And so really it's my goal to just continue that movement. I'm so passionate about it. And
absolutely, and you're doing great work at Sean's house. You're doing great work with other great people, and I love to see it. I still try to be youthful. I'm not so youthful anymore.
It's a state of mind. It really is.
But I truly love what you're doing as OB era. It gets a tough and one. It's really inspiring, because I've seen from the inception to now, and just seeing the enthusiasm and the engagement from people from all over. It's just been amazing to see.
Yeah.
Let me ask this, Emily, like with schools and people that are listening and watching, if they want to try to do this and they want to develop one of these Sean's Rooms at their school, what's kind of the process? Like, how do you have to kind of get this going, the space, people, the peer support? How does it all work?
Yeah, So it really is like a unique process, and typically we like to have schools start out by getting an SL24 club going, seeing where the interest is with the population and building that, having them show up to the tournament, play in the games, and we have like after-school clubs at all of our school locations, and when that interest is there, we'll make our best effort to come. And so I encourage anybody who's part of a school board who's interested in getting part of it, reach out to me at emily@unlockthelight.com. But yeah, because I think I really want to grow our outreach, and I want this resource all over Delaware, and we're working on expanding to southern Delaware too, so
Yes.
in the works.
That's awesome. No, that's great to hear, and that's what we're here for this weekend. As previously, Jaden Reed with a basket at Olbiera. Another throwdown jam for St. George's.
It's a good day to be a Hawk.
Thank you,
Right?
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We have some high flyers out here, Mike. What am I seeing? I don't know if I could jump that high back in my heyday, Mike. Could you? As you see the replay of him going all the way up.
Just a junior, too, by the way, folks, here for St. George's. And Joshua Olbiera on another slam to make it 40-22. Three ball that's off the mark that time by Diamond, but he has knocked the ball away a few times at the defensive end. He does it again. Polytech, they get it back to him in the corner. And they're all over him now. Finding the cutter, though, and the drive for two by Cameron Allen. 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic here today to raise funds for the SL24 Foundation. And Sean's house, ages 14 to 24. You can walk in anytime, day or night, talk to your peers, get the help, get the counseling that you need when you're battling depression. And we're talking with Emily Ryle, who's Sean's room coordinator, helping to develop the Sean's rooms at the schools in this state, already at St. Mark's, Salesianum, the Warehouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and soon to be St. George's High School, who you're watching right now. To donate to the SL24 Foundation, unlockthelight.com/donate, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. Scan the QR code with your phone. You can also text Classic 7 to 53555. Emily, final thoughts, what you'd like to get out, what people need to know as we continue on this amazing weekend here in the 7th annual tournament.
Yeah, one thing I just want whoever's listening to this to know is that what you're not addressing now in your life, it'll catch up to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's important to talk to someone, whether it's a family member, someone, a third party, a professional, whatever it is. Don't let that stay inside because it builds up. And as someone who dealt with lifelong anxiety that led to a chronic pain condition, I know firsthand how unaddressed anxiety can turn into something way bigger, and running from your problems doesn't get you anywhere. So if you need someone to talk to, please reach out. Like, whatever means works for you, or whoever you're comfortable talking to. There is someone who will listen, people who care.
Excellent. Really good advice. 100% agree with you. Absolutely. And thank you so much for coming on. It was great to talk to you.
This was so cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll see you this weekend.
Yes, you
Thank
will.
you, Emily.
Emily Ryle joining us here in the second quarter of Game 6 of 9 in the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. 100% right, Barnett. I mean, and it's not just that. It could be anything. I was talking to someone the other day. If you're not even feeling well, or you might feel like you have, like, maybe a medical condition or a problem or anything, well, I'll just battle through it. No, go get checked out, right? Go talk to someone. Get some help. It works both ways, and I thought her comment was very well taken.
Absolutely, and it's something I try to implement not just in my life, but I try to tell my friends as Copes knocks down the first free throw, like, hey, like, you know, I reach out, I'm here, check in, but like, make sure you go, if something's ailing you, go see a doctor. If you have a toothache, go see a dentist. Don't try to just always like tough things out.
Right.
As Copes goes 2 for 2 from the stripes. And it's tough sometimes because you get in this mentality like, no, it'll be okay. It'll eventually pass by. And that's not always the case. So you want to get into a good habit of addressing things when they are bothering you.
Exactly right. I thought her point of it could catch up to you is exactly right. And don't let it get to that point. Second quarter, we've got 2 minutes to go here. The ball is out of bounds to Polytech. It's a 44-26 lead right now by St. George's.
Mike, let me ask you this. Have you been a high flyer like these players out here?
Nowhere near that, Barnett. I'm amazed, right? I mean, in the level of athleticism, at this level, is Obiera with a block in the defensive end. 6'8", too. Junior, right? The size advantage that some of these players have right now at this level. What was it like when you were playing? I know you played at the Division I college level, but we're seeing some pretty good talent here right now in this game.
Yeah, we're seeing athletic levels that are just mind-blowing as St. George's gets another timeout, and as Bradshaw draws a foul and will go to the line for 2. We are seeing athleticism like I've never seen before. It's amazing. Each generation seems to become more and more athletic. And at the high school level is one prime example. These are high flyers, super athletic, quick, great first steps. It's just amazing to see as Bradshaw misses the first.
Jalen Bradshaw at the line here for St. George's.
I tell you what, though, I would have put a couple of these guys on the glass, though. Still, I would have put some Windex on the glass.
Yeah, right.
I could jump back in the day.
Yeah,
not now.
Yes, you could have. Ball into the post to get it back out here. Polytech, Durant puts it inside, blocking a foul here as Copes goes up, and we'll head to the line for 2 with 1:26 to go.
One thing I would have liked to see from Reed there is not just to go straight up, but to time it a little bit better. It was a little off balance, so he would have had to throw up an off balance shot. Give it another second. You're athletic. You can jump and then jump to try and get it when he releases the shot rather than trying to get it out of his hands.
So Donald Copes here at the line for Polytech. Substitution as Emery Womack is back in. And Reed's going to take a seat. Jaden Reed's had a really nice first half, number 15 for St. George's, who we were just talking about. He's just a sophomore. Got called for that last foul, but boy, he's been pretty effective on the offensive end, especially rebounding and putbacks as well.
Absolutely. It's like we were talking about earlier, one of those really athletic young players that plays both ways. He plays on the defense, will show you his athleticism, has a block, and will attack the glass, get offensive rebound, and can score, can drive, and he's a all-around really solid player and will only get better as he's a sophomore.
Tyre Vicks goes on top for Bradshaw. His pass to Womack, saved it from going out, and St. George's with Best gets it back to Womack, and the runner off the window is good. Almost went out of bounds. Instead, they recovered, and they get a 2 out of it.
Womack turned garbage into gold. And he created the garbage. He turned his own garbage into gold. That was a great save, and then a great finish by Womack.
46 points up on the board already in the first half here for St. George's, and the rebound by Harold Best. Over to Womack, feeds Bradshaw, a little bit too strong. And out of bounds to Polytech with 42.1 to go.
Absolutely. That's one of those turnovers you never like to see as a coach. You're controlling the tempo, you're controlling the pace, and then you just got a little bit carried away. If I'm Womack, I'm driving at another one and then making the pass to the other offensive player I have driving the wing rather than trying to throw to the hoop there.
Avon Diamond working his way up the court. Going to be fouled by Tyre Vicks. Picks up his second for St. George's. 35.1 seconds to go in the first half.
Diamond's had a solid half. He's been playing really good on both ends of the ball. Now, shots not always falling, but can attack the glass, has been causing havoc on the turnovers, and is getting to the line.
Yeah. One more coming up here for Diamond. Remember, we're here this weekend for the SL24 Basketball Classic in honor of Sean Locke, the 2012 St. Mark's graduate, 2016 University of Delaware graduate, and the former Division I player who lost his battle with depression on July 18th, 2018. We're here to help educate, assist, and support high school and college students battling depression. The funds raised will help SL24 keep providing the valuable resources at Sean's house, including the Peer 24 program and Sean's rooms. We were just talking with Emily about at St. Mark's High School, Salesianum, the warehouse in Wilmington, Delaware, and soon to be here at St. George's High School as well. As you see, St. George's with a 46-30 lead, and the jumper is up no good by Crawford. Polytech, 5 seconds to work with on the break. Durant, nice up fake, puts it up, no, the tip is no good, and that's it. That's the end of the first half, and St. George's with a 46-30 halftime advantage.
Dominant in both quarters, basically from start to finish. Got off to an 11-1 run, and then have basically controlled the game since. If I'm going into the half, Polytech, I'm going to try to figure out how to slow down this St. George's offense. Have men go back on defense, and then try to figure out what are some sets we can get our shots to fall, so we can get our confidence back, and then try to slowly crawl away. One stop here, get a rebound, limit them to one shot there.
All right, it's halftime here of Game 6 of 9 in the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with more. You're watching action from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Back with more after this in support of the SL24 Foundation.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal, so slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We're here with Zach Ryan, the Executive Director of the SL24 Foundation. Great to see you, man.
Good to see you.
How you been, all right?
Been doing all right, yeah. It's been a busy year, and we're looking forward to 2025.
A lot of amazing things happening here. I got a few questions for you. I want to start off, first off, with the Peer 24 program, okay? So we need to get people to understand what this is all about. How do they help, and then how do you get involved? So let's get an overview first and foremost, Peer 24.
Yeah, so it's really the heart of what we do. It's young people helping young people. So we have a 9-week training program that's complete with healthcare theater, mock sessions, all these things that allow a young person that has a lived experience to kind of take that knowledge with some training, help another young person that's struggling. So we have 2 trainings a year, and we're training the next crop of young professionals in the mental health space. And it's just really exciting.
How old do you have to be? Who is part of this program? I know there's, what, over 270 that you've actually trained now.
Yeah, so it's 16 is the youngest.
Okay.
And then we'll go through college-age students. And it's just kind of like, how can we, at Sean's rooms, Sean's houses, have people always ready to staff, always ready to talk to people?
Now, are they here? Do they have certain times that they're here at Sean's house? And what about at the Sean's rooms?
So it kind of is unique to the community. As we continue to expand, we always want to make sure our foundation is 24/7, 365. And so it makes sense here in a college town to always be ready, because sometimes, that Ring doorbell rings at 3 o'clock in the morning, and we always have somebody ready. At the high schools or the community centers, it's a little bit different. So it might be a lunchtime where a lot of students are coming in. They just, maybe they bombed a test, or maybe they've got something going on after school, and they need to talk to somebody. At the community center, at the teen warehouse, it's Friday nights. That's when the most people are coming through, and that's when they're talking about what's going on with them.
A lot of new things going on here as well. Wanted to ask you about the Teen Summit. What was that all about?
Yeah, it was a first for us. We gathered over 100 young people and actually teachers, guidance counselors at the Teen Warehouse, one of our Sean's Room locations, and we said, let's have a conversation about mental health. And all of those folks gathered, and it was around that theme from last year, 2024, more than. I'm more than my struggles. I'm more than my diagnosis. I'm more than the worst thing I've ever done. I'm also more than my successes. I'm not defined by any of these things. It's all of these things. I'm a human. I'm a unique person. And so we had Benjamin Wagner, who's like kind of a thought leader in the space. He was our keynote, but I would say like kind of the real keynotes, and he would agree with me, were the kids. We had young people get up from different schools, different locations, and talk about their own struggle and how they're more than that.
Speaking of the outreach, like you just said, I mean, you have the basketball tournament, which is up in Wilmington, in the wintertime. You have the volleyball tournament in the summer at Dewey Beach, which is amazing. And then all these rooms starting to develop throughout the whole state as well. So tell us a little bit more about outreach and how this entire state's getting involved, right?
What I love about this state, coming from Florida, it's a little state that's like a loving neighborhood. And I think we kind of find when we do a volleyball tournament, all these people gather and they hear about what's happening up in Newcastle County and say, why not here? Right. And now we're saying in a more deliberate way, yeah, why not? So I'd say be on the lookout for how we might be expanding in Sussex and Kent County. I can't say anything yet, but like we're looking to make some inroads and some really deliberate outreach in Sussex.
There's been so many people that have come through here that also work here, including yourself and the people that we've been involved in for many years. It's always important when someone has probably had to go through this personally themselves to be able to help others. I know you're one of those individuals. Like, tell me a little bit more about your journey, what it means to you, and why it's so important for you here and in this role and what you're now doing for others.
Yeah, so over the course of the past year and a half, I've seen young people come through these doors, and I've seen them struggle. In a 15-year teaching career, I lost students. I saw students come in with struggles. But I think one of the things that like kind of has impacted me was seeing a parent bring their child in here. And it was a little abstract until March, when I had my wife had our daughter, Kira, and now I've got a little baby, and I'm worried that she's gonna have my anxiety. I'm worried that like she is going to walk into a room and despite everything that we say, she's gonna think she's not enough, like I think I'm not enough. And she's gonna think that she is failing, even though things are going well and people are smiling and she's smiling. And so when I saw those parents have the courage to bring those kids in, it hit different in March now that I have Kira. And so I've made deliberate efforts to like work on my own anxiety, work on my own feelings of feeling trapped, feeling anxious, having imposter syndrome, because I want to be the best dad to her that I can be.
You're in the right place, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think we all are. It's been great to see you again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us.
That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
People hurt. We're human. We're all wounded. The only ones who aren't wounded are babies. They're innocent. Innocent comes from the Latin innocens, which means without wound. But the rest of us, we've been hurt. We've had experiences along the way where you're with somebody and you have concern because the way they're talking seems to indicate that they're not well, that they're not happy with who they are or what's happening in their life, and they may possibly be indicating that they don't want to be around, that maybe it'd be better if they weren't here. If you find yourself in that situation, you don't let them go. You take their hand and say, listen to me, I hear you, I'm present, I'm listening. Don't take their suffering, their pain lightly. Let them know that you want to be there for them and see them to the next step, which means, yes, you need to connect them with somebody who knows how to take their hand from your hand and guide them beyond this moment. They are indicating to you something because they trust you. And you need to let them know that what you need to do for them is out of concern, is out of your goodness. If we make a mistake, if we are overreacting, so be it. They'll still be here. I'll make it clear, if somebody speaks to you and uses the S word, that is such a huge flag. That's the big one. Do not let them go. You must see them through to someone else that can make a difference for them.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. Who will he grow up to be?
Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by Jersey Mike's, Platinum Dining Group, St. Mark's High School, and the Cicero family.
And welcome back inside the Chase Fieldhouse in Game 6 of 9 in the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. We get set for the start of the second half. St. George's and Polytech. It's a 16-point lead right now, 46-30 in favor of St. George's. Let's get to some of the first half highlights here. Barnett, what do we see so far in the first half?
We see a lot of athletic plays from St. George's. We see a lot of athletic defense from Polytech, and we see a lot of high flight and great basketball from both teams.
Jaden Reed there, 15 for St. George's, and Joshua Obiera, 34, led the way. They had 16 and 13 points respectively as well in that first half. Number 4, Emery Womack, had 9 points. On the other side, Polytech, Donald Copes had 12 points, and Avon Diamond had 10 to lead the way for them. And really excited here now as we welcome you back courtside, Mike Corey with Barnett Harris and my great friend and our producer of this event, Jimmy Smith from the digital team. Great to be with you, man. It's the first time I think we've done this.
Yeah, and, we have such an unbelievable crew this year that I finally feel really good with walking away from upstairs to come back down here and talk with you guys. This event is so much fun to come back to Delaware for, to see you guys. I spent a lot of time here, and it's so nice to bring new people into the light here with Unlock the Light. The crew you're seeing there, these are industry professionals, all in Ohio, in the Cleveland, Columbus area. These are guys that do stuff for Ohio State, the Cleveland Guardians, the Cavaliers, the Blue Jackets, the Reds. These are legit professionals, and we're also using young people in important roles here to give them some opportunities and give them reps professionally. But this broadcast is so special in a lot of ways. I get to see you, I get to see Scott, I get to see Barnett, and we get to pour our hearts out for something that's really important.
Yeah, we just talked about this, Jimmy, before we came on here for this game. It was really back after COVID, 2020. This event just got off in time during 2020, right? Because it was early February. And then it was the next year where Chris Locke had came to us and said, we're not going to be able to have any fans in the event because it's COVID and we're not allowed to have anybody in here. What are we going to do? And, you and I came together with these great people here in this broadcast crew and said, hey, we're going to stream these games. We're going to put this on. We're going to go online. And that's what we did. And now it's the 5th consecutive year of doing that and 7th at the tournament.
Yeah, the original idea was to just have the games. And something hit us early in the process of the conversation that this is not about the games. So, a lot of people would just do a game or 9 games and just go on for the games. We're on kind of telethon style. That's the kind of terminology we've used. This is a telethon. We want to talk about mental health, use basketball as a vehicle to talk about mental health and expose people to conversations, terminology, thoughts that they may not have been expecting when turning on a basketball game or thought they would ever hear about. And so, there's a lot of people watching right now, and I've actually seen it in the comments over the years. They're like, just talk about the game. Just talk about the game. We're not here to talk about the game. The game is what we're using to bring people together to talk about mental health. We will cover the game. I'm so honored to bring this together for these athletes, but we're here to talk about mental health, period. This broadcast will not change. This is the structure. It's so important to have these conversations.
Jimmy, this is now, I don't know how long you've been doing this overall, but this is the 5th iteration, or the 7th iteration, the 5th that we've done like with the live stream. Yeah. Talk about what you get to the enjoyment you get from this one as compared to the first one, which I'm sure was very stressful for you because we had done this before.
Yeah, so, and we actually got the call, Mike and I did, I mean, with about a month and a half to prepare. And so, you know, we just wanted to get on the air. And so we got on the air. We had some incredible messages from celebrities, you know, from people in the basketball world, the connections Mike had, of people talking about mental health. And that really kind of exposed people to the conversations and to the organization. And then we started telling stories around Sean's house as it opened. And SL24, you know, all the features and featurettes you see, the interviews that are done, that are played at halftime, or things like that, are stuff that our team puts together to continue the conversation, expose people, and personify the conversations and the things happening at Sean's house. And so, you know, the beginning was way different than it is now, and the people I meet and the conversations and the memories about Sean and the impact that the house and the rooms are having, I get to see, you know, in this week that I'm doing this production, and it's so special just to see the effect it has.
Jaden Reed has been outstanding, just for the last bucket and throws this one down. What a night he's having here for St. George's, 52-30. They go up by 22, 2.5 minutes into the third quarter of action, and a timeout by Polytech.
Mama, there goes that man. Jimmy, I just want to say the first one was probably my favorite because I've never got so many text messages of, Barnett, man, you look good. you really got my good angles in that one as we see Jaden Reed as it goes high above the rim.
Those are the good angles right there, Barnett, okay? That's good stuff.
Not about you. This is the angle right there, baby. That's what the people are here to see. Not your face too much. So
that's just the added bonus.
Jimmy, talking about like these players and how much it means though for these teams in this event. You had media night earlier this week, and you get a chance to interact with a lot of these players, because you're right, it's not just about the game. This means more to these people and these players, these young people, than just throwing the ball through the hoop.
So Zach Ryan, executive director of SL24, had the idea of having a media night. I was like, that's an incredible idea. We head to Sally's gym. We turn off all the lights. And we asked them questions about, you know, previous year it was how does mental health affect student athletes? And they talk a lot about the weight and the perfectionism and the pressure. And those stories last year were incredible. This year was more about who do you share your light with and who shares their light with you. So it was more of a shout out type of thing. And it helped people understand where light comes from. You know, it's simple things. It's simple gestures. It's listening. It's talking. You never know when you're impacting someone in the littlest way. And so, you know, really be tuned in to what you're doing and how you interact with people. And these athletes share this story. We did some other cool shots. You saw as we came back from break that really cool shot of them walking in the dark. It was just nice to see Delaware basketball also come together to represent themselves that evening.
Aben Diamond knocks down the jumper for Polytech. 52-33 is the score here as we come up on 5 minutes to go in this third quarter. We're talking with Jimmy Smith, who's our producer of this event here for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. And, you know, it's even more special and close to you because you knew Sean, right? You were working at the University of Delaware, pretty much set up the entire Hens All Access program, which we know is today, which is the streaming of games and events at the University of Delaware. I know that's important to you, in on the ground floor of that. But what about being with Sean and those basketball teams over those years that you were there?
That time that I was there from 11 to 16 was a special time, and Barnett can attest to that. You know, the conference championship is there. The trip to Spokane is there. Playing at Notre Dame. It was all during my time at UD, and it just coincided, happenstance, luckily, with Sean's time at UD and Barnett's time at UD. And so, you know, a special basketball team, Devon Sadler, Jarvis Threet, Davon Usher, you know, guys special names when it comes to Delaware basketball. I just was lucky enough to be there during that time and responsible with the things I was responsible with. I got to travel with you guys and meet guys like Sean Locke and Barnett Harris, who were, for the marketing department and content creation guys like myself, gold. Great on camera, fun, energetic, always at kids club events. And so we spent a lot of time together, and it was so special. And I'm glad to have gotten to know the Locke family more. It's unfortunate that I've had to get to know and spend this time, I do. But I thought about this morning, our relationship, Mike, would not be the same if this would have happened. Barnett, I might have never seen you again. And so I feel so badly for losing Sean. But the good things that came of it are what we're trying to make the most of right now. When we have this foundation, we have this organization, have this event.
And absolutely, and just think back on that time of life. People don't realize the people that work with the team, just how much time you spend together. Like I saw Jimmy probably every 5 or 6 days a week. And you just been, talking about for hours. It's not just you see your teammates at practice and you go. No, you're on the road with these people. They're in the hotels with you. You're working with them. They're at practices. They're outside of practices. You're doing videos. So you really get to know these people. You get to know about their families because you spend so much time. Their families come around to things. Their families come to games. They hang out. And so, like, it hurts so many people because it's not just, as Sean's teammate, the ones we were impacted. Like, I spent countless hours with Jimmy and his team and his staff, talking with them, getting to know them over the years. So it's just the impact the loss has. It's just so widespread because we spent so much time together at that time of life, and you share these things with people, and none of us would have ever been able to see it. And we've spent so much time with Sean at that time of life and each other. So again, like Jim, I echo Jimmy's sentiment. It's so disheartening that this thing is existing, but I'm glad it able to develop a closer relationship with you two. Been able to see Jimmy several times in recent years since he's back in the land of Ohio.
Yeah, right,
and as a Yinzer, we don't necessarily
that's right. I forgot about that.
Love those people to the west, but it's beautiful to see. It's a beautiful thing that Jimmy has been so instrumental in bringing to life.
Excellent points by both of you guys, and I'm sure Sean's kind of looking down here because the impact that he had when he was on this earth, and now it's even grown even exponentially, as we've said. Unfortunately, obviously in his absence, but in his absence, the impact has been 1,000% tremendous of what the Locke family has done, taking this horrible negative and turning it into this amazing positive. And we're on year 7 here. We've raised over $2.2 million in the previous 6 years, over $600,000 last year, and can't wait to see what the number is going to be at the end of this event coming up in the between the third and fourth quarter of game number 9 tonight.
Yeah, and the need is there. I mean, you've got Sean's house, the rooms, further expansion. The need is definitely there. And you know what? I think about this a lot. I spent enough time here to know a little bit. I'm not a native Delawarean, but a little bit of time, enough time, to know what Delaware is all about. And Sean's house, SL24, happens at the rate it happens a lot because of Delaware. Mostly because of what Delaware is all about. I hope Delawareans understand how special the state and the community is, the togetherness, the way up and down Route 1 has come together for SL24 is astounding. And there's a lot of states, mine included, Ohio, where it doesn't travel as quickly. Sean's a well-known entity in the state of Delaware. That helps. But Delaware's togetherness and ability to work with each other and support is something I've never seen before. And that's what makes this successful.
Absolutely. Everywhere I go, I take pride in being a Delaware alum. I talk about Delaware all the time. I talk about my time as a Blue Hen. I can't echo your statement enough because it's so true. This place is so unique and so just positioned where it's just so community driven that when there's a cause for one, there's a cause for all, and you really see it. That's why every time I come back, there's always someone that remembers me from my time at the university or just going to certain restaurants that I like. Like, oh, I remember seeing you in 2015 at Taverna, or I remember seeing you in Wilmington at this event or that event. And it's Delaware's such a remarkable place in that, and Sean's house in SL24 has benefited immensely from the culture and the atmosphere that Delaware has.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better, because I tell people I'm coming back for this event and what we've done and what we've already accomplished to this point. We're still going to continue to do this for as long as we possibly can. And they're amazed. They're like, really? Wow, okay. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal. And this started 6 months after his passing, right? In 2018. I mean, who's able to do that? I mean, I just give the Locke family and all the people in the state of Delaware, the board members, as you said, Barnett, us, the friends, the family, the people that have come together and said, no, we're going to try to get out there and make sure that this doesn't continue to happen. And some of the numbers that we've seen here, just so people know, over 33,000 visitors through the door at Sean's house, over 70,000 people educated by the SL24 programs, and over 4,400 sessions with Peer 24 support specialists at Sean's house. And we're now at 139 active crises served, and that's someone coming in saying,
I mean,
this is it.
Yeah, that's lives saved.
Correct.
I mean, that's unbelievable. Lives saved, 139, and then countless others that,
Right.
maybe early in their process with depression or anxiety, that they were given tools to deal with it to where they didn't advance much further. That's unbelievable work by the foundation.
Let's put up the ways to donate. The reason why we're here for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Unlockthelight.com/donate. GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7. You can text Classic 7 to 53555 or scan that QR code now with your phone. We're going to add it all up, and hopefully another tremendous weekend here in Wilmington, Delaware for the SL24 Foundation. We'll have the total for you between the 3rd and 4th quarter of our 8 p.m. game tonight. Sally's in Sanford. It's always the nightcap. 9 games this year for the tournament. We had 3 outstanding games last night. Jimmy, I heard there's over 2,800 people here in attendance at the field house as this basket is scored by Obiera, and St. George's now leads it 61-36.
8 p.m. game was electric. The energy, the people, St. Mark's DMA, the people that came for that game came to party. And it turned out to be, a great contest and a great cap-off, or gate cap to the end of the night there. And I expect that tonight. You got a multi-time state champion. You've got #1 team in the state. Let me pose for a picture. All right, good, thank you. And so the energy will come tonight as well. This event is awesome. It's a precursor to the state tournament, as Executive Director of DIAA Dave Baylor mentioned last night. You're seeing these teams get up for this event because it's just so special in this place for this cause.
Jimmy, you're the best, man. Thanks for everything.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you again soon.
Absolutely.
Jimmy Smith, our producer here for the SL24 Basketball Classic, our 7th annual. Always great to talk to him, and awesome to have you on here for the first time throughout our coverage of this event.
Boys.
Yeah, go back to work. All right. That's the end of the 3rd quarter, and doing work here so far today is St. George's. They lead it 63-36. 4th quarter when we come back after this.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is brought to you by BPG Sports, High Five Hospitality and Buffalo Wild Wings, iHeartRadio, Kevin and Marion Healy, and Mark and Pat Siegel.
We welcome you back to the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware for the 6th game of 9 here today in the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. The 4th quarter is underway with St. George's leading Polytech 63-36. St. George's in white, Polytech in black here. Mike Corey alongside Barnett Harris. And Maggie Ryan joins us here now, a nurse at Nemours, also the wife of Zach Ryan, who's the executive director of the SL24 Foundation. Great to see you.
You too. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you, and congratulations on your child, who's now almost a year old, right? Okay, and we had saw you previously at the volleyball tournament this past summer, and you're just getting going, and there's a lot going on these days, but congrats on all that you guys are doing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, she keeps us busy for sure. She's actually here today, you know, getting her first taste of the tournament and observing volleyball. She's up there dancing to the music in between, you know, the play. So, yeah, we're having a good time.
Talk to us about everything that's gone on, especially in your lives over the last year with this foundation, you and Zach doing this together, and all the support that you've been able to put forth for SL24.
Yeah, so it's definitely been a game changer. I would say this is a family affair. You know, Zach goes to work every day and, you know, does it in a formal way, but there's a lot of conversation that goes on at home, and so much so that recently he brought me in they had a youth summit. I don't know if everybody's familiar with that. It was a great event, and it, you know, brought in a lot of different kids from different schools, and he tagged me and he said, can you do something on nutrition? Because he always hears me at home talking, you know, you can't separate it. You talk about mental health, but it's physical health too. It's our brain, and, you know, just with the nursing background, you see it from a different perspective. So, yeah, so we do a lot of talking about what happens at SL24 and how we can reach as many kids as we can.
Yeah, I think that's very important, because there's so many things that are connected to it, right? I mean, it's not just one thing, right? I mean, if you went, you probably have heard from stories of people coming in and talking about some of the things they're going through, and that could be one of them, right? And if you're not getting proper nutrition and you're not feeling good about yourself, or you don't have that energy, a lot of other things can spiral out of control.
Oh, absolutely. I think, you know, being as a nurse and you're observing when somebody is dealing with an illness, you know, it's multimodality. You don't have just one type of treatment. You have all of it. You have to address the whole person. So,
Nemours, where you work, one of our sponsors of the event here, you have put forth a lot of great support for SL24. Just talk to us about things that you're doing and the lead up, and, you know, how everyone's getting involved here to kind of help this great cause.
Yeah, so Nemours is a pretty big organization, I'll say that. And I am a little bit more narrow focused. I'm on the inpatient side, and I actually primarily do hematology and oncology. So kids with cancer and blood disorders, but we get children that come in, you know, for different reasons too. So we also do see children, and I say children and adolescents who are in for either suicidal attempts or ideation. And so we do a lot of behavioral health, mental health in addition. And so, you know, you get to know kids and hear their story and hear what they're going through, and it's hard. You know, it's hard to be a teenager, and then it's hard if you're struggling with something like that. So I actually, too, as we're, you know, working through everything, I often at discharge just throw it out there that there is a place called Sean's House, you know. So even if you're not ready to go to therapy formally, or you're not ready to talk about it with your parents, or maybe your friend group isn't as strong, I always just let them know there's a lifeline. You're not alone. You're leaving the hospital, moving on to the next phase of, you know, life, but there's something out there that you can go to, and it's accessible.
Absolutely. And someone that, you know, although you work primarily with children and adolescents in a particular area, I suspect you have a dealing with young people. Can you just talk to the enthusiasm and the openness that you're seeing with the young people in terms of addressing and speaking about their mental health?
Yeah, absolutely. It's encouraging, I'll say, because it's a different perspective, and I think, you know, not that old, but older, right? And so you do see kids are more open to it. It's not a new concept. They're not scared to talk about it. You just have to introduce the topic, and they'll go, you know? And so we'll do a lot of things, and we'll talk about it, and we'll do breathing exercises, and oftentimes they'll say, oh yeah, somebody taught me that, or oh, I picked that up before. So they're coming in with some knowledge too, which is great. Yeah.
I was talking to Zach earlier, and just, with your daughter, Kira, and how you have a family now, and how that kind of affects, right, your thought process moving forward. I mean, I can only imagine, and I know it's probably very stressful too, but it's a different perspective now, saying, okay, what are we going to do to make sure here with our loved one and others are all going down the right path? And now some signs, right, and things you can kind of recognize moving forward.
Oh, absolutely. And it's changed my practice as a nurse.
Okay.
Because now I sympathized, I guess, before, but I wasn't a mom. I can't say that I truly understood. So now that's my child. And that was the feeling. Before it was, that's my niece or my nephew. Now that's my child in the bed. And so it does. It changes your perspective, and it gives you that extra oomph when you're tired. And you throw out the extra resources or stay a little late because you want the best for the kids. You're with them for a short time in the hospital, but life continues, and you want to equip them the best you can for life outside the hospital.
Maggie Ryan is with us here on the SL24 Basketball Classic in Game 6. 67-45. St. George's well in command here with 5.5 to go in this game. Alongside Barnett Harris, I'm Mike Corey. Final comment, Maggie. Any thoughts, anything else that you want to get out there to tell the people that are listening, watching, as we support SL24 this weekend?
I guess what I want to say is a thank you to SL24. Thank you for observing, again, since I'm not the one in it working the day-to-day, but observing how impactful it is. I mean, we say how many lives it's touched, but not saying it, but truly meaning it, And when I went to the Friendsgiving, and I get pulled into different events and seeing how much it does impact people, I think that would be my final thought. It's just a big thank you to, I'll say, the whole SL24 family.
Well, thank you, and all the best to you guys. Thanks for all that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Great
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Maggie.
Yeah.
You got it. Well, the dominance, Barnett, of St. George's here continues.
With a nice alley-oop off the backboard to a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Mama, there goes that man. I had to double down as we see the replay for Joshua Obiera going up high and throwing it down hard, dunking on his teammate. I'm not sure David Crawford appreciates what Obiera did to him, put him on a poster.
Yeah, it was Womack that threw it up off the window there, and Emery Womack, who is a first-team All-State player in football. He's also wide receiver, defensive back. He's going to play college football. He's got numerous offers and has really done some great work at the school, and now here on the court with that assist here for Obiera. And it's been a dominant performance, a 23-point lead here, and right back down the other way. And this time it was Womack, but he couldn't get the layup to go. And it'll be Polytech possession. Really good to hear from Maggie, whose husband is Zach Ryan, who's the executive director of the SL24 Foundation. We will talk to him coming up later in one of our games as well, probably the nightcap, I think the 8 o'clock game. And again, this affects everyone. And I like the fact that she was able to say, hey, I also just kind of bring this up. I let people know about it, right? It just continues to grow because everyone wants to make sure everyone knows about Sean's house and what SL24 is doing.
Absolutely, and it's amazing. It just shows you the engagement and the enthusiasm that the community has for it. They're not going to push it on there, but just, hey, I just want to throw this out there that there is this thing here out in the ether. And whenever you're ready, or if you ever want to, look this up. It'll be there, and the door will always be open for you. And that just it warms my heart. It really warms my heart, and it's really good to see that that's how SL24 and the entire foundation is being embraced.
Corey Williams at the free throw line here for St. George's. Sean's house was opened on October 1st, 2020, 136 West Main Street in Newark. Let's talk about it when Sean was there with you. You guys were friends. You were at that house.
Yes.
What was the vibe like? What was the thoughts and the things that you remember with him and your other friends and your teammates and your experiences in that house as it now has turned into the safe haven for young adults 14 to 24 to receive the help they need?
Absolutely, Mike. What I will tell you is you would never take your shoes off in that house when he lived there. I'll tell you that. I'm not sure you would ever take like a jacket off in that house. But one thing, as Polytech gets a three-pointer, one thing I will say is Sean was always like popular and always was about showing love. So he invited all his friends over to the place all the time. He was really into The Bachelor, so he would have like Bachelor night. He would have, there was a sushi restaurant, Mickey Moto.
Yeah.
He would have a Mickey Moto night. And they would like order a bunch of sushi from there, and he would always invite people over. So every time I went over there, it was always about like love for different event, whether it was a Bachelor, whether I was watching a sporting event. It was just amazing. It was just always about love, friendship, camaraderie. It was a lot of good times. But yeah, never would take my shoes off in that house. Never took my jacket off in that house. But I had some really fun times and really fond memories. And then flip side, seeing what it is now after they did some rehab to the establishment, mopped the floors a couple of times. It's just seen it amazing. I was at the ribbon cutting of the opening, and I've been back to the house several times. It is just amazing to see what it is and what it stands for, having both seen it when he lived there and seeing it to this day.
Doesn't it embody exactly what you just talked about, right? Where it's an open door, everybody is able to come in and they feel welcome, right? Come in, get some water, get some coffee, have some snacks. It's all available free of charge to anyone at Sean's house. And that's exactly kind of what you were just describing there in the vibe and what it felt like where he lived. And it continues on today.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said better myself. It truly is, and that's one thing I'm so honored to be a part of that board, because we have stayed true to our mission. Chris Locke said when he first thought of this idea and he asked me to be a part of it, he said there was two things I want to make sure that always happens. No young person will ever have to pay $1, and no young person will ever have to, come in non-business hours and worry about us not opening the door. He says this will be 24/7 and open 365, and you will never have to pay. And that's the one thing we've remained true as Jaden Reed has another strong bucket. And so it's just it warms my heart, because 5 years down the line, no young person has ever had to pay $1, and the door has never been closed. And so it's just amazing, and it is a community. It is the place to just come hang out.
100%, and that's why we're here this weekend. So fans and people, that you need to know that, so that when you do think, oh geez, I may not have the money for this, or I don't have, that has nothing to do with it. Just go right to Sean's house, talk to peers, get the help you need. That's what this weekend and this tournament is all about. The funds raised to help keep Sean's house alive and well, and allowing all those people to come in and get the help they need. 33,000 plus visitors through the door. That's what we're here this weekend to help do. And we'll continue to do that with your donations, throughout your generosity. And thank you so much, because right now, throughout the first 6 years of this tournament, $2.2 million. Can't wait to see what we're able to help raise tonight and this weekend to help it keep it going strong for many, many years to come.
Absolutely. And even if you can't donate monetarily, volunteer at Sean's house, volunteer at one of the events. We would love to have you. We would love to chat with you, learn about your life, learn about what's going on. We have countless events throughout the year. Come out, come hang with us. Even if you don't want to volunteer, just come hang with us.
Right.
Just be a guest at one of our events. Just see what we are about in person, so you can see for yourself the community and the camaraderie we have and what we stand for. And that's amazing. And even if for all the listeners out there, one thing I request of you, just text a friend today. Text a friend, say, hey, I'm just thinking about you. How are you doing? Text someone in your life. You never know if they need that text. And I'm sure someone in your life that you might have not talking to in several weeks, several months, maybe even over a year, but you're thinking about, shoot them a text. Like, hey, I haven't talked to you in a bit. I just want to check and see how things are going.
That's a really good point, Barnett. And I've thought about it before. Is, we're always busy. Everybody's got a lot going on. But think about it. If you did that just once a day, for a month, you'd reach out to 30 friends, close family members, relatives, or, like you said, people that you've been a part of throughout your life that you haven't talked to in a while, just to check in and make sure it's going okay, because, they need that. We all need that. I feel like everyone is dealing with something, and that's why it's kind of easy to get behind this, this weekend. And it's great seeing everybody coming back to help make this a positive cause here for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic.
Absolutely. Everyone needs it, and everyone's heart is warm when they know someone is thinking about them and they are on their mind.
We have 1 minute and 36 seconds to go in this game here with St. George's and Polytech. 78-51. It's been St. George's, Jaden Reed and Joshua Obiera that have led the way for this group. Emery Womack as well has done a nice job, number 4 in white for this group. On their way to a sizable victory. This is game 6. We still have 3 more games to go here today.
This St. George's team is tough, Mike. They are tough. They are athletic. They are tenacious on both sides of the floor. I think this team is going to be a force to be reckoned with as they continue to progress and get better this season and heading into the playoffs.
Our next game, one of the top teams in the state on the women's side year after year, Ursuline, gets set to take on Baltimore Polytech. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern time here with game 7 of the tournament. Look forward to seeing them in action, so stay tuned for that. Easy bucket here for Harold Best. St. George's puts the cap on this one with 50 seconds to go.
Absolutely, I'm really excited for that. So if you're watching the live stream, as that diamond gets another tough bucket. If you're watching the live streams, stick with us. Mike and I are just getting warmed up. We are just getting started. We have so much more in store for you. So many good one-liners, so much more commentary. Stick with us. We're just getting started. We're nowhere close to finish. We're having a party today, Mike.
We certainly are. We are just getting going. And this is day 2, though, of the event as well. 9 games this year, the most we've ever had. Hopefully it's the most money we've ever raised as well. And like Barnett said, you can also donate items to Sean's house, food, water, anything like that is much appreciated as well. Volunteering your time here. Polytech's Cameron Allen gets the bucket. And what I like to hear was the volunteers, the amount of volunteers they needed for this event was filled up. Like, it was filled up right as you opened it up, said, hey, we need volunteers, here's the spots, and they all get filled. That's how many people want to help out and contribute, and I loved hearing that from the co-founder, Chris Salak, when I talked to him earlier about that on the volunteering side. That's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. It just shows the energy that the organization has and the impact it has, that people like, oh, this is something I want to be a part of as Best gets a strong take and finish. So yeah, it's always warm, and it allows me whenever I come to meet new people who I don't know. Like, oh, like, hey, like, who are you? And then you get conversations. You just get to learn new people.
All here for the same cause, helping the SL24 Foundation for Mental Health. Our goal to educate, assist, and support. Thanks for watching this game as St. George's wins it 82-58 over Polytech in game 6 of 9. We've got our next one coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern. Ursuline, Baltimore Polytech. That's on the way. Make sure you continue to support and donate to the foundation. Visit unlockthelight.com/donate. GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic. You can text Classic to 7 to 53555, and you can scan the QR code with your phone. We will be back with more action, 4 o'clock Eastern time with our girls game. For Barnett Harris, Mike Corey, so long for right now. We'll be back with more of the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic. Stay tuned.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
I'm Angela Pugliese, and I'm the director here at Sean's house. Come on inside for a tour. This is our living room, and this is really the heart of the house, just as the hearth is the heart of the home. In this room, you can often find our paws dogs, where people are petting them to feel better from pet therapy. You can find people hanging out, doing homework, enjoying a snack, a cup of coffee. People really just enjoy being in this room to gather as a space of togetherness and belonging. This is our dining room. You'll often find many of our guests here working on homework or other assignments, also sharing a meal together. This is my favorite room in the house. This is our library. We have books over here on many different topics, not just psychological needs or self-care, but also we have a fiction section because we know that for some people, getting lost in a book is the best way to distract their mind from anything that may be troubling them. This is one of our private therapy rooms. If you come in for a session, we have peer support one-on-one at any time, people who are your age with your same lived experiences that you can talk to. So we have this room as a private space where you can meet with someone confidentially. And then over here, we have our game closet where you can find puzzles, outdoor games, board games, and all kinds of other fun things to do to really make the house feel like a home. In this area, you can find our calendar and information on all of our support groups. Everything we do here at the house is free of charge, no insurance needed. You can see here some of our groups. We have grief support, we have parent groups, we have survivors of suicide loss, LGBTQ+, unburdened, and eating disorder support group. You can also find a calendar noting our Paws for People dogs that come to visit, as well as the different dinners that we host for different groups in the area, athletes, fraternities, sororities, everything free of charge. Our second floor is reserved for our residents, but one thing I did want to show you is the origin of our motto of the house of 136 will always be home. Some people may be surprised to learn that Sean actually lived in this house during his college years with some of his friends. Before they moved out, one of the friends scribbled on this wall, 136 will always be home. When we were in the process of transferring the house into what it is today, this was found on the wall and we saved it and have had it as our motto of the house, and you can find it on a lot of our merch, on our website, and you can hear people saying it all the time. Something we encourage our guests to do, whether they come to the house for a visit, for dinner, or for any other reason, one of our support groups or many of our other free programs, is to leave a note or take a note. So here you can find all of the notes that our guests have left for one another. This is another one of our private session rooms. Here you can meet personally with a peer one-on-one for one of our Peer 24 support sessions, or you can meet virtually, whether it's you meeting with someone else or you meeting from afar with us. This is the area where we set up our virtual support sessions, everything free of charge. This is what we call the original Boys of 136. This is Sean right here and many of his friends from high school and college, lifelong friends that he had. This is something that we have in the house to remind us that 136 started out as a home and will always be a home, just a different kind of home. This picture actually has extra meaning to me as well because my brother is one of the original 136 boys. It can be seen right here. This area is a dual purpose. We have our arts and crafts area over here with some of our artwork on display. You can come at any time and let your creative energy flow. This is what we call Donna's Fridge. Donna's son, Sayer, was a Wilmington police officer who tragically lost his life to suicide over a year ago. In Sayer's memory and as a labor of love, Donna has created Sayer's Suppers. She's a classically trained chef, and at the end of her workday, she brings any leftover food here to the house. And best of all, anyone can come to enjoy all of these delicious goodies that Donna drops off. We know that food is something that really brings people together. And what else can make you feel like you're at home than a fridge full of drinks and snacks ready for you to enjoy? Whether it's grabbing a cup of coffee with your friend between classes or grabbing a snack to fuel you up for the rest of your day, Sean's House is always here to provide you with what you need to feel at home. We have a full kitchen as well, so we're able to host dinners any time of the year. We are known for hosting our delicious Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas cookies for many of our international guests who aren't able to go home for the holidays. We're able to make sure that 136 always feels like home. In this hallway, you can find different legislative bills that have been passed in the state of Delaware, all supporting mental health. These bills are of special importance to us at Sean's House because they've all been passed either with our support or have been signed right here in the house. This is our backyard, one of the favorite spots of Sean's House. You can often find guests out here enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the views of the mural, or gathering around the fire pit for s'mores after a dinner. Thanks for stopping by Sean's House, a mental health safe haven for youth in the area, where you can always stop by, you'll always feel welcome, everything is free, and you'll always feel like home.
So this is a non-adult area where they feel like this is a safe place for them to maybe just decompress, maybe get peer support, maybe just do their schoolwork in a different environment.
A couple months ago, this space was a outdated teacher center with a lot of unused material, and there was some vision and some excitement around creating this space for students to support our students' needs.
I worked with Justin and Chris when the idea came about, and they had the idea to add a Sean's room in this school, and we had done 2 of the schools already, and 2 of those schools were private schools. And I'm a firm believer that it's not just needed in private schools, but it's needed in all the schools.
I feel like this room would just help everybody who's suffering through these mental challenges to just feel more comfortable and get some coping skills and just feel more relaxed.
When they come here, they're gonna see peers, they're gonna see other students engaging, they're gonna see activities, they're gonna see meetings, and it's gonna be a first-person look on what this room really is and open the full meaning of Sean's room and Sean's house to them.
There are things that are in here that are nicer than I've put in my own house. Things that are in here that are nicer than my own office. Significantly larger than the Sean's room that's at St. Mark's and or Sally's and even the teen warehouse. And we kind of laid this out so that there were 4 or 5 different areas. We started out with a family gathering room, which is what you see behind me. There's a game room. The game room has an air hockey table and a foosball table. We have an exercise room, exercise kind of relax, yoga type area. And the thing that is most important to me is the study room that we have.
There's games for people, there's a whole yoga studio, which I am so excited to utilize, and there's a space to study. It's just something for everyone. So those are the ways we kind of get students in the room. But once you're in the room, you're welcomed into this non-judgmental space where I'm not here to judge you, and I'm here to listen to you. Like, we can play a game of Uno, and you complain about your classes, or you tell me what's going on at home, and like, we connect over that.
It took a lot in me to actually admit that I did not have it all together, and I really actually truly struggled because I had a lot of expectations put on me. So I believe that this room will really, really help. So to have this room, I feel like it's amazing. Like, honestly, it's amazing. Like, I really think a lot of people will benefit from it, and I'm very, very excited.
From your favorite athletes to your favorite music, listen to everything you love and so much more with the free iHeartRadio app. From live play-by-play to your favorite game day anthems and the biggest sports podcasts in the world, the iHeartRadio app lets you take it all with you and stay connected to your favorite team wherever you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Who will he grow up to be? Well, that depends on all of us. That's why, along with our groundbreaking medical care, Nemours Children's Health supports programs that address issues like food insecurity and the resources essential to learning. It's all part of creating a healthier future for all children. So, he can grow up to be whoever he wants to be. Nemours Children's Health, well beyond medicine.
In many ways, Sean's Room is about creating a space in which students are able to discover both community, but also that safety of knowing I'm not okay, I'm not who I believe I'm supposed to be, and seek that healing, that strength, that compassion in and through others to get where they believe God's calling them to be.
I would really say it's about the brotherhood here. We have a sense of belonging here. I just find Sean's Room to really be homey for me.
I've seen a lot of guys come in here during their study halls as another space outside of library to go. It's a little more casual and less study heavy, but something that I've noticed is guys who kind of just come in here and they're here and these little activities that we have, they're slowly starting to open up and almost realize in their own way without too much pressure kind of what's going on in their own lives, and they start to ask themselves their own questions.
We can't address the whole person if we don't have spaces dedicated to the pieces of ourselves that don't feel like they're working the way we want them to. And I think that's why Sean's Room, but really any dedicated space for mental health, is so important in schools today.
Very frequently I will see people come in here kind of very obviously stressed about a class or coursework, and they'll come in here expecting to be doing it the entire time. And of course they can do their work if they want to, but they'll often get sucked into a puzzle we're doing, or just one of the games that the guys will have out and playing. They like to play Catan a lot.
It's really just a mental health safe haven is the best way to describe it. It's a hangout spot where teens can be themselves and have open conversations about their mental health and what they're going through. But it also is a place where you can hang out, you can be around other people.
People can come in for different reasons. They want to grab a snack, they want to take a break, they want to talk to a friend, they want to study down here because their friends are goofing off in the library. It allows people to come together, and then that's when the conversations start to happen. Eventually, over time, the relationships that are formed here and the time spent gets to the deeper conversations that I think this room is important for.
Everybody wants to not be full of stress. And to come down here, it's definitely great. And I know that Sally's guys definitely love being in here.
Creating a room like this goes we see it and we want to be part of the solution, not kind of simply wring our hands and be like, what's going on? We want to be part of a solution. We've managed to create a space that is pushing back on a societal framework that keeps guys pretty boxed in. And I think we've broken a lot of those boxes open.
I think the students being the peer support is a really special but unique model that really works here for a specific reason. I think we came in here and we just gave a space for what was already here, and that's the brotherhood that they have.
Sean's Room is the greatest addition here in a while. I don't think I can name a better room because of the fact that you can just come in any time and unwind and relax.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Teachers ignite my curiosity.
I chose St. Mark's
because I get to dive into the newest tech that will help me rock the jobs of tomorrow. Because we have over 100 state championships, and this team is working on the next one.
I chose St. Mark's because of the teamwork.
Because here, I'm inspired to lead.
I have a son who passed away July 2017, and for a long time I knew he had mental health issues. But for a mom, I always say 7 years later, I was uneducated. We think depression, it's just about putting your big boy pants on and getting past it. Those things lead to death. With addiction, it is not a time of if you're going to die, it's when you're going to die. If you continue using, you are going to die. If you are not healing the trauma that happened, at some point, when you're not talking to a therapist, when you're not coming to a place like Sean's house, where you're learning coping mechanisms and all the other things they do here, you're going to need to numb all those things that are going on in your head, and you're going to start out small because you think it's not going to happen to me. Everybody who thinks it's not going to happen to them, guess again. It is going to happen. If you had cancer, you would be happy to talk about it. You would put it out there. I have heart disease, I have leukemia. But the minute someone says, I have an addiction or my kid has an addiction, suddenly people are thinking, where did you go wrong? What's wrong with your child? Why didn't you help them? We need to come to places like this where there are resources that are beyond just the average parent. Reach out and get help.
In many ways, Sean's Room is about creating a space in which students are able to discover both community, but also that safety of knowing I'm not okay, I'm not who I believe I'm supposed to be, and seek that healing, that strength, that compassion in and through others to get where they believe God's calling them to be.
I would really say it's about the brotherhood here. We have a sense of belonging here. I just find Sean's Room to really be homey for me.
I've seen a lot of guys come in here during their study halls as another space outside of library to go. It's a little more casual and less study heavy, but something that I've noticed is guys who kind of just come in here and they're here and these little activities that we have, they're slowly starting to open up and almost realize in their own way without too much pressure kind of what's going on in their own lives, and they start to ask themselves their own questions.
We can't address the whole person if we don't have spaces dedicated to the pieces of ourselves that don't feel like they're working the way we want them to. And I think that's why Sean's room, but really any dedicated space for mental health is so important in schools today.
Very frequently I will see people come in here kind of like very obviously stressed about a class or coursework, and they'll come in here expecting to be doing it the entire time. And of course they can do their work if they want to, but they'll often get sucked into like a puzzle we're doing or just one of the games that the guys will have out and playing. They like to play Catan a lot.
It's really just a mental health safe haven is the best way to describe it. It's a hangout spot where teens can be themselves and have open conversations about their mental health and what they're going through. But it also is a place where you can hang out, you can be around other people.
People can come in for different reasons. They want to grab a snack, they want to take a break, they want to talk to a friend, they want to study down here because their friends are goofing off in the library. It allows people to come together, and then that's when the conversations start to happen. Eventually, over time, the relationships that are formed here and the time spent gets to the deeper conversations that I think this room is important for.
Like, everybody wants to not be full of stress. And to come down here, it's definitely great. And I know that Sally's guys definitely love being in here.
Creating a room like this goes like, we see it and we want to be part of the solution, not kind of simply wring our hands and be like, what's going on? We want to be part of a solution. We've managed to create a space that is pushing back on a societal framework that keeps guys pretty boxed in. And I think we've broken a lot of those boxes open.
I think the students being the peer support is a really special but unique model that really works here for a specific reason. I think we came in here and we just gave a space for what was already here, and that's the brotherhood that they have.
Sean's room is the greatest addition here in a while. Like, I don't think I can name a better room because of the fact that you can just come in any time and unwind and relax.
So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by BTL Foundation, CBM Insurance, Delaware Heating and Air, DSM Commercial, and HFM Advisors. We welcome you back to the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic as we get ready for Game 7 of 9 this weekend with Baltimore Polytech getting set to take on Ursuline here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Backcourt side, Mike Corey along with Barnett Harris. Pretty good game here today in this one on the girls' side. This should be a close one. We got the perennial power, Ursuline in Delaware, taking on Baltimore Polytech. It'll be a fun one.
Absolutely. Two very good teams, two very well-coached teams. I'm expecting a tough, hard-fought battle, and I'm really excited for the game.
St. George's just knocked off Polytech on the boys' side in our previous game. We've got this one here with Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech. And then later tonight, Odessa and Middletown, Salesianum and Sanford closes out the weekend tournament at 8 o'clock Eastern Time.
So far, the entire tournament has been incredible. I'm anticipating another strong game to continue this wonderful weekend and 2 games to finish out the amazing weekend and the amazing basketball tournament, the 7th annual SL24 Classic.
Head coach for Baltimore Polytech Institute is Kendall Peace. And for Ursuline, as they introduce their starting 5, John Noonan, the head coach for Ursuline. As we get set for the start of this one, our officials, Adam Gines with Vincent Johnson and Anthony Horton here from the Chase Fieldhouse. And the reason why we're here this weekend to help support the SL24 Foundation to educate, assist, and support high school and college students battling depression. Remember the ways to donate, unlockthelight.com/donate. You could text Classic 7 to 53555 or scan this QR code with your phone. Silent auction, the online auction going on right now as well. Don't forget to check that out. GiveButter.com/SL24 Classic 7. We've got autographed Jalen Carter Eagles jersey, sideline tickets to the 2024-25 Villanova men's basketball home games. We've got gift baskets. We've got gift cards, trips, island vacation packages from around the Caribbean, prom packages, swag bags, and a lot more. Once again, over 80 auction items on the online auction page, givebutter.com/SL24 Classic 7. And we'll have this going on through the rest of the night. And some great items, great chance to win some gifts there.
Absolutely, and we're in Eagles country. Imagine having the Jalen Carter jersey for your Super Bowl party.
Right? We're ready for this one here with Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech Institute. Ursuline is in white and underway here in Game 7. 9 games this weekend for the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic as Baltimore Polytech has it here first.
Baltimore Polytech is a strong women's team in the state of Maryland. I'm pretty sure defending Maryland state champions going up against the defending state champions in Delaware. A perennial power, well coached by John Noonan and Ursuline Academy. I anticipate a really hard-fought game as Ursuline gets off to the hard start with O'Hara going for 2. A lot of good passes, well-coached teams. I think this is going to be a fundamentally sound game.
2-0 start for Ursuline, and on the run, it's Gigi Banks, doesn't go. Offensive rebound, falling down with it here was Nia Murphy, and it's going to go over to Baltimore Polytech.
One thing to be note of is who can keep their turnovers down. I think the team that limits their turnovers will be the team that will be able to get the victory here.
Rebound here for Ursuline, Catherine Lang.
Ursuline off to the pace, pushing it, trying to control the tempo.
Aaliyah Austin clears it out here for Baltimore Polytech. Just underway in this game, 2-0. Ursuline leads it. Brianna Pope.
Out of bounds off of Ursuline. Catherine Lang couldn't hold it in. Baltimore Polytech takes it out of bounds.
And on the jumper, good for 2 is Aaliyah Austin.
I'm going to be looking for what Banks does. Banks is top 100 player in the country, really strong. Division has played at Ursuline since her 8th grade year. I think Ursuline's going to go at the beat of her drum.
Talking about number 3 in white. She controls it at the top of the key. Puts up the 3, doesn't go. Rebound by London Elliott. And a nice feed up the court here for Smothers as she scores the 2. And Baltimore Poly leads at 4-2.
Getting some tempo themselves. Get a good rebound, saw you had an outlet ahead, threw it, and executed it.
Sinai Johnson wearing number 2 for Ursuline. Over to Banks. Back to Johnson. That's a 3 ball, and that's good.
One thing I'll be eager to see, Mike, is, they're playing on the court with a G League line. I wonder to see how many times they're going to take threes from that G League line instead of the high school line, and whether that has an impact in the game.
That's a good point. Another nice feed inside. London Elliott scores it again. Here's Banks, as you said it. Barnett, nice floating runner for 2.
Just all around good game. Play defense, can control the offense, can shoot off the dribble, can shoot off the pass. Just an all around really strong player, and only a sophomore.
Pope. And it's going the other way here to Ursuline with 4:42 to play in this first half. Early substitution. Danira Tarver is in. Banks only a sophomore, Barnett. That's the thing, right? I remember going through some of these players in the lineup from last year when you converted over to this year to think, boy, they were that good, and they were freshmen, they were sophomores. There's a few seniors on this team here for John Noonan's Ursuline squad, but some really talented underclassmen.
Absolutely, and that's one thing I've noticed about the past 2 days of the games. There's such strong talent, strong young talent as Banks takes a hop. There's such young talent. Freshmen and sophomores over the last 2 days have been so impressive to me in the several games we've seen so far.
Joshua Obiera for St. George's on the boys' side that we just saw in the previous game. A junior, definitely playing Division I college basketball when his high school career is done. Got above the rim how many times in that last game?
At least 3, I think 4.
Yeah.
And then his running mate, Jaden Reed, also is a high flyer. A lot of high flyers. That's the kind of the ball I like as a former retired high flyer.
That's right. Yeah, retired high flyer. Rod Griffin's got a really good squad there. He's produced a lot of great talent from St. George's as well.
Absolutely. He does the most with what he has, and he's a really strong and fundamentally sound coach, and he teaches them to play the right way.
Banks trying to feed it down to Murphy, who wasn't quite ready for it, as they still hang on to an early 1-point lead here. We're halfway through the first quarter of action. Baltimore Poly here with a jumper on the way by London Elliott, not there. Quickly on the run, here's Banks.
Banks going coast to coast with a strong take. A quick first step, dribble, beat the entire Baltimore Polytech team to the layup.
9-6, Ursuline, 3-point advantage. Now for 3 in the tie, not there by Smothers. Banks again, look at that crossover to the hole for 2.
These Polytech teams will have to figure out how to stop her before it gets out of hand too early.
Already 3 baskets for her, and then getting to the hole and an easy drive there was Danira Tarver.
They needed that. Ursuline was starting to steal the momentum. They needed to calm that. They needed to see a bucket go in to try to get your defensive set up.
On the top, for three. Off the mark is Murphy, quickly running the other way, and on the fast break, missing on the shot was Brianna Pope. The follow does not count. Foul on the floor as Smothers had gotten the offensive rebound and she got hit.
Strong offensive rebound. I would have liked to see Banks run back on the defensive side there. She was the closest other Ursuline, and then maybe didn't lead to her teammate getting a foul. Got to play both ways on the court.
Quick and bounce pass, and the shot off the window is good here by Sydney Jones. And Baltimore Poly gets within one. It's 11-10 here as we come up on 2 minutes to play in the first quarter.
Switching the defense up a little bit to try and stop Ursuline's ability to get to the rim, playing a little bit of a soft matchup zone, but that is not enough to stop Sinai Johnson as she drives through the soft zone and scores.
13-10 now is the score. Just under 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter. And you said it, Barnett, a really good back and forth game so far. Turnover, though, by Baltimore Poly. They got a defender back without Banks. Feeds it back. No good on the first attempt, and the follow, and there's going to be a foul as it was initially Johnson. And then a good job there by Murphy. Let's see if they call this on Ursuline. Or, excuse me, who they call it on here, as it was Murphy going to the free throw line for Ursuline. She's fouled right there. Sydney Jones. 5 different players have scored for Baltimore Polytech here as Ursuline leads it by 3. But you said it, it's been Gigi Banks that is kind of leading the charge. That's the sophomore, number 3 in white.
Murphy goes 0 for 2 from the line. Yes, they're going to go at the beat of her drum. She's passing the ball. She's scoring when she sees her open pockets. She's a really all-around, really strong player.
And a nice dish inside, and then high arcing shot that hit the top of the backboard by Darren Moore. No good. Ursuline the other way. Here's Banks. A stutter step in a step back 3. That's an air ball, but rebounded by her teammate. Jasmine Butler there with the basket. Minute to go here in the first quarter. Missing on the jumper there for Baltimore Polytech. Banks with nice pass up the floor, finding the streaking Sinai Johnson.
She has the vision. She has the vision. She led her teammate to an easy layup, didn't have to take a dribble. Really well-rounded player. But if I'm Baltimore Polytech, when I'm shooting, someone's breaking back so they don't get a chance to have these breakaway layups.
That's a nice shot there from Sinai Robinson for Baltimore Polytech. Got a 3-pointer on the deal. It's a 4-point game and a turnover by Ursuline with 28.8 seconds to go.
Every time Ursuline, as Baltimore Polytech takes a 30-second timeout, Coach Peace, every time Ursuline seems to snatch a little bit of momentum, Baltimore Polytech comes down, settles it, gets a good shot to kind of calm and smooth things down. And then not only did they just get a 3, but they had a quick turnover. Yep. And I think that's what Coach Peace is going to preach in our huddle. Hey, let's settle down. Let's get to our sets. It's a 4-point game. Let's play our game. We're doing this by committee. I suspect that she's drawing up one of her go-to sets that has worked all season long and is going to try to execute it, maybe hold for 1 and try to get the last shot to not allow Ursuline to try to score with for another chance in this quarter.
Another great way to get involved here and help the cause for the SL24 Foundation is also with the merchandise. We've got short and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hats, beach towels, tumblers, magnets, and much more on sale here at the Fieldhouse and online at unlockthelight.com. As we near the end of this first quarter with 15 seconds to go, and the jumper there by Baltimore Polytech doesn't go by Smothers. And an offensive rebound, a foul is called, and 2 shots coming here with just 10.5 seconds to go. You see
really strong by Elliott to not give up after the missed shot, to stay up, put a little pressure, and it led to a steal and drawing the foul on Gigi Banks.
London Elliott is at the line here for Baltimore Polytech and close it to a 2-point game. And she does. 10.5 to go here. Final possession, you'd think of this first quarter for Ursuline.
Whatever Gigi Banks wants to do.
There she is. 3 seconds. Puts it up and in. You called it, Barnett. It was Gigi Banks, and right at the buzzer for Ursuline to end the first quarter.
I think that was too easy for Baltimore Polytech. I think off the high screen, I would have forced a trap. Force her to make one of her other teammates score. Force them to defeat you. Make someone other than Gigi Banks beat you this game.
Timeout. We'll be back. Start of the second quarter when we return after this. Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech. You're watching the 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
It's brutal. So slow.
Good thing we brought Jersey Mike's. Is that Danny DeVito?
Don't worry about me. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. And at Jersey Mike's, the subs matter most. Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what matters here. Almost forgot. I found your ball.
It's a rock.
Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
The 7th annual SL24 Basketball Classic is presented by Jersey Mike's, Platinum Dining Group, St. Mark's High School, and the Cicero family. Welcome back inside the Chase Fieldhouse here in Wilmington, Delaware, as we get set for the start of the second quarter. Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech. Mike Corey, Barnett Harris, 19-15. Ursuline leads it by 4. They have the ball here to start the second quarter. Missy Marazzo joins us now here, the social media manager for the SL24 Foundation. Has been doing awesome work promoting this tournament, all the things that SL24 is doing. Great to see you. How are you?
Great to see you. Good. Thanks for having me.
You're doing a great job. I mean, this is a huge part of it, right, is the outreach, is getting the word out. You're in this newly formed position here now, which, again, you've done a really remarkable job at, because it's all about the support and getting people to understand what this foundation is doing, especially this weekend. Talk to us about how it's been for you when you first came on up until this point and everything that you've been doing.
Yeah, it's been really awesome. I've been with Chantal since 2022. I was a peer. So coming into this position and having like a new platform to be able to share our mission is so cool, especially since I've been with the foundation so long. I know everything about it. I know everyone there. And it's just so great to be able to share our message in this new way.
Now tell me how you have utilized social media to try to get out the message of mental health, and what has, I'm somewhat tapped in with social media, but being in the weeds of social media, how has this new aspect of mental health, how's the reception been, and how are the youth taking it?
It's been really good. I think what I've realized is people love to hear other people's stories, and it's so great to be able to tell other people's stories. Like, when you see a face to something, it really means something, and it means a lot more than just a static image or something like that. So being able to tell people's stories, I think, has been really impactful to youth, because someone can see someone saying something and they'll be like, oh, I feel like that, and now I know that it's okay because someone else has opened up about it. So when people are able to like share their stories online, I think that helps people open up about it.
And plus, we have so many young people involved in this tournament here this weekend with all the teams and the message, as we've talked about. It's not just a basketball game. We're here through basketball to help educate, assist, and support these high school and college students battling depression. And you probably recognized it and witnessed it even earlier this week, right? When we had media day when all the students and players were here as well, and just some of the stories and, you know, how much this does mean to them. And that's got to feel good because of the message that you're getting out there.
Yeah, it feels so great, and it's so great to meet all the players and hear their stories and know that this is having a real impact on them, and then being able to meet them before and be in the tournament and all of those things. It's just so great to see that we're really making a real impact.
You've been promoting this a lot here throughout the week, and of course today and this weekend with the tournament, all the different ways to get involved, with the ways to donate, the online auction, the merchandise. How's it all going so far? What's the update? What are we feeling like here?
Yeah, it's honestly going really well. We've been able to sell a lot of tickets. We've had a lot of great buzz on social media. The auction is doing great. I encourage everyone to check that out if you haven't already.
Yep.
But everything on social media has been so great, and we've had a lot of good content of the students out there, and that's just been getting such great reach because we're able to tell these student stories and promote it in that way, which is awesome.
Did you bid on the Jalen Carter jersey?
I did not, but I should. There's also some Eagles tickets that you can bid on.
There you go.
Yeah.
19 all here in this game with Ursuline and Baltimore Polytech. Really good one here in the second quarter early on. Gigi Banks has it for Ursuline. Elizabeth Songo back to Banks. Look at that crossover move again. Barnett taking it to the hole for another two.
She's really strong, and just like that crossover, how do you cross over and make all these reels and TikToks and other, social media videos? How do you keep up with the new trends, which seem to be ever changing?
It turns out that being chronically online actually is really helping me in this position and knowing what trends are going on. And being able to take those trends and make it mental health related is so much fun. Every time I see something, I'm like, okay, how can I relate this to Sean's house? And it's just a really fun practice to be able to do that, and I'm so grateful that I can have fun with it. And mental health doesn't always have to be this dark, scary thing. It can be something that it can be a casual conversation, and that's what I'm trying to do with these things. Just get it to be a normal conversation, and when it's something fun like that, it really helps that.
There's so many different things that you need to really talk about here as Banks hits another shot. She's got 12 points here to lead Ursuline. That's a three, make it 13 points here for her now. Not only about the tournament and all that's happening and the ways to get involved and donate, but what is Sean's house doing? How do you come in and get help at Sean's house? What are some of the events circling around that as well? Sean's rooms, even the volleyball tournament coming up in the summer. There's so many different things that I think you've got to get out there and that people need to understand and know about, so it's been helpful.
Yeah, it's so great to be able to promote Sean's house too. And to get the message out in a completely different way, and also to be so close to a college campus and have that audience is so great. And these tournaments and the volleyball tournament, getting different audience is just so great.
Got an update on the silent auction here. The Carter jersey is up to $450 right now.
Okay.
And the adult-only vacations to Barbados and Antigua, only $400 right now. So that's nothing. You got to get on that, right? I mean, it's $1,000 just to fly down there probably at this point. So let's get going with these vacations here, folks.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So much is up and available.
Yep.
You want to get that still, a year's tuition at St. Mark's. I don't have children right now, but I know education is quite expensive. So you're going to pay it anyway. You might as well throw it for a good cause.
Right, exactly. Messi Marazzo joins us here, the social media manager for the SL24 Foundation. And since your involvement over the last 2 or 3 years now, how has this grown? What have you seen? I mean, we're not just talking the monetary advancements that the people are donating, which should be another great weekend here. What else with the people and the amount of young adults that have been affected? What else are you seeing?
Yeah, well, like you mentioned, we have Sean's rooms now, so we've expanded to 4 locations, which is so awesome. We're able to spread our message in a whole different way, and our team is growing as well. As we grow, there's been a more need for more of us, and it's so great to see this team grow and have so many opportunities to spread our message out there.
I feel like we got a really good team of people, right?
Yeah, we do.
That are involved in Sean's house and the entire SL24 Foundation, and also people that have come back to help out year after year, right?
Yeah, it's so awesome. It just really shows the community that this organization is built when people drive 5 hours just to be here for the weekend.
To close it out here with you for a moment, when you visit unlockthelight.com, it's got all the info on there, right? All the ways to donate, the links here to the stream, to find out how you can get involved in the auction, the merchandise, and much more. Anything else that people need to know?
No, I just think everyone should say thank you for supporting Sean's House and SL24. We're so thankful for everyone.